Late at night, Jiang Ming quietly returned home. He pushed the door open. However, he did not go inside. The sound of a teacup falling to the ground and shattering rang out. A panicked voice cried, "Who is it?" Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. "This is my F***king house, and you're asking me who I am? Zhou Wenxiu, you're really something else," Jiang Ming said angrily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a long while, Zhou Wenxiu sat in front of Jiang Ming with a blushing face and mumbled, "Everything's a mess now. I'm afraid that the rebel army will rush into the house at any time. You're now a member of the tiger hunting village. No one would dare break into your house. I was just thinking of hiding here for a few days." Jiang Ming was left speechless. However, he understood. No matter how the Green Mountain Army bragged about their principles, they were still a group of rebels. Who could take them at their word? He glanced at the neatly arranged bed and the messy mattress on the floor beside it and sighed. "It's not that I don't want you to stay, but if you stay here, you might get a bad reputation." "I don't care," Zhou Wenxiu immediately said. "What's the use of reputation? Last year, Qingqing's reputation was good. However, if it wasn't for that hero, Zhang Shan, who saved her, she would have been taken away and tarnished by the Shi family. I don't even know if she's still alive now." Jiang Ming was quiet. Then he said with a strange look, "You seem to have a lot of respect for Zhang Shan, huh?" "Of course." Speaking of this person, Zhou Wenxiu's eyes shone. "He's a man of good principles and abhors evil. He even helped me kill that B***starred, sure. Junhong. I'll definitely become someone like him in the future, killing all the evil people I see and making sure there is justice for everyone." Jiang Ming sighed. What else could he say? He was embarrassed by the compliment. "However, you can't stay in the same house as me. I'll find someone to build another house in the next 2 days," Jiang Ming said casually. He was no longer a poor herb gatherer. He was now Chief Jiang of the Tiger hunting village of Great Cloud City. He could easily assign a few people to the task. "Alright, now tell me about the military camp outside the town. What's going on?" Jiang Ming asked. "Not long after you entered the mountain, all the soldiers of the Green Mountain Army set out to attack Great Cloud City," Zhou Wenxiu quickly replied. "I heard that they all escaped from the prefecture half a month ago. The city gates were suddenly closed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. 2 days later, the Green Mountain Army arrived and set up camp 15 miles away. As for Peace Town, I heard that there's a supply camp in charge of managing rations, vehicles, and tools. These days, most of the time, it's been peaceful. A few drunk soldiers made a scene in the town and raped civilian women. However, they were beheaded by their leaders. Now, there are very few people who make trouble. Do you know how the war is going?" Jiang Ming nodded. Zhou Wenxiu immediately shook her head and said, "I rarely go out now. I only heard that they started to attack the city 2 days ago, but I don't know how it's going." Jiang Ming did not ask any more questions. After all, Great Cloud City was one of the few big cities in the country of Yin. They would not fall so quickly. However, he did not know if the Shi family and the Old Snake gang would wait for an opportunity to strike and coordinate with the rebel army outside the city. Jiang Ming did not think too much about it. As long as it did not affect him, it was fine. He would simply continue to practice martial arts in peace. However, I'm already a second-class martial artist now. The leather tiger. Bone technique is a second-class technique. If I want to break through to first class, I'll have to find another technique. Naturally, Tiger Hunting Village had a technique to break through to the first class, but if Jiang Ming went to ask for it, he would be exposed. He had broken through to the second class in just 1 year of training. If this news were to spread, he would have endless trouble in the future. This matter can't be rushed. Jiang Ming lay on the bed and thought to himself, I wonder if this war will make a few first-class families fall and give me a chance to fish in troubled waters. Jiang Ming was now a bold man with great skills. As long as he did not encounter any of the few first-class martial artists, he could do whatever he wanted in Great Cloud City. The next day, Jiang Ming got up early and practiced the leather tiger bone technique in the courtyard. Now that he had stepped into the second-class realm, he mainly cultivated the internal breathing technique, using the intent of the fierce tiger to drive the blood qi to temper his skin and muscles. He did not need to use his full strength for the external cultivation technique, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Zhou Wenxiu started a fire in the corner of the courtyard to cook and also prepared the 2 medicinal soups for Jiang Ming. After a while, a wave of dense footsteps came from afar, slowly approaching them. A kind and hearty laugh could also be heard. I'm Li Yong of the Green Mountain Army. I'm sorry for disturbing you. However, the kitchen made a mistake today and made a lot of porridge. Don't hold back. Come and get some. A handsome young man was directing a few soldiers to place the pots on the open space by the roadside, enthusiastically greeting the surrounding villagers. They've been like this every day for the past few days. But I'm too scared to accept it, Zhou Wenxiu said in a low voice as she walked over. Everyone has already taken some. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Ming looked at the people who came to get some bowls of porridge and smiled. Let's get 2 bowls of it too. As he ate the rebel army's thick porridge, Jiang Ming thought, it seems like the rebel army has sufficient food. They seem to be well managed. Perhaps this non-violent method of garnering the people's support works best for them. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the imperial court had not yet made any response. After eating the last bite, Jiang Ming gave the bowl to Zhou Wenxiu and walked to old Zhang's bar. He was going to get some information. Asterisk. They're still attacking the city. We didn't manage to take it down. A first-class martial artist appeared in the city and killed several soldiers. The rebel army has suffered a great loss. For the next few days, Jiang Ming received the same news, but he did not care. In ancient times, it was normal for sieges to last for months. There were even cases of people being besieged for more than a year and having to resort to eating each other. In Peace Town, however, things were fine. After a few days of tension, the people went on with their usual lives. Because Li Yong came to deliver porridge every few days, he had a good relationship with the poor people in the town. Moreover, he had never visited any of the aristocratic families here. He even scoffed at them. Even Mr. Dong, who tried to get close to him, was coldly rejected. One morning, Jiang Ming heard the footsteps of soldiers approaching, and he could not help but smile. Fellow villagers, come out. The sound of a bell suddenly rang out, making Jiang Ming frown. What was happening? Jiang Ming looked at Zhou Wenxiu. The latter also shook her head in confusion. This kind of thing had never happened before. Jiang Ming simply got up, walked out of the courtyard, and walked in the direction of the bell. There were already many people in front of him, and there were also screams coming from within the crowd. Jiang Ming pushed through the crowd and walked forward. He suddenly saw a man tied to a tree being whipped. Mr. Dong? Jiang Ming looked at the burly figure, who was tied up, and was puzzled. In front of Mr. Dong, Li Yong stood tall in full armor. His expression was stoic with a trace of ruthlessness. He fiercely whipped Mr. Dong again, causing his skin to split open, and he screamed repeatedly. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and felt a little confused. Wasn't the old snake gang with the rebel army? The other onlookers were also stunned, especially those who had come from the prefecture to take refuge. They did not know that the Shi family and the old snake gang were in cahoots with the Green Mountain Army. Ever since the Green Mountain Army had been stationed here, Mr. Dong had been extremely arrogant. Although they ignored him, he still acted high and mighty. He did not even care about first-class martial arts forces like the Tiger Hunting Village and the Wang family. There were even a few times when he deliberately tried to provoke Jiang Ming. How did the tables turn so suddenly? Jiang Ming had originally planned to wait for the Green Mountain Army to enter the city or be defeated. During the chaos, he would go to Mr. Dong's house and stab him. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Jiang Ming shook his head. Internally, you've really outdone yourself to get beaten up by your allies. At this time, Li Yong also stood up and cupped his fists to the people around him. He said in a clear voice, "My fellow villagers, the Green Mountain Army begs for your support. We will stomp out evil, to return peace to the world and create a world where the people aren't exploited and can live in peace and contentment." All right. The Green Mountain Army is amazing. Before he could finish his speech, a wave of cheers sounded from the surroundings. Li Yong smiled and continued, "I heard that Dong Daxiang privately collected medical taxes. He's mean and vicious. It has stirred up a lot of public anger in Peace Town. Today, the Green Mountain Army will get rid of this evil on behalf of the people." All right. The cheers of the villagers immediately rose. The old snake gang had abused them for a long time. Many people had already begun to feel that there was nothing bad about the Green Mountain Army. If they were in power, perhaps their lives would improve. Mr. Dong screamed repeatedly and shouted hoarsely, "I'm from the old snake gang. We're the spies of the rebel army in Great Cloud City." Li Yong took the whip and casually cracked it. He sneered, "You're about to die. However, you're still talking nonsense." The other villagers were even more excited as they spat at Mr. Dong. "Why don't you look in the mirror? Why would the Green Mountain Army collude with the old snake gang? That's right. An evil force like the old snake gang should have long been exterminated." Jiang Ming's eyes darted around as he took in the scene. Was the Green Mountain Army using the old snake gang and then destroying them after getting what they needed? As expected, the rebels aren't innocent, Jiang Ming ridiculed internally. He could not be bothered to watch any longer and was about to turn around and leave when he heard Mr. Dong, who was still continuing to cry for mercy, suddenly shout madly when he saw Li Yong drawing his saber to kill him without a care. "Just you wait. Our leader will break through to first class very soon. He will definitely avenge me." The cool metal glinted in the light, and a head fell to the ground. The cheers were endless. Jiang Ming's footsteps paused slightly before he continued to walk home. On the verge of breaking through to first class? This means that he must have a first-class cultivation technique, Jiang Ming noted. In the afternoon, the news of Mr. Dong's death spread throughout Peace Town. His head was stuck on a bamboo pole and hung high in the center of the town. The rest of the old Snake Gang members had also become outcasts. They would be beaten up the moment they were seen. The door of the Sher family manor in Peace Town was tightly shut, and it seemed like no one was there. Who would dare touch the Green Mountain Army? Although they were usually kind, they were also ruthless. A month passed. Early in the morning, Jiang Ming was sitting at the door with a bowl in his hand, waiting for the food to be served. Li Yong came, but he brought a bell instead of a porridge pot. Everyone. The mayor of Great Cloud City has died. Li Yong's words caused a wave of exclamations. Jiang Ming's eyes also flickered. The mayor had been staying safe in his residence. How could he have died? He was a first-class martial artist. It seemed that after being besieged for a month, some people in the city finally could not bear it when they saw that the government had no reinforcements. Thus, they attacked the mayor's residence. Li Yong's eyes were wild as he shouted, "The Green Mountain Army will break into the city in a few days. The officials in the city are used to exploiting you. Join the Green Mountain Army and set off with us tomorrow morning. Fight for what's rightfully yours. Fight for a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth." Around them, many hot-blooded young people were already excited. This was a chance for them to turn the tables. "I'll sign up." "And me." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people raised their hands. "Give them equipment. Follow me to fight the enemy." Li Yong nodded with satisfaction. Ah Fei weaseled into the crowd and whispered to Jiang Ming, "Ming, you're so strong. Why don't you join them?" Jiang Ming glanced at him. "For what? What will I gain? The chaos has just begun. I'm going to hide in the mountains. You should stay put as well. This is different from snatching Miss Wang's fish. Don't even think about it." Jiang Ming knew that Ah Fei was not afraid of anything. After warning him, he turned around and left, as if he did not want to get into trouble. When Ah Fei saw that Jiang Ming had left, the excitement in his eyes suddenly subsided. He came to his senses and trotted all the way home. Jiang Ming was back in his house. "I'm going to stay in the mountains for a while, so you can stay here. I've already told Wang Dong that the people in Tiger Hunting Village will take care of you. If you're in big trouble, you can hide in Tiger Hunting Village." Jiang Ming said a few words to Zhou Wenxiu, then left with his herb basket. "Chief Jiang, you're going up the mountain again." Along the way, he met a few people he knew, and they all greeted him casually. Everyone in Peace Town knew that Jiang Ming did not like trouble and preferred to live alone in the mountains, so no one paid much attention to him. Deep in a cave in the mountain forest, Jiang Ming threw the herb basket into the depths of the cave. His blood qi slowly circulated to his face, and in a moment, his features changed. Late at night, outside Peace Town, inside the supply camp, a soldier with a green cloth wrapped around his head looked anxious. He walked into the forest to relieve himself. Suddenly, he felt sleepy and fell to the ground. A figure quietly appeared, picked him up, and retreated silently. A moment later, the soldier reappeared from the darkness. He looked around and entered his tent. In the huge tent, there were more than a dozen soldiers, and the smell of Sweat was overpowering. The soldier looked left and right expressionlessly, then found his own empty. Bunk. He lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Li Yong gave an order, and the supply camp set off. Immediately, they worked together with the other divisions of the Green Mountain Army and approached Great Cloud City like a storm. The siege had reached its climax, and the supply camp had to follow closely behind the army, providing them with what was needed. The place where the supplies and supply camp were set up was still far away from the city wall, but Jiang Ming could hear the battle cries and drum beats. In front of him, the black smoke caused by the burning oil rolled up, and the scene was terrifying. Xiao Wu, stop looking. A wrinkly old soldier patted his shoulder and pointed in the direction of the city. If you're brave enough, follow masterly to the front, cut off their heads, and take credit. I don't have the guts to do that. I just need to earn some taels of silver. Jiang Ming quickly shook his head and ran back to make porridge. The supply camp had never participated in the assault, so their casualty rate was the lowest. Many people who could not survive would run to the supply camp to make a living. However, they did not get any benefits after each victory. They only got an equal share of wealth, but it was better than nothing. Li Yong, as the commander of the supply camp, should not have left his post. But the Green Mountain Army advanced too quickly. They did not have time to make key preparations. Every time the city was about to be breached, Li Yong would make use of his connections and bring a group of young and strong logistics soldiers to rush into the battle to take the credit. Jiang Ming looked at the dozen hot-blooded young men in front of the supply camp, who were excitedly carrying long spears and rushing forward with Li Yong. He could not help but shake his head. A few bowls of porridge was all that was needed to buy your lives. However, this was none of his business. If someone wanted to take a gamble, it was on them. Jiang Ming carried a wooden spoon and began to serve food to the logistics soldiers who stayed behind. It was not until evening that Li Yong brought his men back to the supply camp, covered in blood. Only half the soldiers he had set out with had returned. Damn it, those guys are pretty tough. Li Yong no longer had the kind image he had in Peace Town. His face was full of fierceness as he cursed, tomorrow I'll fight my way to the top of the city wall and chop them all into pieces. Jiang Ming and the others quickly served the food and sent it to Li Yong's tent. At this moment, a young man with a wound on his face timidly walked in with a spear in his hand. Who allowed you to come inside? Li Yong, who was in a bad mood, suddenly raised his brows and shouted. Jiang Ming looked over. It was the man who had joined the Green Mountain Army with Li Yong yesterday. The young man knelt on the ground and cried, Your Excellency, you said you would lead us to kill the enemy and make a contribution, but several of my friends died in one day. I don't want to work here anymore. I want to go back to my hometown to farm. Jiang Ming sighed internally. He collected the dishes and left with his head lowered. Li Yong's cold voice came from the tent behind him, So, you're deserting in the face of battle and disrupting the morale of the army, huh? You ought to be beheaded. Men. Ah. Spare me. I was wrong. His screams and cries gradually faded away. Jiang Ming had already returned to the kitchen. He was kneading dough and steaming bread with a calm expression, preparing for tomorrow's breakfast. There's always a price to pay for everything you do, whether you've anticipated this price in advance or not. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 days later, Jiang Ming calmly ate breakfast. He watched Li Yong lead a new group of people to the battlefield. Although they had not been able to take down Great Cloud City for a long time, everyone in the Green Mountain Army, including Li Yong, did not seem to be discouraged at all. Instead, they were full of fire, and their attacks became stronger. Everyone realized that the more difficult the battle was, the more likely it was to be the last. As long as they broke through the city, the remaining territory of the country of Yen would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The change of dynasty was close at hand. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm guessing it'll take another 10 days before the city gate can be broken through. I'll bet 10 copper coins for half a month. I'll follow. A group of unmotivated soldiers and logistic soldiers squatted together and gambled in the supplies camp. Jiang Ming licked his bowl and also joined in, using his knowledge to judge the situation. However, before noon, a figure ran back with a red face and shouted, "The city has been breached, the city has been breached." Jiang Ming stood up and looked at the smoke in the distance. The army has already entered the city. Master Li has ordered the supply camp to break into the city, the person who came shouted. The supply camp immediately got into action. They packed up and drove the carriages slowly towards the city. At the city gate, the city wall was still burning. The city gate had been smashed into pieces by martial artists, and the flag on the city wall had been replaced with the flag of the Green Mountain Army. Within the city, one could still hear the faint sounds of fighting. Jiang Ming stepped on the bricks and broken stones on the ground, stepped on the corpses of soldiers from each side, and followed the supply camp into the city slowly. "Eh? Where's Xiao Wu?" An old soldier suddenly looked around and asked in surprise. "Don't tell me he's trying to fish for some credit. He's not even cooking." The old soldier shook his head, stuffed a few pieces of firewood into the stove, and quickly started kneading the dough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The city was in chaos. The battle between the Green Mountain Army and the Imperial Army continued. The people in the city were in a state of panic and hid in their homes in terror. As Jiang Ming walked by, he even saw many people in ragged clothes, hiding under the eaves and trembling at the foot of the wall. Although many people had escaped from Great Cloud City, there were also many refugees who had escaped from the north. The tall city walls always gave people confidence and a sense of security. However, when the city gate was broken, their confidence also collapsed. Along the way, local ruffians could be seen everywhere, taking advantage of the chaos to break into the homes of the people and rob them. The soldiers were fighting, the people were crying, and the wicked were stealing. In short, it was chaos. Even if the Green Mountain Army claimed that they did not harm common people, it would not be easy to calm things down. Moreover, even some Green Mountain Army soldiers were doing the plundering. After all, they were a group of rebels. They were hypocrites. There was nothing to worry about in Peace Town because there was no profit to be made. Let's wait and see for 2 days. Jiang Ming did not immediately rush to the Old Snake Gang's base camp. After all, the Old Snake Gang had colluded with the rebel army. Who knew what the current situation was there? Were there any first-class martial artists in charge? If he encountered a first-class martial artist, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? He went across the street from the Old Snake Gang's base camp and found a small house in a courtyard. He then hid in the woodshed. An ordinary couple who owned a rice shop lived in this house. With Jiang Ming's skills, they could not detect him. He could observe and understand the Situation in the city. On the 5th day of the city's fall, the Green Mountain Army had basically taken control of the situation and had the prefecture city firmly in their hands. The Sher family also shed all pretenses and announced that they would join the Green Mountain Army. Their status rose rapidly, and they entered the mayor's mansion. The Sher family head would also serve as the mayor, directly surpassing the aristocratic Wang family. As night fell, in the dim woodshed, Jiang Ming circulated his blood qi to his ears and listened to the conversation of the owner of the house next door. Today, the Green Mountain Army came again and asked us to donate 10 more sacks of white rice. Didn't they say that they don't hurt the people? The man of the house sighed. I can only hope that they leave quickly. There's not a single good person in the government, the mistress sighed as well. The Green Mountain Army is still okay, the master muttered. Right now, they only want food. They robbed the big forces that were involved in the defense of the city. Even the Wang family has been extorted. The most troublesome thing in the city now is the bandits. They take advantage of the chaos to rob and kill people. I even saw people from Guolauhu's family pretending to be thieves and rushing into the shops on the street to rob money and valuables. That man has been in the rice and flour business with us for a long time. I recognized him at a glance. He's shameless. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Ming had heard of Guolauhu in tiger hunting village. Guolauhu also learned the leather tiger bone technique there. Later, he established his own sect after he had mastered martial arts. His blood qi was as strong as a tiger's, and he was a famous second-class martial artist in the prefecture. However, that was more than a decade ago. When Guolauhu became a second-class martial artist, he was already in his 40s. Later on, he was busy with his business and could no longer make any progress. Now that he was old and weak, he probably did not have much of his skill left. However, the Guo family had found themselves a good backer. The two bootlickers who followed Jiang Ming to kill Shi Junhong at Qinghe Tower were from the Guo family as well. Moreover, Master Zhou's plot of land was also awarded to the Guo family by Shi Junhong. Now, it was where the Guo family's branch in Peace Town was located. Guolauhu should be around 70. Although he still has some power, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight, Jiang Ming thought. On the contrary, the Old Snake gang hasn't made any moves so far. No one knows if the Old Snake gang's leader has broken through to first class. I still have to wait quietly and continue to observe. Late at night, Jiang Ming listened to the loud snoring next door. He quietly jumped out of the woodshed, jumped on the roof, and ran away. The Green Mountain Army's patrol swaggered through the city. Occasionally, there were local ruffians and rogues causing trouble, but they quickly took care of them. It would take some time to completely calm things down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With his impressive martial arts skills, his ruthless methods, and the Shi family's support, Guolauhu managed to amass a considerable amount of land and wealth. In a study room in the Guo family's backyard, Guolauhu was explaining things to his eldest son. Wei, there's something wrong with the Green Mountain Army's actions these past few days. They've killed several family heads. The Shi family may be spared, but the Guo family may not. Tomorrow morning, you will bring your wife and children, and we will disguise ourselves and hide. We will let the servants take care of the house first. When the city gate opens, In a few days, we'll leave the city and go to the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. In Peace Town. I know, Father. I'll make preparations. A moment later, a young man hurriedly walked out of the room and left. In the room, Guo patted the package on the table, quietly wondering if he had missed anything. At this moment, there was another urgent knock on the door. Father. His eldest son, Guo's anxious voice came through. What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? Guo was shocked and quickly got up to open the door. The door opened, and the night wind blew in, but Guo felt a little dizzy. Guo looked at his son. Huh? His expression changed, and his body swayed slightly. Knockout powder. As soon as this thought flashed through Guo's mind, he tried to gather his blood qi to force out the powder. In front of him, his son suddenly charged forward and swung his fist toward Guo's chest. You! Guo's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to block the attack, but his blood qi was already weak. In addition, the knockout powder had slowed him down. He could only watch as the attack rushed toward him. I'm finished, this was the only thought that flashed through Guo's mind. His entire body was sent flying like a piece of straw, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he crashed into a table. Who are you? Why are you sneakily attacking an old man? He was lying on the ground with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. His chest was a bloody mess, and his sternum was shattered. It seemed that he was not going to live, but he still looked at the man wearing his son's face. He panted and said, "You would have won against me in a fair fight. Why are you resorting to such despicable methods?" It's my first time killing a second-class martial artist, so of course I have to be careful. Jiang Ming took him in. The body of a second-class martial artist is terrifyingly strong. If your blood qi had been a little stronger, I might have been the one to die. Of course, this is under the premise that I don't use the blood-burning saber technique, Jiang Ming added internally. Guo rolled his eyes in anger. Then, before he could even catch his breath, he died. At this moment, there was the sound of panicked footsteps outside, accompanied by shouting. Jiang Ming ignored them. He picked up the package on Guo's table, jumped out of the window, and left the house. Guo was old and weak. In recent years, there were no new second-class martial artists in the Guo family. Now that Guo was dead, the Guo family was like a tiger without teeth. Countless people were eyeing them covetously, wanting to seize their assets. The Green Mountain Army would also not let go of their assets. From now on, the Guo family would no longer exist. The Green Mountain King hasn't even become the emperor yet, and the Sure family has already started to lord over everyone. I really can't stand them. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The Green Mountain Army, the Sure family, the Old Snake Gang, and other forces worked together from the inside and broke into Great Cloud City. 2 first-class martial artists from the Imperial Army had died in battle, while the rest had fled in defeat. 10 days later, the Green Mountain Army beheaded the captured generals and officials of the country of Yin. They announced to the world that the Green Mountain Army had been ordered by the people to punish the useless emperor. From then on, the Green Mountain Army occupied the 5 prefectures in the north, while the imperial court of the country of Yin defended the 7 prefectures in the south. The 2 sides used the Yanming River that crossed the country of Yin as a boundary. Thus, they were temporarily under the rule of the river. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 weeks passed. Opposite the Old Snake Gang's base camp, in an unremarkable courtyard in a narrow alley, an ordinary-looking young man was stretching in the courtyard. He was slowly practicing the leather tiger bone technique. Under his skin, there was a faint glow. That was the blood chi tempering his skin and muscles. Obviously, this was Jiang Ming. Ever since he entered Great Cloud City as a soldier, he had not shown his true face. After all, Chief Jiang of Tiger Hunting Village was quite famous here, especially in a select few establishments. Speaking of which, those restaurants should have opened again, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, thinking of the sweet Miss Schwanger. Ever since the city was invaded, the Green Mountain Army had disposed of the remaining soldiers of the Imperial Army, and they had gradually maintained peace. A few days ago, the city gates had been opened again, allowing people to enter and leave. The restaurants and shops in the city had also been repaired and opened again under the instructions of the Green Mountain Army. A peaceful new chapter had started. However, flashbacks of the destruction after the battle made this peaceful scene seem unreal. Many of the wealthier residents were worried and fled Great Cloud City as soon as the city gate opened. The ones who stayed were the poor people at the bottom rung of society and the refugees whose houses were destroyed. For them, life was already so hard, so how different could it be if they went elsewhere? Jiang Ming spent some money to buy this small courtyard from a person who was about to leave Great Cloud City. He practiced martial arts and drank wine every day, living a low-key life. Of course, his main purpose was to observe the Old Snake Gang. Naturally, Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. The Old Snake Gang had committed many evil deeds. Their enemies were spread all over Great Cloud City. There were probably many people who had the same thoughts as him. Last night, Jiang Ming even saw a man in black sneaking into the Old Snake Gang's mansion across the street. Immediately after, there were tragic cries of killing, but soon there was no more movement. Let's be patient. Jiang Ming practiced until night fell and felt that the blood chi in his body was exhausted. Then, he withdrew his fist and stood up. A second-class martial artist is indeed much stronger. Jiang Ming clenched his fist and felt the surging blood chi in his body. He estimated that if he used the blood-burning saber technique again, he could probably slash more than 30 times in a row. After all, the control and suppression of blood chi by the power of intent were completely different from that of a third-class martial artist. I wonder who will have the great fortune of being able to take my first strike, Jiang Ming thought. Of course, the strongest point of a second-class martial artist was not their blood chi, but their physical body. If the skin and muscles were tempered well, a second-class martial artist could break a weapon with their bare hands. Moreover, ordinary martial artists would find it difficult to hurt their bodies. Jiang Ming had heard that in this siege, several second-class martial artists in the Green Mountain Army city-breaking team had used their bodies to withstand the rain of falling stones and arrows and fought to the city gate by force. However, my physical body can only block a paper cutter at most. I still need to learn and practice hard, Jiang Ming muttered as he returned to the house. He poured the medicinal soup that was simmering on the stove into a bowl, and after cooling it down a little, he drank it all in one go. He felt the burning medicinal power rushing to his limbs and bones. His exhausted blood chi was quickly restored, and he felt even stronger. Jiang Ming smiled. After killing Guo Laohu that night, Jiang Ming got the package that he was going to use to escape. In addition to the money, the most precious thing was a prescription for a secret medicine for martial arts. It was a prescription for blood-strengthening soup. It was made from tiger blood, deer antler, golden ginseng, and other precious herbs. It had a miraculous effect on strengthening one's blood qi. It could make a martial artist's blood qi far stronger than those of the same rank. It was probably because of this prescription that Guo Laohu's blood qi became so rich. Jiang Ming happened to lack a secret medicine to strengthen his blood qi. Thus, he truly had struck gold this time. However, my medicinal herbs are almost used up. I need to buy some more tomorrow. Late at night, after Jiang Ming finished washing up, he was seated on the bed, drinking tea and reading a book. Suddenly, he heard shouting and the sounds of fighting outside. The ruckus was followed by a low muffled sound and a scream. And then there was no more noise. It should be a fight between third-class martial artists, Jiang Ming estimated. His expression was calm. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. At this moment, a cold voice dripping with blood qi thundered from outside. If you dare cause trouble in the Old Snake Gang, prepare a coffin in advance. If there are any more invaders, we will kill their entire family. After that, there was silence. After a long time, the barking of a few stray dogs sounded. It seems like the Old Snake Gang is really panicking. Jiang Ming smiled. The Old Snake Gang had thought that they had made a great contribution to the battle and were about to rise to the top, but they had not expected the Green Mountain Army to ignore them after entering the city. Even the Sher family had cut off all contact with the Old Snake Gang in recent days. When members of the Sher family encountered members of the Old Snake Gang on the streets, they acted as if they did not know them. Moreover, in the past few days, the Green Mountain Army had been constantly clearing out the local bandits in the city, as well as some smaller gangs. Many people were guessing that the Green Mountain Army was planning on cutting all ties with the Old Snake Gang. Some of the more daring ones wanted to take advantage of the situation and get some money before the Green Mountain Army made their move. Whatever. Jiang Ming shook his head and no longer paid attention to the commotion outside. He threw his book away. He covered himself with the blanket and went to sleep. *****. The next day, Jiang Ming finished practicing early. He casually strolled to Tiger Hunting Village. Tiger Hunting Village naturally had high-quality ingredients like tiger blood. There was also a special shop next to the Tiger Hunting Village's courtyard, selling all kinds of beast meat, blood, bones, and other things. During the siege, the gate of Tiger Hunting Village was closed, and no one participated in the battle. After the battle, they donated some beast meat and money to the Green Mountain Army. This kept them out of trouble. Jiang Ming also saw acquaintances such as Peng Lu, who was on duty in the shop. But naturally, the man did not recognize him. Instead, he was almost kicked out by Peng Lu after haggling with him. After buying the tiger blood, Jiang Ming walked to Jishirtang, ready to buy some medicinal herbs. The roast chicken restaurant has been destroyed by the catapults. Dr. Sun is out of luck, Jiang Ming muttered as he walked in. Suddenly, he smelled the stench of blood. When the smell of blood entered his nose, Jiang Ming quickly sped up and rushed into the clinic. There was no one in the hall. Jiang Ming rushed straight to the backyard and saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Dr. Sun, who was usually old and frail, was now brandishing a walking stick and fighting with a masked man in black. On the other side, there were already two men in black lying on the ground. They had a few bleeding wounds. They were clearly dead. And you said you didn't know martial arts, Jiang Ming could not help but mutter internally. Just as he was in a daze, Dr. Sun had already struck the last person with his walking stick, sending him flying into a corner in the distance. The man's mask also fell off, revealing his face. Jiang Ming recognized this person. He was an apprentice in Dr. Sun's clinic. He was usually honest and unassuming. He did not expect that he would do such a thing. Li Shirtu, you. Dr. Sun's face was also filled with anger. Old man, you didn't teach me real medical skills, so of course I had to find my own path. I didn't expect you to be so insidious and hide your strength. Li Shirtu, the apprentice, sneered. It's a pity that you're going to die now. Dr. Sun snorted coldly and rushed forward without any mercy. The walking stick in his hand ruthlessly stabbed his traitorous disciple in the heart. Are you also here to kill me and take my money? After Dr. Sun had killed the men in black, he suddenly turned to Jiang Ming, his voice cold. Jiang Ming was disguised. Therefore, Dr. Sun naturally did not recognize him. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand. No, 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 I'm here to buy medicine. I came here 2 days ago. Take care of your affairs first. Do you want me to leave now? After getting the formula for the blood-strengthening soup, Jiang Ming came to Ji Shirtang once. Li Shirtu had made it for him before. How did things come to this in just a few days? Jiang Ming made a gesture to leave, but Dr. Sun quickly stopped him and said warmly, don't go. You're my distinguished guest. Don't panic. These are all bad people. I was just defending myself. You want golden ginseng and scarlet blood vine, right? How many sets do you want today? I'll get them for you. Dr. Sun threw down his walking stick, trotted all the way to the front hall, and began to find the herbs for Jiang Ming. I'll have 5 sets, Jiang Ming said with a face full of fear, but internally, he was laughing at Dr. Sunday. He was a businessman through and through. After taking the herbs, Jiang Ming quickly threw the money and ran away, leaving Dr. Sun counting the silver happily and shouting with warmth, Xiao Liuzi, get old Jean to come over. In a small courtyard in a narrow alley, Jiang Ming was boiling the medicinal soup. He recalled Dr. Sun's fighting skills earlier. His eyes were dark. Great. Cloud City was certainly full of hidden traps. It seems that this Dr. Sun has quite a few secrets. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. I'd better not provoke this irascible old man. Jiang Ming shook his head. No matter what kind of medical skills Dr. Sun had, he did not need them anyway. There was no need to provoke this grumpy old man. He looked like a third-class martial artist, but what if he was also a second-class or even first-class martial artist? He calmed his heart and continued to practice his fist techniques in the small courtyard. His blood chi grew stronger day by day. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another 3 days passed, and news suddenly came from the city. The Green Mountain Army announced to the entire city that since the uprising, the Green Mountain Army had been loyal to the people and had eliminated evil. All the rumors about the Green Mountain Army and the city's bandit gangs were just rumors. Everyone had the right to kill him. That day, the Green Mountain Army pulled out hundreds of bandits from the prison. They lined them up at the entrance of the market and beheaded them. All blood flowed like a river. It's finally happening. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming smiled. The Green Mountain Army had finished reorganizing Great Cloud City and was preparing for the war with the Imperial Army. Winning over the people's hearts was naturally their top priority. The most effective way was to use these evil bandits as an example to establish their might. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the old Snake Gang's base camp, inside a luxurious manor, a square-faced man with gray hair sat in the head seat with an ugly expression. He had broken countless cups today. Damn the Green Mountain Army. They're despicable and shameless. They killed more than a dozen of our men. Master, what should we do? Below him, many of the old Snake Gang's senior executives looked green. During the siege, they had done many things to drag the Imperial Army back. They thought that the Green Mountain Army would give them credit after they entered the city. They did not expect this to be the result. What else can we do? We'll leave the prefecture city tonight. The square-faced man's expression was dark. If he continued to stay in this city, he was afraid that he would be gnawed to death. The Green Mountain Army, the Sure family. You lot are ruthless. His eyes were ferocious, but he could only accept this. He had thought that the Green Mountain Army were fools who had followed them to get some benefits. He had not expected the tables to turn. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside. Ha ha ha. Duanjinwu, today is the day you die. Screams came from outside the door. The square-faced man, Duanjinwu, changed his expression. He did not expect trouble to come so quickly. The old Snake Gang members hurriedly rushed out of the house and saw that the front yard was in complete chaos. There's a second-class martial artist. Duanjinwu's expression turned ugly. When he heard the commotion in the front yard, he subconsciously touched something in his arms. It was extremely easy for a second-class martial artist to obtain some money in the chaos of war. Yet, he had waited until today to charge into the old Snake Gang. It was obvious that he did not want money. Therefore, he could only be after this item. If you have the intention to snatch it, you have to face me. Duanjinwu's face revealed a strong sense of hostility. Even if I'm not a first-class martial artist, I'm still a second-tier martial artist at the peak of my realm. I'm not someone who can be trifled with. The gallery wall in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a figure full of strong blood chi stepped in. An arrow shot into his chest, but it bounced off with a bang, not injuring him in the slightest. The expressions of the old Snake Gang members changed. A second-class martial artist had appeared. The man did not even look at the others and only stared at Duanjinwu. He immediately waved his fist and rushed over, grinning hideously. Die, you old crone. Duanjinwu threw a punch and sent him flying backward. Although they were both second-class experts, there was a huge difference in their strengths. However, before he could say anything, a foot came from behind, kicking him and making him stagger, almost falling flat on his face. Duanjinwu's hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth as he looked at this person. He was another second-class martial artist. In an instant, another two figures rushed in. A total of 4 second-class martial artists surrounded Duanjinwu in the center. In the old Snake Gang's backyard, Jiang Ming was hiding on a roof, looking down at the scene below. 4 second-class martial artists, huh? It seems like they've been waiting for this day as well, Jiang Ming thought. The technique he has is a rare first-class technique. Even if an ordinary second-class martial artist joins a First-class force, it's difficult to acquire it. Naturally, he had to seize the great opportunity today. He was familiar with these second-class martial artists. After all, he was in tiger hunting village and often sent prey to various martial arts forces. He had seen many martial artists before. Second-class martial artists were also rare in major forces, so he naturally remembered them clearly. I wonder if there are others like me who are still wandering about, Jiang Ming muttered internally, but it did not matter. When the time came, he would make an appearance, do his work, and leave, not giving anyone a chance to react. Immortal, Lin, Wang Li, and Tong He. Below them, Duanjinwu's eyes were like an eagle's, and he swept his gaze across them fiercely. They're all the old snake gang's enemies. If I can kill all of you today, I won't lose anything. Ha ha ha. Master Duan, when you annihilated my sect back then, did you ever think that I would come to seek revenge today? The first person who attacked. Duanjinwu laughed loudly, but his eyes were full of hatred. Duanjinwu looked at the 4 second-class martial artists with a slightly sunken gaze. Even if he were at the peak of second class, his blood qi was limited. Moreover, he was old and had failed to break through to first class several times. Thus, his blood qi began to decline. The 2 blows he had received just now had already caused his blood qi to surge, and he had consumed a lot of it. It was probably impossible for him to escape unscathed, but before he died, he had to take a few down with him. Immortal, stop joking. What revenge? You guys came to hunt me down for this. Didn't you? Duanjinwu smiled slowly and took out a book from his pocket. The flowing cloud technique is a martial arts technique that leads directly to the first class. I believe everyone wants it. But there's only one manual, so who do you think I should give it to? As he spoke, he looked at them with an evil smile. Their expressions changed slightly. Immortal immediately shouted in a deep voice, don't listen to him trying to sow discord. Let's join forces to kill him. We can copy each other's books. Don't mess up. If we can't kill him, he'll hunt us down in the future. Let's go. Lin said coldly. He was the first to charge forward and attack Duanjinwu. The others attacked from different directions at the same time, limiting Duan Jinwu's movement. However, Duanjinwu snorted coldly and threw the book at Immortal while he went up to Lin. With a loud roar, his eyes widened in anger, and his arm shot out. He struck out with his palm and collided with Lin's fist. Lin's arm suddenly twisted, blood spurted out, and his bones shattered into shards that flew everywhere. Duanjinwu took the opportunity to close in and hit his chest with his palm again, causing his chest to cave in, and he died on the spot. At Duanjinwu's side, Tong He's fist came close and smashed onto his side. With a crack, his ribs were broken. Duanjinwu staggered backward and stood still, panting heavily. He had used all his strength to kill a second-class martial artist with a thunderous momentum, but his blood qi had diminished by a third. He had also been punched in the side, and his strength had dropped greatly. Jiang Ming glanced at the other side. Immortal and Wang Li had turned around halfway and were trying to grab the book at the same time. Otherwise, Duanjinwu would not have been so arrogant as to chase after Lin with his back exposed. At this moment, Immortal and the other man also grabbed the book. They tore the book in half, holding a side each. Eh? You tricked me. Immortal lowered his head and took a glance. He was instantly infuriated. It was a poetry collection. Duan Jinwu laughed. How stupid. You're looking for death. Immortal and Wang Li were enraged. They shouted and rushed over at the same time. However, a trace of viciousness flashed in Duan Jinwu's eyes. He suddenly stretched out his arms, and hundreds of fine needles shot out from his sleeves. The silver needles flew out. Immortal and the other man did not have a chance to react before they were shot. The two of them were disdainful. Although these flying needles were sinister to second-class martial artists who were invulnerable to blades and spears, they were no different from a mosquito bite. The silver needles fell to the ground after hitting the two of them. Immortal and Wang Li paused for a moment before they surrounded him again. In an instant, Duan Jinwu was in a difficult position. In addition, the consumption of his blood qi was getting greater and greater. There were many wounds on his body, and one of his legs was broken. However, in just a moment, Immortal's body suddenly went limp. Duan Jinwu's punch hit his head directly, and he died immediately. The silver needles are poisonous. Wang Li immediately reacted and exclaimed. It's too late. Duan Jinwu laughed hideously as he panted heavily. He was a dignified second-class martial artist. How could his trump card be so simple? The intoxicating powder on the silver needles dissolved into the body upon contact, and even a second-class martial artist could not defend against it. Wang Li's whole body went limp. He watched helplessly as Duan Jinwu rushed over and killed him instantly. In an instant, only Tong he was left among the four experts who had attacked Duan Jinwu. However, Tong He's face was filled with joy. Duan Jinwu's injuries were severe, and his blood qi was almost depleted. As long as he was careful, he would definitely be the survivor. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. Who is it? He turned around. He saw a fierce-looking brawny man with a long saber in his hand walking over. Step by step. Zhang Shan, the burly man said coldly. What? You're Zhang Shan? Tong He's expression changed slightly. He knew that this person did not care about his life and was someone who was bold enough to kill the Shi family's young master. Duan Jinwu's head and belongings are mine. The brawny man arrogantly pointed the tip of his saber at Duan Jinwu. Your tone is a little too arrogant. Tong He's face darkened. Duan Jinwu was also so angry that he laughed. Kill me? In your dreams. You're too noisy, the burly man sneered. His blood qi surged, and in an instant, an aura that made Duan Jinwu and Tong He's hearts palpitate exploded. A blood mist rose from the surface of his body, slowly condensing toward the blade like a cloud. The blood-burning saber technique? Tong He cried out in shock. He clearly recognized this forbidden technique. This person is crazy. The two of them had the same thought. The brawny man had already raised his saber and leaped into the air. He burst out with amazing speed and power and slashed at Duan Jinwu. F***ck, you're crazy. Duan Jinwu wanted to curse and dodged with all his might. The long knife cut the bluestone floor, leaving a ditch as wide as a person on the spot. The aftershock alone hurt Duan Jinwu's internal organs and caused him to spit out blood. Fortunately, this fellow is stupid. Using a forbidden technique won't help him. Duan Jinwu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, but he rejoiced internally. However, before he could think further, he felt the terrifying aura behind him. Rise again. He turned his head in shock and saw that Zhang Shan, who was covered in blood, had actually used the blood-burning saber technique for the second time. He was coming towards him with a fierce expression. What enmity do I have with you? This was Duan Jinwu's last thought before he died. Blood mist curled around the blade, and Jiang Ming's whole body was steaming. He was like a blood-soaked god of death, and he slashed at Duan Jinwu. No matter how tough Duan Jinwu's body was, it was as fragile as a piece of paper at this moment. Blood spurted out, and his head flew up and fell into the grass with his eyes open. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Ming laughed arrogantly, then lowered his head and began to search Duan Jinwu's body. He was dumbstruck. He had never seen such a crazy person who did not care about his life. He just casually used a forbidden technique twice? That was 2 years of life. Moreover, if his origin was damaged, even his martial arts path would be affected. He might never be able to become a first-class martial artist in his life. However, he definitely can't make a third strike. He suddenly returned to his senses. He looked at Zhang Shan, who was searching the body with his head lowered, his eyes flickering. Perhaps this was the best time to make a move. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from outside the courtyard. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. I can even see a forbidden technique, like the blood-burning saber technique, being used. The voice came closer and closer, and a figure landed in the courtyard. Chuckling, unfortunately, the bird stalks the worm, unaware of the snake behind. The final winner is me. Xingjia. He recognized this person and could not help but change his expression. This was also a second-class martial artist who had been famous in the prefecture for a long time. Now that he had suffered heavy injuries from his fight with Duan Jinwu, he had no chance of winning against a second-class martial artist who was completely fine. Xingjia's gaze was also apathetic, as if everything was within his grasp. He said indifferently, Zhang Shan, give me the thing. I won't do anything to you. At this time, Jiang Ming had already found the flowing cloud technique. He casually put it in his arms, turned his head and glanced at the person as if he was looking at an idiot, and then strode out of the courtyard. You're looking for death. Xingjia was immediately enraged. He immediately circulated his blood qi and charged toward Jiang Ming. Zhang Shan is really arrogant. He doesn't have the energy to fight back. He also shook his head. However, in the next moment, his jaw fell open. Zhang Shan turned around with a face full of impatience. The blood mist on the surface of his body once again erupted without the slightest hesitation. He raised his saber fiercely and brazenly welcomed the incoming Xingjia. He used the blood-burning saber technique a third time. This fellow doesn't want to live. He was completely disoriented. With 3 slashes, he would lose 10 years of his life and his origin would be damaged. What was the use of Zhang Shan snatching the flowing cloud technique? Not to mention breaking through to first class, even staying alive would be difficult. And yet, Zhang Shan was using the technique all willy-nilly. Was he drunk or something? However, Xingjia did not think of this. At this moment, he was confidently charging toward Zhang Shan. However, he encountered this sudden attack. He did not even have the time to change his direction. He only had the time to raise his blade with a face full of fear, trying to block this attack. As the saber slashed down, a terrifying might erupted. The two long sabers exploded, and countless metal shards shot forward, immediately stabbing Jiang. Jia. After a short blood-curdling scream, he fell to the ground, dead. Jiang Ming glanced at the hilt of his blade, shook his head, and threw it away, then strode out. Although the blood-burning saber technique was very strong, this saber was just an ordinary weapon after all. It could not withstand such a terrifying force. It seemed that he had to find a suitable weapon in the future. At this point, the only second-class martial artist in the yard was Tong He. However, even if Jiang Ming's saber was shattered, Tong He did not dare have any thoughts about the flowing cloud technique. In the face of such a madman who did not care about his life, everyone had to retreat. The opportunity to advance to a first-class martial artist was rare. But their own lives were even more precious. ******. The old snake gang will be gone from today onward. Jiang Ming walked out from the backyard and looked at the bold martial artists he met along the way. They were all taking advantage of the situation to plunder the old snake gang. Jiang Ming killed 2 people who were staring at him and took some golden leaves. He left the old snake gang immediately. Jiang Ming, who was covered in blood, stood out. He hid in an empty house and only returned to his small courtyard late at night. The next morning, Jiang Ming went to a street food stall to get a snack and heard a few diners talking about yesterday's events in high spirits. The old snake gang had been exterminated, and several second-class martial artists had died. The most explosive news was naturally the return of the law enforcing fanatic, Zhang Shan. He had beheaded the old snake gang's leader with a single strike. I knew it. Zhang Shan hates evil. How could he miss this opportunity to get rid of evil? A teenager shouted with a red face. He wished he was the hero who killed all the evil people in the world. I heard that the hero used a forbidden martial arts technique that would damage his body. He's really unyielding. He would rather risk his life to get rid of a plague like the old snake gang. He's truly worthy of respect. Everyone nodded, their respect for him growing. Another one! Jiang Ming shouted. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. By the way, have you heard? The Green Mountain Army has started to recruit soldiers. I heard that the treatment is not bad. The monthly salary is sufficient for a family of 3 to eat and drink, someone suddenly said. I think the Green Mountain Army is not bad. They treat the people well and attack cities and strongholds along the way. The other man pointed to the sky and chuckled, if you join now, you might be able to make a meteoric rise in the future and enjoy life in the capital. As soon as he said this, those who originally did not want to join the Green Mountain Army were stunned for a moment, and they began to contemplate. Although it was dangerous to go to war, wasn't it dangerous to be a commoner as well? Instead of living a terrible life, it was better to take a gamble. If their stakes were right, they would soar to the sky. Jiang Ming glanced at the 2 guys who were echoing each other and did not bother to say anything more. After eating his food, he was ready to go back to his small courtyard. What? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. On the streets, a group of Green Mountain Army soldiers was swaggering past, and the commoners hurriedly retreated. Among the group of soldiers, there was an unremarkable short woman with tanned skin. She was talking and laughing with her companions, but her brows were full of murderous intent. Her eyes were like an eagle's eyes. Huang Xiaoying. Jiang Ming just glanced over, then averted his gaze, and continued to walk forward. The quiet and timid little girl from back then has changed quite a lot. Jiang Ming chuckled internally. But this might not be a bad thing. In such a world, the most important thing was to survive. Jiang Ming naturally did not rush up to Huang Xiaoying to acknowledge her. He just felt a little amazed. In less than a year, she had changed completely. Jiang Ming sighed softly and no longer thought about it. He bought some groceries from the stalls. He returned to his small courtyard, drew water from the well, and prepared his food. He planned to stay in the city for a few more days. Great Cloud City had been around for almost 1,000 years. The city had been destroyed and rebuilt. But the name had never changed. It was rumored that it was named by an immortal in ancient times. Although it was impossible to tell whether it was true or false, it was interesting to hear the calligraphers tell stories of historical or legendary figures and watch the babbling performances on the stage. There was no chance to see these in Peace Town. Of course, the main reason was that Peace Town had not been very peaceful. These days, it was said that the supply camps of the Green Mountain Army were set up there to receive grain and weapons from the north. Now, they captured herb gatherers every day to pick herbs in the mountains to prepare for the upcoming battle. Who have we herb gatherers offended? Jiang Ming slurped the noodles he had cooked and could not help but curse. Jiang Ming was so full that he was in a daze. He had a long nap in the afternoon and only got up in the evening. He sliced up some watermelon to eat. At the same time, he flipped open the flowing cloud technique that he had snatched from the old snake gang and looked at it nonchalantly. Night had fallen when he had finally finished reading. He was still far away from the peak of the second class, and he just wanted to understand first-class martial artists first. However, this book also gave Jiang Ming a lot of insight. Not only did it contain the cultivation method of the flowing cloud technique, but it also contained some martial Dao insights and descriptions of the martial Dao path of the creator of this method. I didn't know that a first-class martial artist was so terrifying. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. According to this book, a first-class martial artist can cover his body with blood qi, and his combat power will increase several times. Even a martial artist at the peak of the second class can't block a casual attack from a first-class martial artist. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of the blood-burning saber technique, which also wrapped the saber with blood qi. It seemed to be similar to the fighting style of first-class martial artists. I wonder how much the power of the blood-burning saber technique will increase after I break through to the first-class realm. Jiang Ming was looking forward to this. After all, actual combat was the only standard to test the truth. After yesterday's battle, he found that this technique was really useful. I have to practice more when I have time. Other people could only use these moves a few times in their lives, but Jiang Ming could use them whenever he pleased. Naturally, he had to study hard and master them. Through this book, Jiang Ming finally understood that above first class martial artists, there were two more classes, Dao Master and Grandmaster. These were the masters that Master Zhou had mentioned before. However, Master Zhou did not know much about them. It's said that the Green Mountain King is a Grandmaster, Jiang Ming muttered. No wonder he could rebel. He was powerful. However, is becoming a Grandmaster the end of the road? According to the flowing cloud technique, the Grandmaster class was the highest attainment, and no one had been able to surpass it for thousands of years. It seems like I have to make plans early and find the path to immortality. Jiang Ming sighed. The beast-taming prescription that he had obtained back then was obviously not something that could be created by martial artists, but the source of it was still unknown. If it really doesn't work, I'll travel around the world. I don't believe that. I can't meet such a cultivator after living for 1,000 years. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the evening, Jiang Ming continued to practice the leather tiger bone technique in the small courtyard, trying to understand the intent of the tiger. Although this martial arts technique could only be cultivated to second class, its concept was not ordinary. Advancing courageously and fearlessly was in line with the path of martial arts. Even if one did not cultivate this technique in the future, one could still benefit a lot from it. Maintaining an indomitable mentality was of great benefit to the cultivation of martial arts. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt a burst of annoyance. He opened his eyes and looked at a certain part of the courtyard wall. A black-clothed figure suddenly climbed up the wall. Without making a sound, he flipped over and landed on the ground quietly. After that, he saw Jiang Ming. The man in black's expression changed. He turned around and tried to climb the wall to escape. Jiang Ming snorted coldly and kicked a stone from his foot, directly hitting the back of his head, and he fell to the ground. The man in black grunted and turned around. Jiang Ming was already standing in front of him. "Sir, please spare my life." The man in black knew that he had done something foolish and quickly begged for mercy. "I'll be asking the questions," Jiang Ming said expressionlessly. All right. The man in black nodded. "What's your name? Why did you come to my house?" The man in black quickly spilled the beans. "Sir, I'm Lu Zhongjiu. Recently, I heard that many houses had been sold. I guessed that the people who bought houses with courtyards should have a lot of wealth. Thus, I came to try my luck." Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent. He took out a bag of powder and poured it into Lu Zhongjiu's mouth. "This is a poisonous powder. Without the antidote, you will die within 2 hours. Now, tell me the truth." "Sir, please spare me. Please spare me. I'm telling the truth." The man in black was so scared that he cried. After a long time, Jiang Ming stopped asking. He was telling the truth. After all, he didn't change his mind until he died. Jiang Ming glanced at the body with blood flowing out of its mouth. He packed up his bag without hesitation and left the residence. 2 days later, Jiang Ming, who had changed his appearance, bought a dilapidated little courtyard and went into hiding again. However, he often recalled what happened that night. Before Lu Zhongjiu climbed over the wall, Jiang Ming was immersed in his martial arts practice and did not notice the movement there at all. However, he looked over instinctively anyway. That feeling was like the perception of unknown danger. It's definitely not a coincidence. Jiang Ming sat in the yard and pondered, trying to figure out the reason for this new power. Jiang Ming drank a bowl of medicinal soup, stood still in the courtyard, and practiced his fist technique. His mood gradually became clear, and he immersed himself in his training. The wind blew, and the leaves rustled. Jiang Ming suddenly felt something. He moved his body and stood under a peach tree in the corner of the courtyard. Almost at the same time, a malnourished green peach fell and was caught by Jiang Ming. It was as if Jiang Ming had already expected it before the peach fell. It's here again. That sharp perception, that's beyond my knowledge. Jiang Ming stared at the peach in his hand, his mood fluctuating. For the past few days, he had been practicing his fist techniques every day. trying to find the feeling of that day. After countless attempts, he finally entered the state of heightened perception again today. I think I found the reason for the super sense. Jiang Ming looked at the bottom of the wall, where the dregs were piled up like a small mountain. They were all the medicinal herbs for making the spirit-clearing soup. After the appearance of his heightened perception that day, Jiang Ming began to think about the techniques he had practiced and the various secret medicines he had used. Finally, he locked his eyes on the spirit-clearing soup. When I first drank the spirit-clearing soup, it only calmed my mind. However, after I drank more and more, things changed. Every time I drink it now, I can immerse myself in focus, and the speed of my comprehension has increased a lot. The 2 times he triggered the heightened perception were after he had just drunk the spirit-clearing soup. This made Jiang Ming certain that the secret medicine from Guanfeng definitely had an extraordinary origin. Could it be the same as the beast-taming prescription? Does it not belong to this mortal world? He drank 3 bowls of spirit-clearing soup every day for more than a year. Other martial artists could only drink it once a month. It was likely that no one could trigger this new state. Looks like I'll have to increase my intake in the future. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. The 2 times he triggered his heightened perception were both short moments, but it made him feel the power of this ability. At that moment, his comprehension of the intent of the tiger seemed to increase exponentially, and he had a feeling of completely understanding it. Although this feeling was fake, Jiang Ming also benefited a lot. He felt that his understanding of the intent of the tiger had improved a lot. Let's drink 10 bowls a day. Jiang Ming made a decision. He had stolen Guolaohu's assets. Now that he had a lot of money, it was not a problem for him to drink a lot of this. Moreover, the spirit-clearing soup might really have something to do with the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming naturally could not let go of this clue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The weather was getting warmer, and another month passed. Jiang Ming insisted on drinking 10 bowls of spirit-clearing soup every day, which triggered his heightened perception 3 times. His comprehension of the intent of the tiger had improved by leaps and bounds, and his control of blood qi had become more and more exquisite. His skin had been completely tempered. The swords of ordinary third-class martial artists could hardly break through Jiang Ming's physical defense now. Even that genius from the Shi family can't match my speed, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. This heightened was truly like a cheat code. It was definitely not something that should exist in this world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Summer was coming to an end. Lord Songshan, who was revealed to be the Green Mountain King, personally arrived at Great Cloud City and led the army across the river to the 7 mansions in the south, leaving only a small number of troops in the city. Is the dynasty really going to change? I think Lord Songshan will do well. He has tidied up Great Cloud City in the past 2 months. I think he is much better than those old crones in the past. Under a tree outside the courtyard, a group of old men with white beards sat together. They fanned themselves with large fans while discussing the current situation. Hey, this move of yours is too much, an old man suddenly shouted. In front of him, an ordinary-looking young man smiled shyly. Master Chen, you're in debt for 3 rounds. The old man was so angry that he glared. He messed up the chess pieces and slapped 3 copper plates angrily before he got up with a dark face. Another old man quickly sat down and rolled up his sleeves. Watch me. I must win back what I won a few days ago today. Ashung, you're so young. Why don't you follow the Green Mountain Army and make a name for yourself? Master Chen, who had gotten up, suddenly said. It's such a waste of time to play chess and drink tea with us old men all day. I'm not as brave as your son, I can only do some carpentry to pass the time. When your son becomes a king and returns to his hometown in glory, he must not forget about us, the young man said humbly. The other old men quickly echoed. Master Chen grinned and said, Ashung, your carpentry skills are really good. My wife even praised you. Don't worry, my son is a martial artist. He won't forget you in the future. The young man smiled and did not say anything else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the evening, Jiang Ming carried the dozens of copper coins he had earned and hummed a little tune as he went back to the courtyard, leaving behind a few old men with dark faces. Whether Lord Songshan can succeed or not can't just depend on this. Under the peach tree, Jiang Ming looked at the boiling teapot in front of him and muttered to himself, now that the Green Mountain Army's progress is going well, everything will be fine. If the war goes badly and they are forced to retreat by the Imperial Army, I'm afraid that Great Cloud City will be in chaos. We can't do without recruiting strong men to expand our army. If they're more ruthless, it's not impossible to burn down the city and kidnap the refugees. If the city gate is closed again, I won't have anywhere to run. After all, I'm only a martial artist and not an immortal. It seems like it's time to return to Peace Town. Now that almost all of the Green Mountain Army had left, there was no one left to catch the herb gatherers in Peace Town, so there would be no trouble when he returned. Moreover, Peace Town was adjacent to the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. No matter what happened, he could just go into the mountain. The army would not go into the mountains. The next morning, Jiang Ming carried his luggage and was ready to leave the city. At the city gate, Jiang Ming looked at the soldiers who were guarding the city. One of them looked like a general, but he looked a little familiar. Isn't that Shi Chuanyan from the Shi family? Jiang Ming remembered the ruthless officer in Qinghe Tower. He did not expect that he had already become the general of the Green Mountain Army. I don't know how long you can be a general. Jiang Ming smiled internally. After a few simple questions from a few soldiers, he strode out of the city gate. He found a side road and sneaked all the way into the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. He took his herb basket from the remote cave, revealed his true face, and strode down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, at the entrance of Peace Town, from a distance, Jiang Ming saw a few soldiers in armor patrolling the town entrance. It seems that Peace Town is now the Green Mountain Army's private land. Although the army had already left, there should still be some small fries left to look after the base. He did not expect that the old snake gang would be gone and replaced by the Green Mountain Army. Jiang Ming sighed internally. He could not tell whether it was good or bad. As he approached, a soldier stopped him and scolded, "A herb gatherer? Are you stupid? Where's the fee for going down the mountain? AF * King Mountain fee?" Jiang Ming was shocked. Back then, even the minor officials of the imperial court were not so brazen. A fat middle-aged man who looked like the leader quickly ran over and kicked the soldier who blocked their path. Then, he cupped his hands to Jiang Ming and smiled. "Chief Jiang, please forgive me. The newcomer is stupid." Jiang Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the man. He recognized him. When the commander of the supply camp, Li Yong, brought people to give out Porridge, he had been following Li Yong and knew that Jiang Ming was from the tiger hunting village. Zhang Zhushi, what kind of foolishness is this? He asked with a smile. Zhang Zhushi's chubby face was oily, and he looked benevolent. The old snake gang has committed many evil deeds. Now that they've been completely eradicated, there's no one to take care of the medicine market in Peace Town. It's a mess, and there are often bloody incidents of fighting and snatching. Moreover, we also need to leave some people here to guard Peace Town. Master Li went with the army, so he sent us to guard this place, watch over the medicine market, maintain order, and patrol the mountains and forests to prevent bandits from coming. It's also a form of protection for the people. Zhang Zhushi said with a face full of righteousness. Jiang Ming could not help but complain internally, Li Yong is really kind on the surface, but ruthless on the inside. Not only did he trick the people of Peace Town into being cannon fodder, but he also didn't let go of this source of wealth. Jiang Ming remembered that Li Yong had killed Mr. Dong. It was probably to prepare for him to take over this source of income. The harvest of Peace Town's medicine market might not be enough for the huge Green Mountain Army, but if Li Yong took all of it into his pocket under the excuse of guarding the town, it was not a small sum of money. Moreover, the herbs in this town were basically all sold to the Green Mountain Army. If Li Yong asked his men to tamper with the price, it would be a profit on both sides. Regardless of whether it's the Old Snake Gang or the Green Mountain Army, the herb gatherers of Peace Town will always be exploited. It seems that the Green Mountain Army thinks that they've achieved their goal and can't even be bothered to pretend anymore, Jiang Ming said internally, but his face showed a smile. Since it's a rule, then I won't make things difficult for you. What are the fees for coming down the mountain? For the others, it's 3 copper coins. Chief Jiang, with your status. Of course you don't need to pay, Zhang Zhushi hurriedly waved his hand and refused with a tough expression. Jiang Ming glanced at him. I don't believe you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Greetings, Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang, long time no see. As soon as Jiang Ming walked into the bar, the customers around him greeted him one after another. Jiang Ming responded to them with a smile and walked to the counter. You are really slippery. You've been in the mountains for 3 months. Old Jiang, who was settling the accounts, looked up and laughed. I just came down the mountain and 3 copper coins were fed to the dogs. Jiang Ming said with a pout. Old Jiang was stunned and sighed, it's good enough that you're still alive. The Green Mountain Army is better than before. They're a bit stronger. Jiang Ming was silent. Perhaps many people had the same idea as old Jiang. To them, the Green Mountain Army officials were not so ruthless. They were happy enough to not be exploited as badly as they were before. However, this kind of life might not last long. That's right, a few days ago, someone picked the fire cloud grass again. I don't know what's going on this year, but only half a year has passed, and 3 people have gotten lucky. You've been in the mountains every day, and you haven't seen any? Old Jiang suddenly asked. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. The frequency of finding fire cloud grass had been increasing in the past 2 years. Could it be that what the lousy storyteller had written was true? An immortal herb would appear? It seems like I have to go back to the mountains to take a look. Jiang Ming thought internally, but his expression remained calm. He sighed and said, maybe I'm not lucky enough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was August. The Green Mountain Army had arrived in the Jiangnan prefecture and said that they would take another city in half a month. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, paid no attention to the outside world. He bought rare medicinal herbs from the Wang family's medicinal shop and returned to the cottage in the mountain. Every day, he picked herbs to practice martial arts and temper his body. Master C and the Fat Tiger's team dominated the mountains, and the area around the house had become a forbidden area for the animals in the mountains. Moreover, this duo was getting more and more skilled in finding medicinal herbs. One had brains, and the other had brawn, which saved Jiang Ming a lot of energy. He was even considering feeding the Fat Tiger some secret medicine when he was free. Jiang Ming performed the blood-burning saber technique, and the blood chi in his body gushed out continuously and condensed on the blade, erupting with a terrifying power that could split rocks. Jiang Ming used up all his blood chi with the last strike. I can finally use the blood-burning saber technique without any worries. Jiang Ming's face showed a satisfied smile. After triggering his heightened perception several times, Jiang Ming's understanding of the intent had made rapid progress. Now, he could control blood chi as easily as he could his limbs. Jiang Ming himself was probably comparable to a second-class martial artist. After returning to the mountain, Master C found him some fire cloud grass. This morning, he mixed it with various other herbs and made a medicinal soup for him to drink. With the help of the fire cloud grass, Jiang Ming had completely completed the tempering of his flesh and blood. He only needed to temper his meridians and he could become a top-notch second-class martial artist. He could finally completely control the blood-burning saber technique and was not affected by the boiling blood chi. The blood chi in his body was enough for him to make more than 50 strikes in a row. He could now do whatever he wanted in Great Cloud City. The blood-burning saber technique allowed him to fight above his level, but the premise was that the other party had to fight him head-on. However, first-class martial artists were not fools. When they saw someone using a forbidden technique, they would turn around and run. Master C and the Fat Tiger returned. Master C's little paws were waving. Jiang Ming immediately understood its gesture and was surprised. You found fire cloud grass again? While he was excited, he also had a bad feeling. Fire cloud grass was being discovered too frequently. It was almost noon, and the fog in the mountain forest gradually dissipated. It was now hot and dry. Master C was riding on the Fat Tiger, rushing forward excitedly. Jiang Ming followed behind with a trace of doubt in his eyes. According to Master C's description, what it had discovered was not the fire cloud grass, but something that had the smell of the fire cloud grass, or rather, its aura. Could it be some unripe fire cloud grass? Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He was also a little curious about what he was about to see. According to the townspeople, since the first appearance of the fire cloud grass, no one had ever seen how grew and matured. Jiang Ming recalled the information he knew about the fire cloud grass. Every time I see it, it's mature. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. If he could see an unripe fire cloud grass, he might be able to figure out how it appeared and grew. They passed through mountain creeks and streams. After a full quarter of an hour, the sun became hotter and hotter, and the Fat Tiger stopped. Master C raised its paw and pointed forward. Jiang Ming quickly moved and stood beside it, looking forward. When Jiang Ming saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At the edge of the cliff, where the sunlight was the strongest, a short three-leaf grass grew tenaciously in the cracks of the rocks. Purple root grass. Jiang Ming recognized this green grass. It was a relatively common herb with a dark purple root, which was mainly used to treat weak spleen and body. But at this time, Jiang Ming's attention was not on the purple root grass, but on a flying insect that was less than an inch lying on the leaf. A fire mayfly? Jiang Ming finally revealed a look of shock. It was a common insect found deep in the forest, and it was named after its flaming wings. They're an extremely ancient species that don't eat or drink in their entire lives. They're born in the morning and die by nightfall. Jiang Ming looked at the primitive and beautiful insect, but at this time, it was exuding an unusual heat. It was extremely similar to the fire cloud grass. Every now and then, the fire mayfly would flap its wings. Its translucent thin wings reflected a multicolored luster under the sun, in which there was a faint red light circulating and flickering. Is it absorbing the power of the blazing sun? Jiang Ming was more and more shocked. This fire mayfly could be seen everywhere in the mountains, rivers, and swamps, but he had never heard of it having such a magical change. He tried to calm down and continued to observe. It was getting closer and closer to noon. The sun in the sky was getting hotter and hotter, and the flapping of the fire mayfly's wings was also getting more and more frequent. Finally, at noon, when the sun was at its strongest, the fire mayfly suddenly flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. The red light in its wings instantly gathered in its body, emitting a burning power. It seemed that there was an intense and extreme transformation going on in its body. However, in just an instant, a turbulent flame burst out from its body and burned it to ashes. Red light spots fell like rain falling into the sand, blending into the purple root grass below. The purple root grass seemed to have received a great supplement. It suddenly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turning red and sprouting new buds. In an instant, the ordinary purple root grass transformed into the fire cloud grass that Jiang Ming had seen several times, exuding a faint burning aura. This is the origin of the fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming stared at the strange crimson grass that was swaying gently and sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that the fire cloud grass, which was worth dozens of taels of silver, actually came from a fire mayfly that was even weaker than an ant? The fire mayfly must have eaten the purple root grass to be able to absorb the power of the blazing sun and attempt to undergo a transformation. However, this transformation doesn't seem to be that simple. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. A lot more fire cloud grass was appearing in the mountain. Did that mean there was a fire mayfly that had successfully transformed? If a failed fire mayfly could create some fire cloud grass, then what would it transform into when it was successful? It seems that this mountain is not as simple as it looks. Fire cloud grass is appearing more and more frequently. Could it be that some treasure is really about to appear? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. According to those old rumors, every time fire cloud grass appeared frequently, it would cause a bloody storm. Maybe the treasure that caused the fight was the source of the transformation of the fire mayfly, Jiang Ming guessed. No matter what, we can't stay in the mountains for the time being. He picked up the fire cloud grass and began to make plans. Perhaps those major forces had not yet reacted to it, but after a period of time, the frequency of fire cloud grass's appearance would increase. Then, everyone knew that a treasure was going to appear on this mountain. Even martial arts experts from other places would probably come from afar. After all, fire cloud grass was already a precious medicine that could help martial artists improve, and the suspected source of the fire cloud grass was something that was rumored to lead to a great treasure. Although Jiang Ming was a second-class martial artist, he was at a first-class level. However, he had no intention of participating in this gamble. An unknown treasure was not worth the risk. It's better to leave first. Jiang Ming returned to the wooden house in the mountains and boiled the fire cloud grass into a medicinal soup to drink. He then put some valuable medicinal herbs into his medicine basket and walked down the mountain. He did not care about the rest of his belongings. Jiang Ming was no longer the poor boy who had just transmigrated. At most, he would just replace them after the storm passed. As for Master C and the fat tiger, under Jiang Ming's instructions, they also went to the depths of the forest to find a safe place to hide. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, since Elder Jiang is treating us today, we're all going to make him pay. Jiang Ming and Ah Fei were drinking and chatting when a group of herb gatherers came in. In the center of this group of people was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. His face was also red. All right. Today's drinks are on me. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Elder Jiang laughed heroically, his face filled with excitement. Mr. Jiang, hurry up and serve the wine. Elder Jiang also picked some fire cloud grass today. He sold it to the Green Mountain Army and earned 30 taels of silver. Congratulations. Amazing, Elder Jiang. The bar was a mess, and everyone was looking at Elder Jiang with envy. Now that the Green Mountain Army was in power, they were not as shameless as the old snake gang back then. As long as they followed the rules, the herbs would be purchased at the normal price. This year, several people made a fortune by finding fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming took a sip of wine and sighed internally. In the short few days that he had returned to the town, 2 people had found some fire cloud grass. Elder Jiang, congratulations. Jiang Ming raised his mug and lifted it towards the old man who was full of joy. Many thanks, Chief Jiang. This pint of wine is on me too. Elder Jiang grinned. Heh, with these 30 taels of silver, Elder Jiang, you can open a small shop in the city. I think you should build a big house in our town. In the warm atmosphere, a few old herb gatherers had dark eyes, as if they had thought of something. Jiang Ming walked to the corner of the counter and clinked his mug with old Jiang's. He whispered, Mr. Jiang, do you know what the reason for the frequent appearance of the fire cloud grass is? Old Jiang's face did not show any joy either. He sighed and said, when I was young, I heard my father say that when more fire cloud grass appeared, there would definitely be a king of medicine in the mountain. It was rumored that it could prolong one's life and cure all diseases. I don't know anything more. But one thing is for sure. Once the king of medicine appears, I'm afraid the herb gatherers in Peace Town will be in trouble again. Old Jiang's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The king of medicine? Jiang Ming muttered internally. Others did not know how the fire cloud grass was born. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. It was created by the remnants of the fire mayfly's failed transformation. The king of medicine. Could it be that the purple root grass that the fire mayfly had grown on would transform into this? I can't go into the mountain anymore, Jiang Ming thought to himself. Although he suspected that the king of medicine had something to do with the immortal encounter, he would not let greed get the better of him. Even old Jiang knew about this. Perhaps they were already well informed. People in the mountains who had begun to quietly search for the king of medicine. He had a lot of time. He would just wait and see. He could even wait 100 years to find the next king of medicine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming stayed in the town for the next few days. He trained at home while teaching Zhou Wenshou martial arts. Occasionally, he would go to old Zhang's bar to sit for a while and listen to the news of the war in the south, as well as any news related to fire cloud grass. Jiangnan City is a tough nut to crack. I heard that the Green Mountain Army suffered a lot of casualties. They haven't even touched the city wall. I don't think it's good. It's said that the aristocratic families in Jiangnan City that colluded with the Green Mountain Army have suddenly stopped moving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The news of the war came in waves. However, for the next 5 to 6 days, he did not hear any news about fire cloud grass. On the 7th day, when Jiang Ming walked into the bar, he saw that many customers' faces were red, as if they were celebrating something. His heart sank. As expected, an herb gatherer whose cheeks were red from drinking shouted excitedly, "Hello, Chief Jiang. There's more fire cloud grass today." Little Jiang picked it. "Hey, we herb gatherers are finally going to be rich." Many herb harvesters were happily surrounding a young man in the middle of the bar. Many people waved their fists and were ready to go into the mountains to do something. 3 days later, there was another celebration. 2 more stalks of fire cloud grass. Old Tang and Deaf Qian found them in the bar. Even the customers who were not herb gatherers were excited. Even Deaf Qian, who was a cripple and did not dare enter the mountains, had managed to get a stalk. What were they waiting for? Although some of the older herb gatherers were also celebrating, the gloominess in their eyes became more and more intense, as if they already had a premonition of what was about to happen. "Mr. Jiang, I'm preparing to return to the prefecture." Jiang Ming sighed and slammed the money on the table. Old Jiang nodded his head in understanding. Jiang Ming was now a well-known and experienced herb gatherer in Peace Town. If powerful forces came to find the king of medicine, he would probably be captured as a strong man. Jiang Ming laughed awkwardly. After returning home and giving Zhou Wenshou a simple explanation, Jiang Ming carried his luggage and left without any hesitation. Although he was from Tiger Hunting Village, if the Green Mountain Army came to capture him, or if the forces outside Great Cloud City that surpassed first class martial artists came to capture him, he would be powerless. "Greetings, Chief Jiang." "Chief Jiang, where are you going?" "I've been cooped up in the mountains all this time. Now that the city has settled down, I've just saved some money. I'm going on a short holiday." In the town, Jiang Ming greeted people along the way and walked in the direction of Great Cloud City. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming of Tiger Hunting Village. At the city gate, Jiang Ming met with the Shi family's guards and swaggered in. There were more soldiers on the streets than a few days ago. There were recruitment notices everywhere, attracting desperate refugees or hot-blooded young men who wanted to become nobles and generals. Jiang Ming walked at a steady pace and unknowingly walked into a secluded, narrow alley. A moment later, an ordinary-looking young man walked out of the narrow alley and headed toward his small courtyard. Under a large tree, a few old men were still playing chess. "Hey, Asheng. What have you been doing these past few days?" An old man suddenly saw a figure and immediately shouted. The other old men also looked over. Master Chen, who had a martial artist son. even shouted, "The Green Mountain Army is recruiting soldiers on a large scale, and the pay is very high. Asheng, have you signed up?" The young man, Asheng, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Master Chen, don't joke around. With my small body, I'll just be cannon fodder. I've been hiding these days, because I'm afraid of being caught. I saw that the city was getting more and more restless, so I thought of coming back to clean up and stay in the countryside for a while. I might be able to make a living by relying on carpentry." "You're so young and have no drive," Master Chen said with a look of regret. An old man who was playing chess with him snorted and slapped his thigh. "I think Asheng is very smart. The Green Mountain Army might be finished at any time. I'm not playing anymore," Master Chen suddenly said angrily. He flipped the chessboard and left with a gloomy expression. "I won't brag about your martial artist son this time." An old man looked at Master Chen's back and laughed. "Then we'll meet again." Asheng acted as if he did not see anything. He cupped his hands and turned to return to his own courtyard. A moment later, Asheng changed his clothes, carried his bulging luggage and the large box containing his tools, and left. At the city gate, a soldier saw the young man and immediately blocked his way, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing? Where are you going?" "My name is Yu Asheng. I've taken up some work in the countryside," the young man said respectfully. The soldier stared at the young man for a moment before saying impatiently, "Get lost. Remember to come back." Jiang Ming walked out of the city, speechless. "You want me to come back and catch me to be cannon fodder?" Fortunately, the Green Mountain Army had not been defeated, otherwise, Jiang Ming would not have dared come back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "You can stay here." The big-bellied Zhang Zhushi struggled to stuff a few tails of silver into his pocket and casually pointed to a dilapidated small courtyard in Peace Town. All right. Thank you, sir." Jiang Ming bowed. After sending off Zhang Zhushi, Jiang Ming sized up the small courtyard. He remembered the previous owner of this place. He was also an herb gatherer. After he was taken by the Imperial Army to the north to be a military doctor, he never returned. Jiang Ming sighed softly, threw down his toolbox and luggage, and began to clean up the yard. "From today onwards, I'm the carpenter, Yu Asheng." Yu Asheng's life as a carpenter was not ideal. Now that it was a war, not many villagers were willing to spend their spare money to make furniture. And those old men from the city did not like the things Yu Asheng made. "But I've also become a familiar face." Jiang Ming rolled up his pants and squatted in the yard. He took an ink brush and an ink bucket, calmly made a mark on the wooden board, drank a mouthful of black tea, picked up a chisel, and began to work. It had been more than half a month since he became carpenter Yu Asheng. Although his business was not good, he still had some minor jobs to do. In addition, he fixed the furniture for his neighbors for free on a daily basis. So he also managed to build a good reputation. Jiang Ming was now a second-class martial artist. He worked until noon, made a bowl of noodles with the dried vegetables given by his neighbor, and then had a good sleep after eating and drinking. When the sun was about to set, Jiang Ming took 2 wooden stools and walked into old Jiang's bar. "Mr. Jiang, these are the 2 stools you wanted. I've placed them here," Jiang Ming said politely and put them down. "Let me see. Your craftsmanship is not bad." Old Jiang trotted over and grinned from ear to ear. He handed Jiang Ming a few copper coins and said, "Generously, Ah Fei, pour him some wine." "All right." Ah Fei poured the wine and said, "Ashing, do you know an old man named Li Dingshan? He was a carpenter from the city back then, and his carpentry skills were really good." "Who do you think I learned carpentry from?" Jiang Ming thought internally. But he shook his head on the surface. "The city is big. I've never heard of this Master Li." "All right, that's enough. How long has it been?" Old Jiang patted Ah Fei's head. The Shi family was curious about what had happened in the past, and very few people would mention it now. Jiang Ming silently drank his wine and sighed internally. It had already been 2 years, but the Shi family was still as glorious as ever. "Ha ha ha, I'm rich too." Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from outside the door. An herb gatherer covered in mud walked in happily. "Today's drinks are on me," the herb gatherer waved his hand and said heroically. Everyone did not need to ask much and congratulated him one after another. He must have picked the fire cloud grass again. Jiang Ming also complimented him and got another mug of free wine. However, just a moment later, there was a sudden noise outside the bar. Old Sun picked 3 of them by himself. The bar was in an uproar in an instant. "A storm is about to rise." Jiang Ming drank the wine silently and glanced at Old Sun, who came in with a face full of vigor. "I'm afraid Old Sun has also discovered the origin of the fire cloud grass." As more and more fire cloud grass grew, there would definitely be people like Jiang Ming who would be lucky enough to see its origin process. Old Sun had picked 3 by himself. It was unlikely that he would succeed if he only relied on luck. There was a high probability that he had discovered the fire mayfly's secret and followed its tracks. In the bar, after a short moment of excitement, the gazes of many herb gatherers darkened. They had discovered a lot of fire cloud grass. Could the legend of the King of Medicine be true? Even without the King of Medicine, the growing amount of fire cloud grass would definitely attract the attention of high and mighty men. In the past, fire cloud grass could only be found once every few months, and those old men were too lazy to waste their energy. However, things were different now. If they could get 1 stalk a day, they would be able to earn over 1,000 taels of silver a month. Even the Wang family and the Shi family would not be able to sit still. Moreover, if this continued, there would be more than 1 stalk found every day. As for those old men who were looking for herbs, they would definitely capture these herb gatherers as their guides. "Old Sun, I'm afraid that your reputation will soon spread all over the world." After your achievement today, Old Jiang looked at Old Sun, who was still in high spirits, and could not help but remind him. Old Jiang was experienced and had guessed that Old Sun must have some unique secret skill. At that time, he would probably be the first one to be captured. Old Sun was stunned when he heard that. Then, his expression changed slightly. "Everyone, I still have something to do, so I'll go home first." Then, he ran out in a hurry. However, just as he reached the door, he bumped into a round belly and was bounced back. "Yo, Old Sunday. I heard that you've made a fortune. Where are you rushing to?" Zhang Zhushi was standing at the door with a smile. He was fully armored and had his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Zhang Zhushi?" Old Sun was shocked, and his face turned pale. The bar instantly fell silent, and everyone's expression changed. "I should have run away earlier," one of the herb gatherers gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his face full of regret. The human mind was very strange. Sometimes, the subconscious knew what was going to happen, but people always had fantasies. It was only when it really happened that they would suddenly wake up and regret it. Zhang Zhushir was still smiling, but his tone was unquestionable. All the herb gatherers here must follow me. Sir, I still have a seriously ill mother at home. A young man walked up and tried to reason with Zhang Zhushir. Zhang Zhushir pulled out half of the blade and laughed. My fellow villagers, don't make things difficult for us. After all, we, the Green Mountain Army, are working for the people, and it's not good to kill people. Everyone's expression changed. What did he mean? Was there a more obvious threat than this? In just a short moment, all the herb gatherers in the bar were pushed out by a few soldiers. Zhang Zhushir glanced at Jiang Ming and the others who remained. After confirming that there were no herb gatherers, he sheathed his sword and left. With big strides. This calamity. I said it would come. Old Jiang looked at the empty bar and said with emotion. Mr. Jiang, I'll be leaving too. Jiang Ming put on a look of panic and quickly left the bar. The streets of Peace Town seemed to be more chaotic than usual. Not only the Green Mountain Army, but the Shi family, the Wang family, and even the Tiger Hunting Village were all looking for herb gatherers to make a fortune on the mountain. Fire Cloud Grass was only secondary. The true goal of the various forces was naturally the King of Medicine, whose whereabouts were unknown. What? Jiang Ming suddenly saw a few familiar faces. Even you guys are here to join in the fun. He passed by one of them, and that person turned his head to look at him. Then, he shook his head and left. Wei Yan, from the Flying Cloud Castle, Jiang Ming muttered internally. He had not seen this group of people since the last time he saw them on the mountain. He did not expect that the King of Medicine would come out and fish them out as well. I'm afraid this isn't the end. A few days later, Peace Town was in a mess. Many unfamiliar faces swarmed into the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest in an endless stream. Li Yong, the superior of Zhang Zhushir, has also returned from the front lines. I heard that he's also a first-class martial artist. Those big, burly men are from Qinglin village in the north. In the slightly lonely bar, Ah Fei was conveying information to the few customers who had visited. Most of the herb gatherers had been arrested, and the business of old Zhang's shabby bar had also taken a dive. The news has leaked out quite quickly. Jiang Ming was sitting in the corner, drinking light wine and eating a small snack from time to time. Now that he was the gentle and unassuming Yu Asheng, his eating habits had naturally changed. However, Jiang Ming was surprised that the Green Mountain Army also sent people to fight for the King of Medicine. The battle at the front is difficult, and the Green Mountain Army has not attacked Jiangnan City yet. They still have the mind to send a first-class martial artist back. It seems like this King of Medicine is quite extraordinary. There was more and more news about the King of Medicine these days. Jiang Ming also heard a lot of rumors that this thing seemed to be very useful for Dao masters. Jiang Ming had some speculations. Could it be that the Green Mountain Army wanted to use the King of Medicine to create a powerful fighter? Or did a Dao master, who had reached a bottleneck, want to become a Grandmaster with the King of Medicine? The only Grandmaster in the Green Mountain Army is Lord Songshan. If another one appears, Jiang Ming shook his head. Let the old emperor worry about this kind of thing. Speaking of which, he did not know if the old emperor still had the desire to seek immortality. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jiang Ming walked out of the bar and was ready to leave. On the street, a sudden commotion broke out. Two groups of people clashed in the middle of the street. Both sides drew their swords, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Many of the villagers of Peace Town quickly hid on both sides of the street. Jiang Ming was also pushed to the wall by the crowd and watched this scene. In the past few days, there were more and more people in the town, and there were many conflicts that broke out, and there were even people who often died. But today, Jiang Ming saw a familiar face. One of the groups was the Shi family, led by Shi Chuanyan, who had investigated the Qinghe Tower murder case. He was a well-known second-class martial artist. On the other side, there was a group of people he had never seen before. A few young men and women with extraordinary auras were protected by a group of martial artists in the center. They were looking at the Shi family casually. Young Master Liang. Shi Chuanyan's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the young man opposite him and warned, "You are not in the capital now. I advise you not to mess around." People from the capital? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. At this delicate moment, he dared come from the capital to the territory of the Green Mountain Army to snatch things. These people's backgrounds were probably not simple. He wondered how Shi Chuanyan had offended these people. Opposite Shi Chuanyan, the young man sneered, "Messing around? Are you hinting at those idiots from the Green Mountain Army? You thought they could protect you?" Shi Chuanyan's face was dark, but he did not reply. He was indeed relying on the Green Mountain Army, and he did not believe that the Liang family would dare touch him in the territory of the Green Mountain Army. Do you think the Green Mountain Army would dare offend the Liang family? Without our capital's aristocratic families, they're nothing. Young Master Liang laughed, then his face suddenly turned cold. "Stupid fool. The Liang family's dog had the audacity to join the Green Mountain Army and betray the Liang family. Beat him up." Half of the guards in front of young Master Liang instantly rushed up. Each of them had a vicious expression on their face as they attacked the Shi family members without a word. He should be someone from a big family. Jiang Ming looked at these well-trained guards and thought to himself. His body quietly retreated to a more inconspicuous corner. F***ck. Kill him. Shi Chuanyan was shocked, but he was also enraged as he roared. Everyone from the Shi family rushed out, and the two sides collided fiercely. Blood spurted out in an instant, accompanied by miserable screams. Not long after, the ground was covered with corpses, most of which were from the Shi family. Shi Chuanyan gripped the blade in his hand and did not make a move just now. But now, he could not hold it in any longer and charged forward with a long "Hell! I'll cut you down." Since there was no way to negotiate, he could only use his blade to speak. The long blade in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he killed 2 or 3 guards in the blink of an eye. The other guards quickly stood in front of young Master Liang to protect him. Young Master Liang shouted with disdain, "Move." He took out a long blade from the waist of a guard beside him and blocked Shi Chuanyan's blade. His body did not move an inch. "You haven't mastered this technique," young Master Liang sneered. Shi Chuanyan was shocked. Even the Shi family's new genius, Shi Junwei, could not have blocked his blade so easily. Young Master Liang was a few years younger than Shi Junwei. Therefore, how could he have such profound skills? Young Master Liang's lips twitched, and he knew what Shi Chuanyan was thinking. He flicked his blade and sent Shi Chuanyan's blade flying. Let me teach you the wave-swallowing saber technique. Young Master Liang's eyes turned cold. He raised his blade and charged at Shi Chuanyan. Shi Chuanyan was in a difficult position and soon revealed an opening. The blade grazed his waist, and a half-foot-long wound was immediately opened up. Blood flowing out. The body of a second-class martial artist was as fragile as a piece of paper. Under this technique. Damn it. Shi Chuanyan's forehead was full of sweat. Just as he thought he was going to die here, young Master Liang's figure retreated like a ghost. Young Master Liang put the long blade back and stood there with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. Shi Chuanyan, on the other hand, relaxed, and his legs gave way as he fell to the ground, his entire body soaked in sweat. I'll teach you a small lesson today. But your family will remember this debt. You will have to settle it, young Master Liang said lightly, and then he strolled past the pile of corpses with a few of his guards, leaving in a carefree manner. His main purpose here was to get the king of medicine, so he did not want to cause any more trouble. Killing a few guards would not be a problem, and the Shi family would not dare touch him. However, if he killed a second-class martial artist of the Shi family, it might bring him unnecessary trouble and affect his plan to find the king of medicine. The surviving members of the Shi family hurried over to help Shi Chuanyan. I'm not going into the mountains today. Go back and treat my injuries. Sure. Chuanyan said in a hoarse voice. The crowd hurriedly found a piece of cloth to stop the bleeding for Shi Chuanyan, then they held him and walked toward the Shi family branch. Phew. I dodged a bullet today. Shi Chuanyan endured the pain and heaved a sigh of relief. I have to hurry back to Great Cloud City and report this to the master. However, just as he relaxed his mind, a figure on the side of the street tripped in a pit and staggered to his side. Get lost. Don't dirty my clothes. Beside Shi Chuanyan, a few guards saw an old farmer falling over. They immediately shouted and kicked him. However, at this moment, the old farmer turned his body into an unbelievable posture. He opened his arms wide and struck out with his palms, sending the two guards flying. The two guards spurted out blood at the same time, and a large hole appeared in their chests. They were not going to live. Shi Chuanyan had just gone through a life-and-death battle and was currently exhausted. He was also slightly dazed. He had never expected that someone would dare attack him in Great Cloud City. Shi Chuanyan only reacted after the two guards had died. Just as he was about to activate his blood chi to attack, the old farmer had already closed in. He unsheathed the long saber in his arms and swung it upwards from the bottom at an exquisite angle. A terrifying blood mist erupted from the old farmer's body and curled around the blade. The blood-burning saber technique? Shi Chuanyan's face paled, and he was in a dilemma. The trajectory of the blade seemed ordinary, but it sealed off all of Shi Chuanyan's escape routes, as if it had predicted them. Even the rhythm of his blood chi circulation was blocked by the other party. Shi Chuanyan did not even have time to think about what kind of enemy he had provoked. He only had time to raise his arms in an attempt to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing the guards to see stars. Sure. Chuanyan's sleeves were torn apart, revealing two metal arm guards that blocked the blade. However, his arms were badly mangled by the force of the vibration, and his bones were exposed. Run! Shi Chuanyan was sent flying, blood flowing from his mouth. He turned around and wanted to escape. His blood chi had almost been exhausted from the battle with young master Liang. In addition, he had suffered a serious injury. He could not withstand another battle with a second-class martial artist. The old farmer's attack had completely scared Shi Chuanyan out of his wits. It was not just because of the terrifying power of the blood-burning saber technique, but also because of his opponent's godly calculation and judgment. It made Shi Chuanyan feel like he was fighting with a grandmaster who had been immersed in martial arts for hundreds of years. Even if I was at my peak, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat this person. This was the only thought in Shi Chuanyan's mind. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out how a second-class martial artist could have such a deep understanding of martial arts. However, Shi Chuanyan had been severely injured. How could he be faster than a second-class martial artist who was completely unharmed? The old farmer's eyes were calm. He caught up to Shi Chuanyan in a single step and used the same technique again without any hesitation. He stabbed Shi Chuanyan's heart from the back and nailed him to the brick street. Shi Chuanyan's 4 limbs were struggling helplessly, but a soft voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Zhang Shan says hi. Shi Chuanyan, who was already at the end of his life, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked up to try to find the old farmer. However, he had long disappeared at the end of the street and mixed into the crowd. Shi Chuanyan's eyes widened in anger, but his consciousness quickly fell into darkness. The guards of the Shi family were already pale as they looked helplessly at Shi Chuanyan, who was pinned to the ground. Jiang Ming jumped into the river to wash away the blood and sneakily changed back into Yu Ashing's clothes. After the whole process was completed, an ordinary-looking young man reappeared in the town. Yu Ashing, you just came back? The table you fixed for me is really strong. I put some tender corn cobs in your yard. Cook them. They'll be delicious. Okay, thank you, Master Zhao. Yu Ashing. Have you eaten? Come to Auntie's house for dinner. No, thank you, Aunt Wang. The ordinary-looking teenager, Yu Ashing, smiled gently along the way and greeted the neighbors as he returned to his small courtyard. He chopped the firewood and threw it into the stove, then boiled a pot of strong tea. Only then did Jiang Ming let out a long breath and sit comfortably under the eaves. After looking at the curling smoke from the kitchen chimneys and the rolling clouds and the cloudy Dream Mountain forest for a while, he closed his eyes and took a nap. This state of heightened perception is really scary. If it wasn't triggered, that blade definitely wouldn't have had such a good effect. Jiang Ming reminisced about the battle just now. Shi Chuanyan was a second-class martial artist at his peak, just like Guanfeng. Even if he was injured, he could not be killed so easily. His attack had been executed at the exact moment when Shi Chuanyan was distracted. The timing, trajectory, and power were all perfect. He had only managed to break both of Shi Chuanyan's arms with one strike of his saber, causing him to be severely injured. It's a pity that it only lasted for an instant. Jiang Ming sighed. After drinking the spirit-clearing soup for so long, he had increased the probability of triggering heightened perception a lot, but it was only once a day at most, and the time was only for a short moment. And now that he was Yu Ashing, he could no longer brazenly make 10 bowls a day. But even if it's only for a moment, it's enough for a life-and-death battle. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, feeling that he was a little too greedy. Other martial artists might not even be able to trigger it once in their entire lives. He could trigger it once a day, but he was still not satisfied. Sure, Chuanyan's death will probably cause a storm, but what does it have to do with me, the carpenter, Yu Asheng? Jiang Ming rested for a moment, got up, poured a big cup of strong tea, and began to work. I'll collect the Sher family's interest here. When the time is right, we'll settle the accounts. Jiang Ming was not afraid of waiting. He could wait for the Green Mountain Army to collapse and the Sher family to fall, and he could even wait until he became a first-class martial artist and personally kill the Sher family. The cloudy Dream Mountain forest was getting more and more lively, but all of this had nothing to do with Jiang Ming. He lived in seclusion and made furniture at home. Occasionally, he would go out with tools and repair old tables and chairs for the neighbors. After half a month, Jiang Ming came to old Zhang's bar again. He politely ordered some food and wine and ate alone in the corner. Just as Jiang Ming expected, the topic of discussion in the bar was still related to the fire cloud grass and the king of medicine. We found more than 10 fire cloud grass in a day, but there's still no trace of that king of medicine. The number of people who died is just as many. If we can't find the king of medicine in the end, I'm afraid we'll die. Speaking of the dead, I have to mention the Sher family. One of them suddenly winked at him, causing the others to burst into laughter. A second-class martial artist was nailed on the street. The Sher family is going crazy. But some people suspect that it was done by those people from the capital. Do you think it's true? Anyway, I heard that before the Sher family's martial artist died, he had a fight with the capital's Liang family, and many people died. If that's the case, it's really possible. Jiang Ming chewed on his food in silence. Of course, he would not blame the Liang family in the capital so easily, but now Peace Town was in a mess. It was impossible for the Sher family to find the real murderer. Jiang Ming sat in the bar and listened for a moment. He also vaguely heard that the Liang family seemed to be an old family in the capital, known as one of the 6 big families in the country of Yen. It's rumored that there are grandmasters in charge, and their legacy has been passed down for hundreds of years. Jiang Ming secretly nodded. No wonder young Master Liang was so powerful that day. He actually beat Sher Chuanyan into submission. The Liang family's foundation might be even more terrifying than the royal family. The royal family of the country of Yen had only been in power for a mere 200 years. After I break through to first class, I might have to leave Great Cloud City and explore. Perhaps the capital is a good place, Jiang Ming thought. He had already seized the old snake gang's first-class technique. With the aid of various secret medicines, it would not be a problem for him to cultivate step by step to become a first-class martial artist. However, Jiang Ming still had no idea how to break through to become a Dao master. There was no one in Great Cloud City who could guide him. If he wanted to improve, he could only leave this place and look for opportunities outside. Moreover, as the center of power in Great Yen, there might be more information about the cultivation world in the capital. This was what Jiang Ming needed. Hey, big news! Big news! Suddenly, someone walked into the bar, his eyes filled with excitement. It said that someone saw the king of medicine and was about to pick it. The man was panting heavily as he gulped down the tea. Go on, the others immediately said anxiously. The man put down the teacup and chuckled. The king of medicine's roots were pulled out of the ground. It was as if it had grown a pair of legs. It ran away in a flash. What? How is that possible? Who saw it? Are you sure you're not on drugs? It's true. The people who entered the mountain have gone crazy. They all asked for help from the forces behind them. AI, this mess is getting bigger. Those poor herb gatherers who were caught in the middle. I heard that several of them have already died. The world is so cruel. The bar was in a mess, and Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. If this was true, then the king of medicine was very mysterious. He then thought of the fire mayfly and could not help but become more curious about the secret in the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest. However, curiosity killed the cat. I'm afraid many people will die this time. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He suspected that once the news spread, it would attract more than just first-class martial artists. He was a second-class weakling, so he should just stay put. After drinking, Jiang Ming left quietly. He went around the town to buy some groceries before he went back to his small broken-down courtyard. When he passed by his house from a distance, Jiang Ming glanced at it without leaving a trace. In the courtyard, a girl was practicing her fist technique. The courtyard was clean and tidy, and there was a lot of smoked meat and dried vegetables hanging under the eaves. It was probably a gift from his friends in tiger hunting village. There shouldn't be any trouble. She's living a better life than me. Jiang Ming smiled and left quietly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time passed quickly, fall left and winter came. The snow continued to fall. And the world was a vast expanse of white. Under the roof, Jiang Ming was wrapped in a thick leather coat and huddled close to the stove. He sipped his hot tea slowly. Yu Asheng was only a small carpenter, so he naturally could not be like martial artists who could go naked in the cold weather. Although he did not move, he secretly circulated the inner breathing technique of the leather tiger bone technique to quietly temper his body. The path of martial arts was difficult and dangerous. Even if Jiang Ming was an immortal, he still needed to practice diligently in order to go further. Half a year had passed, and he had been cultivating for a few hours every day. Now, there were some results. His tendons and vessels were much tougher than usual, and even his skin and flesh had strengthened a lot. Although he was still some distance away from the peak of the second class. Any martial artist below the second class would not be able to hurt him even if they had a blade. A few months have passed. The commotion with the king of medicine has finally died down. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. Ever since the fire cloud grass had appeared more and more frequently a few months ago, the forces that had entered the cloudy Dream Mountain forest had also come in waves. After the news of the King of Medicine's escape spread, the entire martial arts world was stirred up, and countless experts came. There was even news that a Tao master had really broken out in the mountains and destroyed a large area of the forest as if a meteorite had hit it. However, since the beginning of fall, the amount of fire cloud grass has rapidly decreased. It seems that no one has been able to find it for half a month now. However, there's still no news of the King of Medicine being captured. Did the King of Medicine really escape? Or were they secretly captured by some big force? No matter what, it seems that it's time for Chief Jiang to return from the city. Jiang Ming suddenly muttered to himself. Ever since the number of fire cloud grass had been reduced, those forces had retreated like the tide. Even the herb gatherers in the town had been released, but some people had disappeared forever in the mountains. The carpenter, Yu Asheng, existed to avoid the King of Medicine's trouble. Now, That the trouble was gone, there was no need to continue maintaining this identity. In addition, if everything was calm, it did not matter if Jiang Ming's real self continued to live happily in the city. But now that the Green Mountain Army was at a disadvantage in the war, and the city was gradually becoming less peaceful, it would not be good to stay any longer. That night, Yu Ashing picked up his luggage and tools and quietly left Peace Town. As for whether he would be noticed by someone, Jiang Ming was not worried at all. In the past 6 months, the town had been in a mess. There were too many people coming and going. Even the site where Uncle Ba had been burned to death had been set up with tents. The departure of a little carpenter was nothing. Ever since the weather turned cold, Yu Ashing's workload had been reduced. He stayed at home all day and appeared less and less in town. When he disappeared one day, probably only the old neighbors around him would ask, and no one else would care. Zhang Zhushir might be even happier. This courtyard had been tidied up well and could be sold to others at a high price again. ******. A few days after Yu Ashing disappeared, it was almost the end of the year. Jiang Ming carried bags of New Year's goods and took a trip to the Tiger Hunting Village's carriage to return to Peace Town. You came back at such a good time. Something happened at the front line of the Green Mountain Army. Guanfeng said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming glanced at him. This guy had been acting strange for more than a year, hanging out with Wei Yan and the other mysterious guys. It seemed that the Green Mountain Army was in big trouble. Is Lord Songshan dead? Jiang Ming guessed. It's not that bad. Guanfeng was speechless. The Green Mountain Army bragged at the beginning of the year that they would enter the capital before the winter snow. But until now, they haven't even managed to enter Jiangnan City. Just yesterday, the Green Mountain Army's granary suddenly caught on fire. The food that was enough to feed 100,000 soldiers for a month was burned to the ground. The granary was burned? Jiang Ming was shocked. What kind of motley crew was this? The Green Mountain Army had besieged Jiangnan City for months because they had failed to attack the city. They wanted to rely on their abundant food supply to try to trap Jiangnan City. No one would have thought that before Jiangnan City was taken down, the Green Mountain Army would suffer a blow. There's a mole in the Green Mountain Army? Jiang Ming immediately reacted. The granary was an important place for militarists, and there must be masters guarding it. Even if the imperial court sent people to sneak in and burn the grain, they would be discovered as soon as the open fire was lit, and they wouldn't be able to burn much. The only possibility was that there was a mole. And this mole was not unimportant. Otherwise, he would not be able to make such a bold move. Guanfeng nodded. You're smart. You guessed it right away. It was said that the grain camp guarding the granary had rebelled collectively and a few of them were killed. Then, in the middle of the night, they secretly used kerosene and strong wine to set everything on fire at the same time. It was completely burned in an instant, and then they even took advantage of the night to escape without a trace. As for the Imperial Army of Jiangnan City, as the fire soared to the sky, they shot out countless arrows with paper slips tied to them. They used filthy words to mock the Green Mountain Army as well. Jiang Ming was speechless. High-level wars often only required the simplest operations. The Green Mountain Army had besieged the city for months, and the weather was cold, so the morale of the army was probably at its lowest. The granary being burned, coupled with the crazy taunting would have inconceivable consequences for the soldiers. It could only be said that the Imperial Army still had ruthless people. They had developed the entire grain camp into spies. However, they had waited until now to make a move. They could only blame the Green Mountain Army for being too immature. If the Imperial Army suddenly attacks, Jiang Ming trailed off. When the news came back, the cavalrymen of the Imperial court had already rushed out of the city. This time, even if the Green Mountain Army doesn't fall, they'll be severely injured. Guanfeng looked at him and sighed. Jiang Ming also sighed. He did not care about the success or failure of the Green Mountain Army, but once the army was in chaos, the commoners would be in trouble. Although he knew that the Green Mountain Army would not be able to accomplish much, when the moment came, Jiang Ming still felt a little helpless. A moment later, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Guanfeng and returned home with the New Year's goods. When he saw Zhou Wenxiu, he threw a bag at her. "I've been practicing martial arts every day, and I've become rich. I got you some gifts. I don't want them. They're so gaudy and ugly," Zhou Wenxiu snorted, but she was grinning so widely that her smile almost reached her ears. "Brat." Jiang Ming shook his head and threw the rest of the things to her. "Clean up and quickly cook. I'm starving." He went back into the house and happily boiled some good tea leaves, not caring about the fierce eyes behind him. Now that the Green Mountain Army is on the decline, it's only a matter of time before they lose. After the meal, Jiang Ming lay on the bamboo chair and had a nap, but his mind was active. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. It's time to find an opportunity to settle the debt of those who once used the Green Mountain Army's name to act tyrannically. I'm considered a second-class martial artist with profound strength. With the help of the blood-burning saber technique and my heightened perception, I might be able to fight against a first-class martial artist. Of course, it's impossible to fight them head-on. Jiang Ming would not stand out. It was naturally the best if he could fish in troubled waters. ******. A few days later, in the bar, Jiang Ming was sitting at the counter, drinking the good wine that old Jiang had specially made for him, and listening to the customers discussing current affairs. The news of the Green Mountain Army's granary burning had finally reached them. The day before yesterday, causing a commotion. "Zhang Zhushi is shameless. He emptied my rice shop." A middle-aged man in slightly neat clothes was burning with anger. There were still wounds on his body, and it was obvious that he had been beaten up by Zhang Zhushi and his men. Jiang Ming looked over. This person used to be an herb gatherer. He was lucky enough to pick fire cloud grass earlier and sold it for money to open a shop. He thought he was going to be rich, but he did not expect to encounter such a calamity. "This is only the beginning," Jiang Ming whispered to himself. From Guanfeng's news, the imperial court had already sent out an army from the capital to cooperate with the guards of Jiangnan City. 500,000 troops had been sent out of Jiangnan City in an attempt to completely wipe out the Green Mountain Army. The Green Mountain Army's backyard was on fire again. The northern aristocratic families and chambers of commerce that they had roped in should have provided the Green Mountain Army with food for war preparation. However, more than half of them jumped ship in one night, cutting off their supplies to the Green Mountain Army. Rebellions even broke out in many northern cities, overturning the Green Mountain Army's city guards. Even the people who used to support the Green Mountain Army were now silent. Only a few days had passed, but the Green Mountain Army seemed to have fallen into a precarious situation and was about to collapse at any moment. Another 4 or 5 days passed, and Peace Town became more and more chaotic. Zhang Zhushir brought people to the streets to capture able-bodied men, search for food, silver, and wealth, and send them to the front to fight. It was said that Great Cloud City was many times more chaotic than Peace Town. The Green Mountain Army plundered and killed people everywhere, as if they had turned from an angel into a devil. Zhang Zhushir, I don't have any surplus. On this day, Jiang Ming stood at the door and blocked Zhang Zhushir's chubby body. He frowned. Zhang Zhushir's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. Silver, copper, anything. I want them all. And you, Chief Jiang, are you willing to go to the battlefield to fight for wealth and glory? 2 guards quietly stepped forward from behind Zhang Zhushir. Chief Zhang, don't be too impulsive. It's easy to talk to me. We have plenty of people in Tiger Hunting Village. Jiang Ming didn't panic and said indifferently. Zhang Zhushir shivered, and his mind seemed to have sobered up a little. He stared at Jiang Ming gloomily for a moment, then turned around and left, bringing his men to the other houses. You can't do this. Jiang Ming stared at Zhang Zhushir's back as he left. However, he shook his head. Now that the defeat of the Green Mountain Army was certain, according to the news from the Flying Cloud Castle, the army at the front was already in a state of defeat, retreating step by step and being beaten like a stray dog. It was uncertain if they could even retreat, yet Zhang Zhushir still dared to plunder money so rampantly. Jiang Ming thought of this guy's direct superior, Li Yong. The 2 of them were bad people. They would go wherever there was more money. They had no loyalty to the Green Mountain Army at all. It was possible that their behavior today was mostly for their own pocket. I was planning to go straight to Great Cloud City and wait for the Sure family. Jiang Ming thought to himself, but since you dared come to me, then I'll send you on your way first. Ever since Zhang Zhushir came here, he had collected a lot of protection fees from him. He had also stolen a few taels of silver from Yu Ashing. This debt would be settled together today. Is he trying to extort the Sure family? Jiang Ming looked in the direction that Zhang Zhushir was walking in, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had already thought of a way to make a move. After telling Zhou Wenxiu that he was going to the bar, Jiang Ming left the house. 69. The Sure family will completely break off relations with the Green Mountain Army today. In Peace Town, Jiang Ming walked on the street, looking at the mess and the pedestrians running by from time to time, and sighed. This was only the beginning of the real chaos. As Zhang Zhushir led his men to mercilessly plunder food and forcefully capture able-bodied men, Peace Town had become jittery these few days. Although the news of the Green Mountain Army's defeat had not yet reached them, the people who could live under the oppression of the old men for so long had some reservations. When they saw Zhang Zhushir and the others reveal their ugly faces, they knew that the situation of the Green Mountain Army was not good. Rumors about the Green Mountain Army began to spread. Quite a few people, who were smart and thought they had some skills, picked up their bags and fled into the mountains. This was the advantage of being adjacent to the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. No matter how the war was fought outside, the soldiers would not rush into the mountain. As long as they hid well, they could avoid the chaos of war. Of course, there were also poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the mountains. But it was still much better than waiting for the defeated army to cross the border. There were also people who fled further north with their families, but no one knew where they could escape to. The commoners are panicking to survive, but these old men are so leisurely. Jiang Ming passed by a few newly built bars and tea houses, but he saw some men and women dressed in expensive clothes sitting in them, slowly drinking tea, laughing, singing, and dancing. It was as if the chaos outside the window had nothing to do with them. Jiang Ming could recognize that they were all relatives of the old forces in the city. Perhaps these things were not a big deal for them. No matter how stupid the defeated Green Mountain Army was, they would not dare provoke the foundation of the country of Yen, as that would only lead to a worse death. Even if there were small groups of deserters who wanted to cause trouble, they would not be able to withstand a single blow in front of these forces with deep foundations. As he walked, Jiang Ming disappeared into a corner. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Shi family was in a mess. Many members of the Shi family were running to the main door. An unremarkable figure peeked a few times at a remote wall, then quietly climbed over it. Somewhere in a side room, a member of the Shi family was doing something interesting when he suddenly felt his vision turn black. After a while, a Shi family disciple came out of the house, with a face full of anger. He stuffed a sharp blade into his pockets, and walked to the gate angrily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the entrance of the Shi family's house in Peace Town, a group of uniformed Shi family members was standing at the door in anger, staring at the Green Mountain Army soldiers blocking the door. You dare come to the Shi family and ask for money? Do you really not know what kind of situation you're in now? The Shi family members were so angry that their chests were heaving up and down. There were so many forces in this town, but the Green Mountain Army had to come to their family. This was humiliating. Zhang Zhushi did not panic at all. He laughed strangely. Everyone, we are one family. If the Green Mountain Army is defeated, do you think the Shi family can still survive? The experts of the Shi family are all hiding in the city, so don't force us to do this. We only need 1,000 taels of silver. I'll turn around and leave once I get it. The faces of the Shi family members turned ugly. They were so angry that the veins on their foreheads were bulging, but they could not do anything to Zhang Zhushi. None of them present were martial artists. This was also the embarrassing truth of the Shi family, they rose too quickly. Other than the fact that their high-end forces were fine, their foundation was very weak. Originally, only Shi Chuanyan and a few others were in charge of Peace Town. They had not sent any replacements over. They had originally thought that no one in the small town would dare provoke the Shi family, and with the presence of the Green Mountain Army, there would be no problem. No one thought that the first to cause trouble would be the Green Mountain Army. Just as the Shi family was feeling frustrated and helpless, a young man from the Shi family suddenly squeezed into the front of the crowd. His face was full of grief and indignation as he shouted sternly, "Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the Green Mountain Army. How dare you extort my family? Even if I die here today, I won't give you a single coin." Well said. That's how it should be. The other Shi family members were already filled with anger, and when they heard this, they immediately cheered and became excited. I'd like to see if you have such strong backbone. Zhang Zhushi's body tensed up, but he slowly pulled out his sword. Everyone, please consider this carefully. He was full of murderous intent as he spoke slowly. His eyes were fixed on the few elders who looked like they were in charge. However, Zhang Zhushir was cursing madly internally. Where the hell did this hothead come from? I'm about to get the money, can't you just obediently hand over the money? Is he really going to fight? I don't want to risk my life, I just want money. If they really fought, even if they won, they would probably be injured. A few people might even die. Zhang Zhushir cherished his life like gold. Now, he could only hope that the few people in charge would not be too impulsive. The speed at which he drew his blade was also getting slower and slower. Finally, a man with gray hair sighed, "Wrong, retreat." As he spoke, he went to pull the angry boy. The other members of the Shur family sighed secretly, but they also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, their blood was boiling. They were still a little resistant to gamble with their lives. Usually, they only instructed the servants to kill people. They had never really fought. Zhang Zhushir heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face was about to bloom again. As long as he got the money, he would throw away this job and run far away. Who could find him? However, just as everyone thought that the conflict was about to end, the young man from the Shur family suddenly broke free and took a step forward. His eyes were full of fire, and his voice was powerful and resonating. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Isn't the Shur family doing a lot for the Green Mountain Army? Killing the mayor, opening the gates, pretending to be bandits, and slaughtering and robbing the people, those are all things we did for the Green Mountain Army. I am sick of this. The more the young man spoke, the angrier he became. His eyes were red, and tears were flowing. However, the more the Shur family people heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. They admitted to killing the mayor and opening the gates. However, they had never slaughtered and robbed civilians. With the Shur family's status, they would not do such a thing. The man from the Shur family who was in charge of the business was in a panic and was about to cover his mouth. However, the young man from the Shur family was still angry and shouted, "The Shur family will completely break off relations with the Green Mountain Army today." He pulled out a sharp blade from his arms and rushed toward Zhang Zhushir while screaming madly. The Shur family was in a panic. Zhang Zhushir was also numb. At the entrance of the Shur family residence, this sudden scene caught both sides off guard. It was just a little silver, why did he have to risk his life? How much could dignity be worth? Zhang Zhushir watched as the young man held the dagger and charged at him like a madman. However, he did not have any intention of fighting back in his confusion. He subconsciously wanted to dodge and then subdue him. Even now, he was still trying to avoid this conflict. He was just a teenager who was impulsive. As long as he did not kill anyone, there was still room for redemption. Silver is the most important thing. Maybe I can extort more, Zhang Zhushir thought to himself as he dodged. However, in the next moment, Zhang Zhushir felt that something was wrong. He had just dodged a step when the dagger seemed to follow him like a shadow, stabbing at his body. The young man from the Shur family still had a crazed look on his face, as if he did not care about anything else, and his steps seemed to be a little unstable. Could it be a coincidence? Zhang Zhushir did not have time to think and continued to dodge to the side. I'm a martial artist. How can I be hurt by a little kid? This is not good. The dagger stabbed into his chest and was pulled out in an instant, bringing with it a string of blood. The entire place was silent. The Shur family members looked as if they had seen a ghost. Shur Juanrong had never practiced martial arts. How did he hurt a martial artist? Why you? Zhang Zhusher's eyes suddenly widened, realizing that this guy was definitely not an ordinary person. This blade was so fast that even he did not have time to react. A bolt of lightning flashed through Zhang Zhusher's mind. Everything just now was an act. His purpose was to kill him and provoke a conflict between the Green Mountain Army and the Shi family. Zhang Zhusher was about to say something, but the young man stabbed him with the dagger in his hand. In a few breaths, Zhang Zhusher was turned into a bloody mess. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death, the teenager was shouting randomly as he stabbed him. Blood was stuck in his throat, and in the end, he could not say anything. Ha ha ha. I've made the Shi family proud. Shi Juanrong threw away the dagger and ran madly on the street. He raised his head and laughed. His mouth kept shouting nonsense, as if he had gone mad. The people on both sides were so scared that they did not dare move. The man in charge of the Shi family was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. This is not good. Quickly bring him back. However, in just a short moment, that crazy Shi Juanrong had already disappeared without a trace. How dare you? Just wait for our revenge. As for the remaining Green Mountain Army soldiers who had lost their leader, their eyes were filled with panic. After saying a few harsh words, they carried Zhang Zhusher's body and quickly fled. This is big trouble. Everyone from the Shi family looked at each other. Their faces dark. The Green Mountain Army had been defeated, and the Shi family had to face the Imperial Army's wrath. However, after today's chaos, the relationship between the Shi family and the Green Mountain Army had been completely broken. When the defeated Green Mountain Army passed by Great Cloud City, it would be hard to say what the situation would be. Also, what did he shout just now? Who taught him that? An elder of the Shi family suddenly asked in a deep voice, unable to suppress his anger. About killing the mayor and stuff? We didn't even do half of those things. This branch of the Shi family was located in the middle of Peace Town. There were many people on the streets just now, and the news here would soon spread to the town and the prefecture. The Shi family would make countless enemies overnight and become an enemy that everyone wanted to kill. Even if the Shi family claimed that they had not done those things, with the Shi family's past reputation, I'm afraid no one will believe us. The doubt in the Shi family elder's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Shi Juanrong had never bothered with other people's business and only messed around with women. When did he become so hot-blooded? And he had actually stabbed a martial artist to death. How could he do something like this? Something's wrong. Quickly go to Shi Juanrong's room and take a look. His expression changed greatly as he suddenly shouted. The others were stunned for a moment, then seemed to react as well. Their expressions changed and they rushed to the backyard. A moment later, the group of people stared at the two bodies on the bed, and their expressions were extremely ugly. If Shi Juanrong was here, then who the hell was the Shi Juanrong who was shouting just now? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the base of the Green Mountain Army, a few soldiers carried the body of Zhang Zhusher back and were discussing in a low voice whether they should pack up the gold and silver and escape. Anyway, I heard that the soldiers at the front have been defeated, and Chief Zhang is dead. Let's each take a share of the money and escape far away to enjoy our lives. Yeah. Let's do this. They immediately became excited. However, when they entered the courtyard, they were instantly stunned. In the courtyard, there were a few corpses of soldiers lying all over the place. Some boxes in the base were scattered all over the place. The gold, silver, and treasures that they had collected with great difficulty had all been plundered. Who the hell did this? They wanted to cry but had no tears. They had worked so hard to steal for so long, but they had lost it all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was late at night. Zhang Zhushi is quite rich. Jiang Ming sat on the bed and opened a package. He slowly counted his gains this time. All kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry were piled up. Jiang Ming estimated that they were worth at least 3,000 taels of silver in total. It seemed that he would not have to worry about the money for medicine and ingredients in the short term. There's also a book. Let's see what it says. Jiang Ming picked up a nameless, black leather-bound book. It was adorned with jewelry, so it was probably important. Could it be some secret martial arts technique? Jiang Ming opened it and looked, but he was dumbfounded. A diary? Who the hell keeps a diary these days? He continued reading patiently. It was the 23rd year of the Great Yan Dynasty, in the Red Pine Snowfield of North Peace County. I wanted to visit the Master of Martial Arts, by Mo, and explore the secret of the sword chime in the empty valley deep in the snowfield. The extremely cold chi was getting worse. I haven't entered the deepest part. It was the 31st year of the Great Yan Dynasty, in the Nine Dragon Lake in Jiangnan City. I was looking for the legendary spirit stone in the lake to no avail. It was the 60th year of the Great Yan Dynasty. I became a grandmaster. I want to enter Great Cloud City's Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest to see the secret of the birth of fire cloud grass and see the king of medicine. I followed it deep into the forest. They were just a bunch of ordinary insects. It was the 93rd year of the Great Yan Dynasty. My life, which was extended by the king of medicine, was finally coming to an end. Where are the immortals? Do immortals really exist in this world? The contents of the diary came to an abrupt end in the 93rd year of the Great Yan Dynasty. All that was left was a mark on the last page, which seemed to convey a sense of yearning. It seems like there was either an accident or he turned into a pile of bones. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. The Great Yan Dynasty, which was now known as the country of Yan, had been established for nearly 200 years. No matter how vigorous the Grandmaster was, he could not resist the power of time. Now, he was probably a pile of bones. It was unknown how many people had owned this diary before it finally fell into the hands of Zhang Zhushi and his gang. Jiang Ming stared at the slightly frenzied handwriting at the end and muttered to himself. Jiang Ming calmed his mind and pondered. This person went to the snowfield and the Nine Dragon Lake. There might be some things that he hasn't discovered in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest and other mysterious places. There's always a limit to a man's power. Even a grandmaster can only live for 100 years. The king of medicine in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest appears every 100 years. Perhaps there are similar opportunities in other places. Perhaps they take even longer to appear. Jiang Ming memorized all the secret places recorded in the diary one by one. The thing he did not lack the most was time. When he became a grandmaster in the future, he would go to these places one by one. In addition, the grandmaster named Zhou Jingyu said that he had also collected some mysterious items and scriptures in the process of searching for the immortal encounter. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and then shook his head. He did not have much hope. This grandmaster had been dead for more than 100 years. In addition, he had been searching for immortals all his life and had never established a force. Those things must have long been lost. I have a new main goal now. Only when I reach the peak of martial arts and become a grandmaster will I be qualified to explore these things. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, the news of the Green Mountain Army's defeat finally reached Great Cloud City. All kinds of rumors flew everywhere, and it was a mess. Some forces that had once toyed with the idea of joining the Green Mountain Army were now unable to sit still. I wonder how the Shi family is feeling? In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming finished his martial arts practice and drank the tea made by Zhou Wenxiu unhurriedly. A few days ago, the news of the Shi family's disciple killing the Green Mountain Army's leader on the street and the Shi family breaking off relations with the Green Mountain Army had spread all over the city. In addition, some busybodies had spread rumors that the Shi family was waiting for the deserters of the Green Mountain Army to pass by Great Cloud City and would intercept and kill them. This was to atone for their crimes and show their loyalty to the Imperial Army. As soon as this rumor came out, it also quickly spread, and the more it spread, the more exaggerated it became. Jiang Ming just wanted to cause some trouble for the Shi family, but he did not expect it to turn out like this. It seemed that the Shi family was really unpopular, and many people were hoping that the Shi family would fall. However, it's not the time to act yet. Jiang Ming took a sip of tea. No matter what, the Shi family was still a first-class force. If they were to fall from power just because of some rumors, it would be too much of a joke. The Green Mountain Army was not stupid. They completely ignored the rumors. Now, they were busy with their own affairs and running for their lives. Where would they find the energy to fight to the death with the Shi family? Not to mention that the Shi family also had another identity. They were the dogs of the Liang family. The Green Mountain Army had fallen, but the soldiers were the ones who suffered. Those manipulative officials might still be waiting for a day to be recruited and replaced. They might even be colleagues with the Liang family. How could they be so blind as to kill the Liang family's dogs? However, the Shi family will definitely lose a layer of skin if the locusts pass through, Jiang Ming muttered to himself and decided to continue to wait and see. However, he could not stay idle either. That day, Jiang Ming went to the Wang family's medicine shop to buy a lot of medicinal herbs and continued to drink 10 bowls of spirit-clearing soup and 3 bowls of blood-strengthening soup every day. I'll try to increase the frequency of the activation of my heightened perception. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another half a month passed, and groups of deserters from the Green Mountain Army finally appeared within the borders of Great Cloud City. They continued to flee toward the north in a chaotic manner. These deserters were no longer as kind and amiable as they were when they went south. One by one, they threw away their helmets and armor, robbed as much as they could along the way, and killed anyone they did not like. It was chaos everywhere. Countless people had lost their homes and fled in all directions. It was even more miserable than when the Green Mountain Army had attacked the city south. Peacetown was slightly better off. With the intimidation of the martial artists of the major forces, a few groups of deserters passed by and wanted to rob them, but they were cut off by the neck before they could even try. But even so, there were still many villagers who were robbed. Those old men only cared about themselves and would not care about the lowly commoners who were just a wall away. However, in the midst of this chaos, a group of mysterious men from the woods quietly appeared in the chaotic towns. They claimed to be the subordinates of the Flying Cloud Castle and did not promote any slogans. They just rushed up and killed the deserters who were rebelling and distributed their silver and wealth to the displaced people. They killed, split the money, turned around, and left, rushing to the next place where deserters appeared. These heroes came and went like the wind, their swift and decisive actions leaving a deep impression on everyone. Gradually, the reputation of the Flying Cloud Castle spread rapidly in the surrounding towns and counties of Great Cloud City. Many people began to look forward to the appearance of the Flying Cloud Castle in their own towns and villages. What a good method! When Jiang Ming heard the news, he could not help but think of the gentle young man, Wei Yan. Although there was no information, Jiang Ming had an intuition that this move was made by Wei Yan. The Flying Cloud Castle is waiting for this opportunity to step on the corpses of the Green Mountain Army to establish their prestige and achieve their own hegemony. 2 days later, the news about the Sher family reached Peace Town. A general of the Green Mountain Army returned with his troops. After hearing the rumors related to the Sher family, he was furious. He led his troops to surround the Sher family and personally fought with the head of the Sher family. He only stopped after destroying more than a dozen courtyards. It was rumored that the head of the Sher family was seriously injured and had compensated the Green Mountain Army with tens of thousands of silver taels, along with countless gems, weapons, and rations. Wait a little longer. Jiang Ming's eyes were bright. The Sher family could rise so quickly, and they would not be defeated so easily. Maybe they had some hidden cards. Now that someone was ready to make a move, they would be the first to stand out. The Green Mountain Army had retreated to the northernmost city, ready to defend the northern border. The Imperial Army would arrive at Great Cloud City in a few days' time. It was the time to fish in troubled waters. It was snowing heavily, and the year was coming to an end. The north of the country of Yen was in chaos. The Green Mountain Army was like a swarm of locusts, burning, killing, pillaging, and wreaking havoc everywhere they went. Countless people lost their homes and froze to death in the wind and snow. On the 10th day of the new year, a vanguard of hundreds of people from the Imperial Army arrived at the Great Cloud City and took over the city effortlessly. They caught a large number of people on the same day and pushed them directly to the guillotine. Heads rolled on the ground and blood flowed like a river. This is not to punish, but to establish our might. An old beggar, who was staggering along among the crowd, looked at the rebels who were tied up on the guillotine and sighed internally. Some of the people who had been beheaded had indeed colluded with the Green Mountain Army, but most of them seemed to be shop owners and workers, martial artists from martial arts dojos, and even coolies at the docks. They were completely unrelated to the Green Mountain Army. However, the Imperial Army did not even bother to think about the evidence. As long as they had any suspicions, or even if they did not see eye to eye, they would behead them. They were all treated as traitors of the Green Mountain Army. Some people shouted that they were wronged, but no one paid any attention to them. The Imperial Army was ruthless as they beheaded them row by row, and even the edge of their guillotine blades had been bent. As for the commoners who were watching, their eyes were numb, and they had no sympathy for this scene. Some people even took out snacks from their pockets and ate them while watching. This was also one of the few moments of entertainment for ordinary people. Every time a head fell to the ground and blood splattered, the crowd would shout, "Good kill! Good, these evil people deserve it." As for how good or evil they were, almost no one cared. Now that the Imperial army was in power, the Imperial army was good, and the people they killed were bad. Jiang Ming, who was disguised as an old beggar, looked at the scene for a moment, then turned around and left. He begged all the way through the streets and alleys, and finally, with a tired look, he curled up in a corner against the wind and warmed up with a few of his peers. From this place, he could see the Sher family's courtyard. Ever since the Green Mountain Army crossed the border and fled to the north, Great Cloud City had fallen into a short period of peace. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to sneak in. Every few days, he would disguise himself as a different person and secretly watch the Sher family. After the Green Mountain Army's defeat, the Sher family can be considered to have suffered a great loss. Jiang Ming squinted. Since the news of the master of the Sher family being seriously injured came out, the door of the Sher family manor had been closed. No one could enter or leave. No one knew what the situation was inside. Jiang Ming guessed that the Sher family had the intention to escape, but they did not dare. The Sher family had made countless enemies in the past few years. When the news of the defeat of the Green Mountain Army had spread, the Sher family sent a group of family members to sneak out of the city, to leave a way out for the Sher family. However, as soon as the group of family members left the city, they were all killed by the mysterious man on the official road outside the city. Even the second-class martial artist who led the group died a violent death. This made the Sher family's already poor number of experts even worse. Since then, the Sher family did not dare act rashly and could only hide in the city, hoping to use the power of the Sher family master as a first-class martial artist to intimidate the weaker people. Now, they had completely sealed the door, not giving the outside world a chance to spy on them. However, this is only a slow death. When the top experts of the Imperial Army arrive at Great Cloud City, the Sher family's fate will only be worse. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. The head of the Imperial Army who entered the city was only a second-class martial artist. He would not dare touch the Sher family yet, but it might not be the case in a few days. He was sure that the Sher family would make a move in the short term. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? An old beggar's ears twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the stone mansion in the distance. He got up quietly, and his figure flashed. He climbed up a big tree and stood on the treetop to look down. In the dark night, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the Sher family's gate. More than a dozen people were riding fast horses along the street and rushing towards the city gate. Then, the second team and a third team joined them. Some of them were traveling on foot, while others were driving their carriages. They looked like they were running for their lives. In an instant, they scattered in all directions and fled. Around the Sher family, there was a commotion. One figure after another rushed out and followed the Sher family. Obviously, Jiang Ming was not the only one who was waiting for the Sher family. You finally can't take it anymore? You want to split up and escape to fight for a chance of survival? Jiang Ming's eyes were calm, but he did not move. With the people who escaped, with the Sher family's reputation, those people were probably just cannon fodder who could be casually thrown away. With just a dozen or so groups of people. It was estimated that more than half of them would not be able to escape from the city before they were completely annihilated. Their remaining chances of survival would not be much greater. These are all acts. The Sher family's direct descendants must still be waiting for an opportunity or looking for a way out. What? Jiang Ming's mind suddenly felt a little uneasy. His heart moved, and he did not hesitate to trigger his heightened perception. There. In his state of heightened perception, Jiang Ming seemed to be one with the universe. His gaze was locked on a remote courtyard in the distance. It was hidden in a narrow alley behind the street and was unassuming. Could it be that there are people or things related to the Sher family there? Jiang Ming's mind was spinning. His heightened perception had become more and more sensitive. Not only could he trigger it twice a day, but even during normal times, he would occasionally feel something. Now, Jiang Ming was most concerned about the Sher family. His eyes flickered, and he left without hesitation. He flew toward the courtyard that he sensed with his heightened perception. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A moment later, Jiang Ming hid behind a house and stared at the courtyard more than 100 meters away in front of him, revealing a look of shock. That's. The moonlight shone on the white snow, reflecting the scene in the courtyard. A figure was quietly climbing out of a dry well. Sher Junming, Sher Junwei, and Sher Quantang. Also, the head of the Sher family, Sher Jingtai, seems to have been seriously injured. Jiang Ming took in the faces of these people one by one, focusing on the white-haired old man who was being supported by someone. He muttered to himself, everyone from the Sher family's third generation is all here. This is catching them all in one fell swoop. In order to deal with the Sher family, Jiang Ming had already spent time getting information about the direct descendants of the Sher family, but he did not expect to see almost all of them today. He could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. He did not know if the Sher family was stupid or greedy. They let the cannon fodder attract the attention, and then all the direct descendants gathered together to dig a tunnel in an attempt to escape. If it was successful, naturally everyone would be happy, and maybe they could rise again. However, if they were discovered, they would all be annihilated. Alas, this was also in line with the Sher family's style of doing things. They were greedy and arrogant, but they never knew how to give and take. However, if I didn't trigger my heightened perception, they might have really escaped. Alas, since I've discovered you, I can only send you all on your way. Jiang Ming stared at the group of sneaky men leaving the courtyard and followed them unhurriedly. This debt can finally be settled. At the west gate of the city, a few soldiers of the Imperial Army were leaning against the city wall and dozing off. Now that the Green Mountain Army had been defeated, defending the city was easy. Moreover, it would be suicidal to find trouble with the Imperial Army. In addition, the west gate was a passage for supplies, which was mostly closed on normal days, so there were not many people here. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. One of the city guards was so shocked that he quickly stood up straight and looked towards the source of the sound. All he saw was a body on the ground, bleeding profusely. His eyes suddenly widened, and just as he was about to shout, his vision suddenly turned black, and he fainted. Within a few breaths, the soldiers guarding the city were all killed. A figure walked out of the darkness. After checking that no one was alive, he shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." Dozens of figures suddenly rushed out, quickly opened the city gate, and rushed out of the city. And behind this group of figures, an unremarkable figure followed from a distance. Great Cloud City was bustling with noise and excitement. The sounds of killing could be heard from time to time. People from all walks of life were crazily surrounding the Sher family members and gradually gathering towards the eastern and southern gates. However, no one noticed the movement at the west gate. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 4 hours later, the sky was still dark. It was a remote mountain path leading to the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. It was overgrown with weeds and extremely barren. Almost no one would walk on it during the day, let alone at night. However, today, this small road was a little lively. The weeds were trampled on, and a group of people hurriedly passed by with a look of relief on their faces. Not long after, a brawny man with a fierce-looking face also walked by slowly. Zhang Shan was born because of your Sher family. I'll use him to send you off. Jiang Ming walked at a steady pace. He could no longer see the figure in front of him, but he was not in a hurry. Although the Sher family had left in a hurry, it was nothing to him. Moreover, the traces they left were too obvious. He had learned a lot of hunting skills in tiger hunting village. He could tell the situation of the people in front of him with just a glance. Jiang Ming followed him all the way out of the city. Most of his attention was on Sher Jintai. Even if he was running for his life, he was supported by others all the way, which even affected the speed of the whole team. But I still have to be careful. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. Being cautious was never wrong. Even the injured Sher Jintai was a first-class martial artist. Jiang Ming was only a second-class martial artist now. Even with the blood burning saber technique and his heightened perception, he could not guarantee that he could kill a first-class martial artist. Moreover, Sher Jintai was not the only martial artist in the direct line of descent of the Sher family. That's why I still have to use some tricks. Jiang Ming touched his pocket. After a few years, he had developed more and more types of poisonous powders. Eh? Looking at these footprints, these pampered family members seem to be unable to hold on, huh? Jiang Ming glanced at the crooked and uneven footprints and estimated the time. A few hours had passed. Coupled with the high tension of running for their lives, some of them might not be able to hold on any longer. He took light steps and went into the forest on the side. He moved forward silently as if he had become one with the night, making almost no sound. This was also a skill he had learned in tiger hunting village. When hunting, he had to be like a ghost. When the time was right, he would land the killing blow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On a patch of wilderness by the road, the Sher family members were either sitting or lying on the ground, their lips trembling and pale, gasping for breath. They had always been pampered and had never experienced such hardship. It was already very good that they could hold on until now. Father, why are we running? Didn't we still listen to the Liang family's orders to betray the Green Mountain Army? Is the Liang family not protecting the Sher family now? A mean-looking young man said reluctantly, what right do you have to say that? The Sher family has betrayed them? I just kept a few pieces of jade for myself. Shut up. Remember this, a middle-aged man said in a low voice, from today onwards, there will be no more Sher family. You are no longer called Sher Junming. Sher Junming clenched his fists tightly, but he did not dare argue with the middle-aged man. He turned around and walked into the forest. I'm going to the toilet. "Father, don't be angry with him. He just can't accept the fall." A valiant looking young man walked over. "I'm afraid he's not the only one who can't accept it." The middle-aged man, Shi Tang, looked around at the pampered men and women and sighed. "Junwei, you're already a martial artist at the peak of second class, so the Shi family will be counting on you in the future. When you become a Dao master, the Shi family will rise again. We will be even more powerful than before." Shi Junwei nodded. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. After a while, Shi Ming slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. He still seemed angry and sat on a large rock. He buried his head and did not say a word. When the others saw this, they could only shake their heads. Late at night, the cold wind blew, rustling the lush leaves in the forest, making people feel a little terrified. "Junming, be careful not to catch a cold. Hurry up and come down," Shi Junwei saw Shi Junming sitting at the wind entrance and quickly shouted. "He's a martial artist, what's there to be afraid of?" Shi Tang glared at him. Shi Junming did not make a sound but obediently jumped down from the rock and sat on the ground. However, no one saw the 2 small paper bags that he had hidden in his hands. "Sigh, I really can't take it anymore. The more I rest, the more tired I am." A middle-aged woman sighed. She had soft skin and wore gold and silver jewelry. "Isn't that so? I can't even lift my legs. This mountain road is too difficult to walk on." Quite a few people agreed. "Idiots. Stand up and set off. If you don't work hard, the first ones to die will be you," Shi Tang said in exasperation. "Wait, something's wrong." The head of the Shi family, Shi Jingtai, who had been sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed drastically as he said, "Hold your breath. This is a knockout powder." "What? Someone is chasing after us?" The Shi family was immediately thrown into chaos. These family members had never experienced such a situation before. Each and every one of them panicked and wanted to stand up and escape, but their limbs were so weak that they could not get up no matter what. Only Shi Junwei and the other martial artists of the Shi family could use their blood qi to suppress the effects of the drug. However, no one noticed that when they activated their blood qi was consumed at an abnormally fast speed. They were in a state of panic. An unknown enemy was lurking in the dark, and more than half of the Shi family had lost their ability to move. "Get your weapons. Protect the others." Shi Jingtai stood up, circulated his blood qi, and looked around with sharp eyes. "Don't panic. The fact that the other party is using such underhanded methods means that they are not as strong as us. They cannot fight us head on." Even though he had the intention of calming them down, what he said made sense. Shi Junwei and the other martial artists calmed down a little upon hearing this and quickly went to move their families. Shi Junming also started to move. He placed his long blade on his waist and helped to move a family member. When he turned around, he walked to the side of Shi Jingtai and muttered, "When I went to the toilet just now, I think I saw someone." "What? Where?" Shi Jingtai lost his focus. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Shi Junming as he unsheathed his blade and slashed it toward Shi Jingtai's face. The blood-burning saber technique exploded instantly. "You!" Shi Jingtai's expression changed drastically. He did not have time to block with his weapon, so he could only raise his arms and cover his body with blood qi, to resist the blade. The long blade collided with his body, and a terrifying sound burst out. A layer of the surrounding turf was blown away. A figure coughed violently and staggered back involuntarily, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Father! Master! Only then did the people of the Shi family react and rush to the side of the man who was retreating. It was the head of the Shi family, Jiang. A first-class martial artist was actually forced back by a single strike. Although he was already injured, it was enough to show how powerful the enemy was. Blood trickled down the corner of Jiang's mouth. He looked at his bloodied arms and stared at the person in front of him in shock and anger. Who are you? Shi Junwei and the rest also looked at Jiang Ming in shock. They felt a chill run down their spines. Who exactly was this family member that had escaped with them for so long? Everyone activated their blood qi and stared at the gentle-looking young man in anticipation. Only now, when they took a closer look, did they realize that this person looked very similar to Jiang Ming. However, there were still many minute differences. It was just that no one had noticed it just now. As expected of a first-class martial artist, you didn't die after taking my blade. Jiang Ming did not attack anymore and laughed. Internally, he marveled at the power of the blood-burning saber technique. It could indeed take on a first-class martial artist. Who are you? Why don't you reveal your true face? Jiang shouted in a deep voice, but he was secretly recovering his blood qi. Okay, fine. His face slowly changed, revealing a fierce-looking face. I, Zhang Shan, am here today to send off the Shi family. Zhang Shan. Everyone from the Shi family exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with anger. The Shi family despised Zhang Shan. The Qinghe Tower murder case shocked Great Cloud City, but they did not manage to catch Zhang Shan, causing the Shi family to look stupid. Shi Chuanyan was also killed by you, right? As well as Chief Zhang of the Green Mountain Army. Shi Jiang suddenly opened his mouth and stared coldly at Zhang Shan. Jiang Ming laughed, and what about it? Today, I, Zhang Shan, will get rid of the Shi family, the biggest threat to Great Cloud City. If you have any last words, say them now. You're just stalling for time to calm your blood qi. Shi Jiang suddenly exclaimed and stared at Jiang Ming with a faint smile. A second-class martial artist can perform the blood-burning saber technique without any fear, but there is a price. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to withstand such a consumption of blood qi. Smart. Jiang Ming looked at Shi Jiang with appreciation. You can actually see that I'm stalling for time. But are you not the same? How's it going? Is your blood qi recovering? What do you mean? Shi Jiang's expression changed slightly, but after a moment, he turned pale with fright. My blood qi. Why is it flowing away? Jiang Ming nodded secretly. This was a new powder that he had developed this year. It could make people who were hit by it consume their blood qi several times faster when they activated their blood qi. It seemed that it was effective on first-class martial artists as well. Don't activate your blood qi. Shi Jiang was indeed a veteran. He quickly reacted and shouted. Everyone stopped in their tracks, but Shi Junwei's expression changed. But if I don't activate my blood qi, the power of the knockout powder will seep into my body. Before he could finish her sentence, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground. The others did the same. Jin's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Jiang Ming. It seems that I will not be able to escape this calamity today. He was already seriously injured. In addition, he had just used his body to resist the blood-burning saber technique. Now, his internal injuries were getting worse. Even if Jiang Ming did not kill him, he would not live for long. Even if I die, you must live. Jinwei, don't do anything. Jin gritted his teeth. An aura that Jiang Ming was very familiar with burst out from his body. This is my blood-burning saber technique. Will you be able to take it? Sure. Jin was furious, and his whole body was covered with blood qi. He suddenly screamed and slashed at Jiang Ming with his blade. Jiang Ming was not surprised. Although the blood-burning saber technique was a forbidden technique, it was not difficult for the Shi family to get it. Master, everyone from the Shi family exclaimed. In their master's current state, using the blood-burning saber technique was no different from seeking death. Many people had tears in their eyes. The family head was using his life to fight for theirs. The eyes of Shi Junwei and the others were red, but they did not dare activate their blood qi anymore. They still had a long way to go. If they were to be exhausted here, the sacrifice of the family head would be in vain. Moreover, even if they participated in a battle of this level, they would not be able to change anything. They might even hold back the master of the family. Jiang Ming did not hesitate and used the blood-burning saber technique again to resist. With a loud bang, the two long blades shattered. Jiang Ming was immediately blasted away, and his blood spurted out like a fountain. All right, again. With a desperate posture, he jumped up from the ground and used his fist as a blade. He activated the blood-burning saber technique again and charged forward without fear of death. Jin's eyes were red with murderous intent as he rushed toward Jiang Ming. However, he could not activate the blood-burning saber technique again. And his power dropped a lot. Their fists collided, and for a time it was difficult to tell who was stronger. They fought all the way into the nearby forest, and the ancient trees and mountain rocks were all razed to the ground. However, the more he hit Jin, the more he felt that something was wrong. He had thought that Zhang Shan's strength would drop greatly after using the blood-burning saber technique twice. That was indeed the case. The more Zhang Shan hit, the more wounds he had on his body. However, Jin was already exhausted. The tottering Zhang Shan on the opposite side did not fall. Why aren't you dead yet? Jin's furious roar, coupled with his injuries, caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood and his aura to weaken. It's almost time. Jiang Ming stared at the expression of Jin and confirmed that he was really at the end of his life. He glanced in the direction he came from. No one from the Shi family followed. His heightened perception was triggered at this moment, and his fist was covered in blood. The blood-burning saber technique force burst out at full force. A fist ruthlessly smashed into Jin's waist. Even the body of a first-class martial artist was smashed by this punch. His bones were exposed, and his intestines and internal organs were all over the ground. Jin stared at Jiang Ming in shock and made an inexplicable sound. However, he could not say a word and fell to the ground with a plop, dead as a doornail. Jiang Ming frowned. He was still worried and gave another heavy blow to the head of Shi Jintai's corpse, shattering it into pieces. Only then did he feel relieved. He chuckled. Although there were various factors, he, Jiang Ming, had killed a first-class martial artist in any case. On the side of the mountain, a group of Shi family members were huddled together, paralyzed on the ground, waiting for Shi Jintai to return. This damn Zhang Shan, what did he use? The effects are so strong. Sure. Quantang leaned against a rock with an unsightly expression. Once he tried to use his blood qi to dissolve the knockout powder, his blood qi would be consumed rapidly, and he would not be able to last even a quarter of an hour. However, the moment he stopped, the drug's effect came back again, making him unable to move. These two kinds of medicinal effects were not fatal individually, but when combined, they would completely cripple a martial artist. Can the family head defeat Zhang Shan? A noble lady wearing a full set of jewelry looked uneasy and asked in a trembling voice. The other family members were also trembling with fear. They had lived a comfortable life and had never encountered such a situation before. Who does that Zhang Shan think he is? He's just a second-class martial artist. He only knows how to use underhanded methods and rely on forbidden techniques to force his way up. Shi Chuantong's face darkened. If not for the fact that the family head is injured, I could have dealt with him in one move. Even now, killing Zhang Shan would not be a problem. Shi Junwei and the other martial artists were also calm. Perhaps the family head would die after this battle, but he would definitely not lose. A moment later, rustling footsteps could be heard from the forest. Everyone's spirits were roused, and they hurriedly looked over. It seems that Master has already dealt with him, Shi Quantang said with confidence. Shi Junwei stared in the direction of the footsteps, his face filled with worry. I wonder if father is seriously injured. As they spoke, a figure covered in blood slowly walked out of the forest. He stood in front of the Shi family and looked down at them, like a tiger looking down at a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The confidence on Shi Chuantong's face was completely destroyed in an instant. That's impossible, he said subconsciously. Everyone from the Shi family was also shocked, looking at the man in disbelief. Why is Zhang Shan the one who came back alive? The family head is so powerful. How could he be defeated by a second-class martial artist? Someone mumbled in a daze. Did you trap Master somewhere? One of the martial artists lost his mind and roared. Jiang Ming grinned. You can go and accompany him soon. He strode forward, his eyes full of murderous intent. Shi Jintai was already dead. Jiang Ming was too lazy to say anything to these idiots. He just had to kill them all. He killed the family head. He must be at the end of his life. Don't just sit there and wait for death, fight him. Shi Quantang came back to his senses and roared. He stood up without any hesitation and his blood qi exploded as he slapped Jiang Ming's chest. Shi Junwei and the other Shi family martial artists also activated their blood qi and charged toward Jiang Ming with grief and indignation. The head of the family was dead, but Zhang Shan was still alive. No matter what, they would not let them off. Unfortunately, I'm not completely exhausted. Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent. The power of the blood-burning saber technique wrapped around his fist and collided with Shi Chuantong's palm. With just one strike, Shi Chuantong's arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. However, Jiang Ming's fist did not stop and directly hit Shi Chuantong's shoulder. Half of Shi Chuantong's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. His head flew high into the air, fell into the grass in the distance, and rolled down the mountain. How are you still able to use the forbidden technique? Shi Junwei asked in shock. This was simply beyond common sense. The Shi family's understanding of the forbidden technique was much more than that of an ordinary martial artist. Shi Junwei simply could not understand how someone could use a forbidden technique in such a carefree manner. Jiang Ming's face became more and more ferocious, and he said, even if I have to risk my life, I will destroy the Shi family. What enmity do you have with the Shi family? Shi Junwei could not help but ask. Jiang Ming was too lazy to speak. He sneered and rushed forward. It had to be said that the youngest genius of the Shi family, Shi Junwei, was quite competent. He was even stronger than Shi Quantang. He had already refined the blood qi in his veins. He dodged a few of Jiang Ming's moves. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. Come back into a good family. In your next life. Jiang Ming forced Shi Junwei into a corner where he could not escape. He seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. With a bang, his flesh exploded. Nothing was left. Jiang Ming glanced at the body on the ground and pouted. What? He suddenly noticed that there were a few crystal-like objects in the flesh of Shi Junwei's corpse. They did not look like bones. However, this was not the time to study these things. Jiang Ming kept it in mind and quickly went to the remaining martial artists. Jiang Ming turned into a ruthless killer and killed one martial artist after another. There were more and more corpses on the ground. A few martial artists seized the opportunity and wanted to escape. Alas, how could they escape from Jiang Ming's pursuit? Moreover, this mountain forest was Jiang Ming's territory. Jiang Ming killed all the martial artists in less than a quarter of an hour. There were 26 martial artists. There are still 49 family members left. Jiang Ming counted the number of people he had killed. His body was dripping with blood, both his enemies and his own. He held his blade and slowly walked towards the family members who were paralyzed on the ground. Don't kill us. I've never done anything evil. I'm just a member of the Shi family. I've never been involved in the outside world, the noble lady with all kinds of gorgeous jewelry pleaded tearfully. Every time they go out to do evil, I burn incense at home and pray, hoping that God can pardon their crimes. Pardon them? Can you be at ease by praying to atone for your sins? Jiang Ming chuckled. The lady still wanted to explain, but metal suddenly flashed. Her head fell to the ground, and her necklace made of pearls and gems also broke and fell into a pool of blood. Screams echoed in the night sky. After a while, Jiang Ming was the only person alive left in the mountains. All the direct descendants of the Shi family had been killed. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, looking rather terrifying in the dark night. Jiang Ming was like an old farmer checking the growth of his crops. He did not find it cumbersome at all. He examined the corpses one by one. When he saw two with weak breathing, he did not hesitate to cut off their heads. After making sure that no one survived, he was completely at ease. Maybe someone will climb out of the pile of corpses and come and take revenge on me in a few decades. Jiang Ming chuckled. However, it did not matter if someone took revenge. Jiang Ming had nothing to do with Zhang Shan after all. Jiang Ming was relieved. Then, he looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed with emotion. Who would dare imagine that all the direct descendants of the most powerful force in Great Cloud City would be killed in the wilderness, without a trace? Alright, let's get down to business. After a brief moment of emotion, Jiang Ming rolled up his sleeves. He began to search the corpses. Jiang Ming's eyes were full of anticipation. These were all direct descendants of the Shi family. He could probably find some treasures. He started with the family members. He found money and jewels and stuffed them into his bag. However, he did not find anything interesting. Jiang Ming was not surprised. After all, they were just a group of ordinary people. The most important thing to them was gold and silver. He carried his bag with satisfaction and strode towards the Shi families. Martial artists. Martial artists were the true foundation of a family. If these people really had any treasures, the martial artists would have them. What is this? Jiang Ming took out a book from Shi Chuantong's body. Wave-swallowing saber technique? Jiang Ming saw the words on the cover and was immediately overjoyed. Back in Peace Town, he had seen Shi Chuanyan and young Master Liang fight using the wave-swallowing saber technique. This was a saber technique that could both attack and defend. It was rumored to be the Shi family's most powerful combat technique, and its value was comparable to the martial arts technique of a first-class martial artist. Just this saber technique alone is already worth it. Jiang Ming stuffed it into his bag and continued his search. A secret medicine formula. A deed for a shop. The harvest was getting more and more abundant. However, he threw away the things like land deeds without any care. Although the Shi family was basically gone, if he took these lands, he would inevitably be targeted by people with ulterior motives. It was not worth it. In the end, he walked to Shi Jintai's battered corpse. He was a little scared that he may have damaged some rare artifacts. However, at that time, the battle was fierce, and Jiang Ming did not have the chance to hold back. He squatted down nervously and began to feel around. Eh? Something's here. A moment later, Jiang Ming took out a piece of extremely thin animal skin from Shi Jintai's pockets. It was covered in text. It was the vitality snatching technique. Jiang Ming glanced at it a few times, then revealed a surprised and happy expression. He quickly folded it and put it in his arms. This is where the foundation of the Shi family lies. Jiang Ming's heart was beating fast. He could not wait to escape to a safe place and study it carefully. But there's one more thing I almost forgot. Jiang Ming returned to the side of the road and quickly walked to Shi Junwei. What caught Jiang Ming's attention were the yellow crystals, the size of beans, in the flesh of the corpse. He squatted and picked up a few crystals. He wiped them clean and observed them carefully. The crystals seemed to be broken pieces of a whole. Jiang Ming tried to squeeze them hard, but even with the strength of a second-class martial artist, he could not crush them. This thing's definitely something powerful. Jiang Ming instantly made a guess and slapped Shi Junwei's corpse without hesitation. A moment later, Jiang Ming wrapped more than a dozen yellow crystals of different sizes in a piece of cloth and stuffed them away. He stood up and strode away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, in Great Cloud City, a small piece of news swept through the streets and alleys like a hurricane. Breaking news! The Shi family's direct line of descent escaped, but they were all wiped out. It's fake news. Those who died were cannon fodder. The real direct descendants of the Sher family have long fled outside the city. I'm talking about those who escaped, the third generation of the Sher family. All the martial artists and family members were found dead. Even Sher Jintai, the head of the Sher family, had half of his body blown off. What? Is it true? Who's brutal enough to exterminate all the direct descendants of the Sher family? How can this be fake? A mountain miner who entered the city to sell goods found their bodies in the morning. The Imperial Army has gone to handle the situation. Could it be the Wang family or the tiger hunting village? I think it was the hero, Zhang Shan, who killed him. The remaining members of the Sher family were hunted down like rats. The Sher family had offended at least half of the people in Great Cloud City. There was blood everywhere and screams of agony rang out from every corner of the Sher family mansion. Back in Peace Town, Jiang Ming opened the door and walked into the courtyard. He slowly practiced a set of ordinary fist techniques in the morning mist. His movements were natural and smooth, with a kind of otherworldly temperament about them. No one would have thought that such a young man was the culprit behind the massacre of the Sher family. However, Jiang Ming's thoughts were no longer on the Sher family, but on the secret technique he had found. The vitality snatching technique. It was the second true forbidden martial arts technique he had found after the blood-burning saber technique. It is a snatching technique. It snatches one's vital qi. Jiang Ming recalled the records on the animal skin. This was a ruthless and overbearing auxiliary cultivation technique. The user could seize the vital qi of others. Once a martial artist ran out of vital qi, they would not be far from death. After snatching this vital qi, one could refine it into their own vitality and integrate it into their body, which would greatly increase one's cultivation speed. In fact, if they continued to use the vitality snatching technique to assist their cultivation, they would no longer have any bottlenecks in martial arts and would be able to become a grandmaster. In addition, the stronger the target of the vitality snatching technique, the more profound the vital qi would be seized, and the faster the cultivation speed of the user would be. Even people with inferior aptitudes could become martial artists in a short time if they could use this technique. However, although the vitality snatching technique can increase a martial artist's cultivation speed, it is too overbearing. Hence, it has a fatal flaw. Every time it is used, it will shave 10 days off the user's lifespan. When cultivating, one must use the corresponding secret medicine to reduce the impact to 3 days. This is why it's a forbidden technique. Jiang Ming understood. No wonder Sher Jintai looked much older than he was. It was because he used this technique too many times. If he were to perform the vitality snatching technique once a day, he would lose 3 days of his life every day. If he practiced it for 1 year, he would lose 3 years of his life. Thus, practicing it for 10 years led him to reduce his lifespan by 40 years. I don't think anyone can use this thing to train to the Grandmaster level. Even becoming a Dao Master is impossible. However, I can take it. Jiang Ming smiled. These forbidden techniques were simply tailor-made for him. It's just that I didn't find the corresponding prescription for the secret medicine that reduces the technique's impact. Jiang Ming frowned and suddenly thought of the Sher family. The Sher family rose with the help of the Liang family in the capital. Could it be that the Liang family had given this technique to the Sher family, but the prescription of the secret medicine remained in the hands of the Liang family? Is it a method to control the Sher family? He nodded to himself. If that were the case, it would make sense. It seemed that the 6 great families of the capital were indeed something else. I wonder what other good things the 6 great families have hidden. When I become a grandmaster, I'll definitely go and take a look. Jiang Ming thought to himself. If there was really a secret to immortality in the country of Yen, it was probably in the hands of these aristocratic families. Next, I'll try this vitality snatching technique and see if it's the same as what I'm thinking. According to the animal skin, the vitality snatching technique was only an auxiliary cultivation technique, and it still required the use of martial arts. What Jiang Ming was practicing now was the leather tiger bone technique. He also had a first-class technique, the flowing cloud technique, which he had studied for a long time. However, the main problem now was whether he could use the vitality snatching technique. Of course, it was unrealistic to slaughter other martial artists and seize their vital qi. Moreover, it was unstable and more likely to cause trouble. What Jiang Ming wanted to find was a way for sustainable development. His eyes flickered as he recalled the vitality snatching technique several times in his mind. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he took a deep breath and began to activate his blood qi to operate the vitality snatching technique. Traces of strange red light condensed between Jiang Ming's fingers and palms. Then, it shook and dissipated. Jiang Ming was not discouraged and tried again. After all, this was a forbidden technique, and it was impossible to successfully cast it easily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he slowly activated his blood qi. Threads of red light gathered and finally formed a red halo in the palm of his hand. It seemed to be spinning faintly and exuded a strange power. It's finally done. Jiang Ming was overjoyed and began to use the vitality snatching technique without hesitation. He smacked his own chest with a bang. After studying the vitality snatching technique a few times, Jiang Ming found a loophole. This technique said that it could be used on others, but it did not say that it could not be used on himself. No one uses it on themselves, because no one would dare. It would be suicidal to do so. However, these restrictions were not applicable to Jiang Ming. He was immortal. However, Jiang Ming was also a little nervous about whether this method would work or not. After all, it was only a theory and had not been put into practice yet. With the use of the vitality snatching technique, Jiang Ming suddenly felt as if something was taken out of his body. His vision turned black, and he fell to the ground. However, at the same time, he felt a pure and powerful force slowly flowing into his palm. Then, in an instant, it seeped into his limbs and bones, disappearing within. Immediately after that, Jiang Ming felt an indestructible force blooming in his mind. The vital qi that was taken away from him was instantly replenished and restored to its original state. It's really good. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He could not wait and immediately began to practice the internal breathing technique of the leather tiger bone technique. Wisps of blood qi quickly integrated into his veins. At a speed that stunned Jiang Ming, it began to temper the veins. It was incredibly fast. Jiang Ming focused his mind and took advantage of the vital qi to refine his meridians. After practicing for 6 hours, the feeling of rapid progress slowly disappeared. What would normally take him half a month to do, he had done in 6 hours. Jiang Ming was greatly shocked. Without any hesitation, he gave himself another blow of the vitality snatching technique. The new year began. The country of Yen, which had experienced war, finally calmed down. The imperial army was unimpeded all the way and took over the northern prefectures. The Green Mountain army was defeated. It was said that Lord Songshan was also seriously injured by 2 grandmasters. He led the army to defend North Peace City in the northern border, based on the natural barrier of the Red Pine Snowfield. They were in a temporary standoff with the Imperial Army. In Great Cloud City, the Imperial Army would occasionally catch some scattered soldiers who had fled to the villages and towns to cause trouble, but they were not a cause for concern in general. Jiang Ming walked into old Zhang's bar and asked for a pot of wine and a few side dishes. He sat in front of a wooden table by the window and began to eat and drink leisurely. I still have to enjoy life. The sun was warm on his face. Jiang Ming squinted slightly, and his body was completely relaxed. He chatted with the drunk customers. Jiang Ming had been practicing the new technique non-stop for the entire month. However, after he took a break, he realized he had to slow down. There was no hurry. From now on, I'll only use the vitality snatching technique 3 times a day. I can't go any further. At this rate, I'll be able to reach the peak of a second-class martial artist in less than 3 months. Jiang Ming made a cultivation plan for himself and began to practice step by step. Even if he only used the vitality snatching technique 3 times a day, it was equivalent to more than a month of cultivation in the past. This speed was already fast enough. Since he transmigrated, Jiang Ming had been anxious and practiced martial arts hard. However, now that the Shi family had been destroyed and the rebel army had been defeated, there was not much else to do. On the surface, he was already about to become a martial artist and was more or less an authority figure in Peace Town. As long as he did not go out and get involved in all kinds of fights, there was basically no one in Great Cloud City who would come and find trouble with him. What's the point of cultivating? Isn't it to live a comfortable life? Isn't it good to relax and have fun? Jiang Ming slowly took a big sip of wine, closed his eyes, and sighed. In the bar, many customers were also discussing the major events that had happened during this period of time. The Shi family is completely gone. Less than 1/10 of their members survived. Even the Shi family's courtyard has been doused with kerosene and burned clean. I heard that the people from the Liang family in the capital city have already arrived at Great Cloud City. They are extremely furious about the Shi family's annihilation. They have offered a huge reward for the murderer and have declared that they will definitely behead the murderer in public. Didn't they say that the Shi family betrayed the Liang family? Shouldn't the Liang family be happy? Man, I don't know. I heard that the Liang family's anger may have another reason. I heard that the Shi family took something from the Liang family. I heard that the Liang family instructed the Shi family to enter the cloudy Dream Mountain forest to look for some treasure. After the Shi family found the treasure, they sneaked away. Jiang Ming suddenly opened his eyes and suddenly thought of something. During this month, he had also been sorting out and studying the various things he had obtained from the Shi family. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were invaluable. Among all the things he obtained from the Shi family, the only thing that Jiang Ming could not figure out was the yellow crystals that he dug out from Shi Junwei's body. No matter what method he used, he could not find anything special about them. Except that they were extraordinarily hard. The only thing he could be sure of was that when the yellow crystals came close to his body, they would speed up the circulation of his blood qi, which seemed to have some effect on improving his martial arts skills. Jiang Ming guessed that it was because of this that Shi Junwei was regarded as a genius in Great Cloud City. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to use them. Why would he use these crystals when he had the vitality snatching technique? Moreover, the yellow crystals surely had a more important use. Could it be that these crystals are the Shi family's hidden treasures? Jiang Ming's heart trembled slightly. It was impossible for the other things of the Shi family to move a giant like the Liang family. The only reason must be because of these yellow crystals. If these rumors are true, and the Shi family found these yellow crystals from the mountains, then this might be related to the secret of the cloudy dream. Mountain forest. I'll study the crystals slowly. One day, I'll find out its true power. Maybe I'll really find a way to become an immortal, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, not panicking at all. If the Liang family supported the Shi family here, it was for the cloudy dream. Mountain forest's treasure. They would definitely have follow-up actions, so he did not need to worry. He just had to watch them act. But no matter what, the world can finally be peaceful for a while. Jiang Ming listened to the laughter in the bar and smiled. He drank the wine in his mug and walked out of the bar. Jiang Ming bought an axe and carried it to the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. The old wooden house had been destroyed. Jiang Ming planned to build a new one and continue his idle life in the mountains. Other than my cultivation plan, I have to put my beast taming plan on the agenda as well. As Jiang Ming walked, he was also thinking. He was ready to go down the mountain to buy medicinal herbs and refine medicine with his blood after the wooden house was built. In the past, he was too lazy to use his blood to refine medicine. He just needed to tame one rabbit. But now, he had no choice but to expand his team of beasts. Since the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest was mysterious, Jiang Ming naturally wanted to explore it. However, it was impossible for him to go deep into the mountains by himself. He could only tame some beasts to lead the way. In the forest, Jiang Ming walked alone before he disappeared into the fog. Jiang Ming practiced martial arts, gathered herbs, and refined medicine according to his plan. Although life was a bit boring, it was fulfilling and free. Mushrooms were in season. Jiang Ming began to make mushroom soup every day. Now he could almost distinguish whether each mushroom was poisonous or not, and pick them out. The non-poisonous ones were thrown away directly, and the poisonous ones were kept for the soup. His palate was becoming more refined. Anything that was not poisonous was not fresh enough and did not have any use. His martial arts cultivation and beast taming plan were also progressing steadily, and everything was going according to schedule. Now, we just have to wait for Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest to make a move. Jiang Ming believed that there must be some other secret in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest beside the King of Medicine, which only appeared once every 100 years. The secret might be related to the King of Medicine and was more valuable. Otherwise, the Liang family would not have spent so much effort in nurturing the Shi family in Great Cloud City to explore the secrets of the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. It was just that the Liang family probably did not expect that the dog that They had spent money and energy to train would be strangled by someone. Halfway. Even the treasure that they found had been taken away. After the Shi family was destroyed, the Liang family frantically chased after the murderer. It's probably because of those yellow crystals, which means that they must be very important to them. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find out what they're used for. In the bar, Jiang Ming's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged like a beggar's. He had been in the mountain for more than 2 months. His progress in martial arts cultivation was faster than he had expected. This morning, he had cultivated the leather tiger bone technique fully. He was now at the peak of the 2nd class. In the bar, Jiang Ming also heard that the Liang family had sent wave after wave of people to Great Cloud City to investigate the Shi family's annihilation in the past few months. Even the first-class martial artist forces such as the Wang family and the tiger hunting village were questioned by the Liang family. If I can find the place where the Shi family found the yellow crystal, I might be able to find its secret, Jiang Ming whispered. He had to expand his team of beasts as soon as possible. Exploring the forest required numbers. 3 days later, Jiang Ming carried his groceries and went back into the mountain. Jiang Ming was not afraid of being conspicuous at all. He had always shown an interest in medicinal herbs ever since he had transmigrated. Now that a few years had passed, Jiang Ming's medical skills had also improved day by day with his understanding of herbs. He was not comparable to Dr. Sun, but he was also well known in Peace Town. I just don't know when the Liang family will enter the mountain. Jiang Ming was a little curious. The Liang family had sent people to the Cloudy Dream mountain forest for a long time, but it seemed that they were only looking for the murderer and had not explored the area. Could it be the same as when it was for the King of Medicine's appearance? Whatever, I have all the time in the world, so there's no need to rush. Jiang Ming was thinking about his next move. He would drain his blood every morning and then study the flowing cloud technique that he had snatched from the old snake gang in preparation for his advancement to a first-class martial artist. The Shi family's first-class martial arts technique was not bad, but it would easily make Jiang Ming stand out. He would then be targeted by those who wanted to wipe out what remained of the Shi family. I can refer to the notes to study. As for the technique, I'll give it to someone someday. It suddenly started to drizzle. The area was covered in fog, and the road ahead was almost impossible to see. Jiang Ming put on his bamboo hat, held his groceries tightly in his arms, and ran forward into the misty rain. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was hard to measure time in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One of the 2 marquises of the country of Yin, Marquis Zhou Pingshi, returned after traveling for several years. Hearing that the remnants of the Green Mountain Army were still guarding the North Peace City, Marquis Zhou scolded the officials in the court for being incompetent. He led the Imperial Army to the north. In just 3 months, Marquis Zhou's army had destroyed North Peace City and killed hundreds of thousands of enemies. Only Lord Songshan and a few others had escaped from the city. Marquis Zhou was furious and ordered a massacre for 3 days, seizing all the treasure and women in the city. In an instant, blood flowed like a river, and less than 1/10 of the people in the city survived. The whole country was shocked. Some rough martial artists praised Marquis Zhou's unparalleled power, while some scholars scolded him for being cruel and slaughtering the people for fun. In any case, Marquis Zhou's name became infamous. He was unparalleled. After this battle, the countless forces that were ready to make a move suddenly died down. The entire country of Yen appeared to be peaceful and restored to its former prosperity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Deep in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, in a wooden house, a small stove was burning. The teapot on the stove began to whistle. A furry little paw quickly reached over and carefully picked up the teapot. It poured a large cup of strong tea and carried it out of the room. When it passed by the roof, a fat tiger who was lying down and pretending to sleep heard the footsteps and raised its eyes slightly. It laughed at what it saw. The fat white rabbit glared at the fat tiger. The latter immediately froze on the spot. The fat white rabbit snorted in satisfaction, turned around, and continued to move out with the tea. The mountain stream surged rapidly and violently. A figure was standing on the shallow bank by the river, practicing a set of fist techniques. The river water flowed past his feet, splashing a fine spray. His fist technique was continuous and light. It was as elegant as the clouds in the afternoon sky. The fist technique suddenly became fierce, erupting with force. It was like a storm that had begun, pouring down on unsuspecting people. The blood chi on his fist hit the river. It created a strange ripple. The water plunged. Then, a huge current rose. Jiang Ming was drenched. Jiang Ming withdrew his fist and stood still, but he could not care about his wet clothes. He could not help but let out a long roar, causing the birds in the forest to fly away. I've finally comprehended the true meaning of the flowing cloud technique. Jiang Ming laughed. His eyes flashed with excitement that could not be concealed. He could now be considered a proper first-class martial artist. With the vitality snatching technique, it was not a problem to improve his strength to the first-class realm. A few months after Jiang Ming reached the peak of the second class, he used his blood chi to temper his bone marrow, successfully stepping into the first-class realm. However, if he only had the strength of a first-class martial artist without comprehending the true meaning of martial arts, his strength would be superficial. It would be difficult for him to exert the true power of martial arts. He could only rely on brute force to deal with the enemy. I've surpassed 90% of first-class martial artists by becoming a first-class martial artist in a mere 3 years, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. After all, no one else could practice the vitality snatching technique daily. Jiang Ming estimated that this technique was only used to train cannon fodder in the Liang family. The real Liang family probably did not practice it. After all, it was something that could shorten one's life, so its value was greatly reduced. Next, I just need to hone my bone marrow step by step and cultivate to the peak of first class. With the help of the vitality snatching technique, this was not a problem. Jiang Ming had not gotten a decent magic art for the Dao Master realm yet. Thus, he had to put aside his plans of being a Dao Master for now. The Shi family are just dogs to the Liang family. They'll wither in less than 2 years, so it's normal that they don't have master-level magic arts. However, the Wang family and other forces with long histories might have a few. The first-class forces in Great Cloud City had been in power for many years. Naturally, they would try their best to get their hands on master-level magic arts. In Tiger Hunting Village, Jiang Ming also inquired about Guanfeng while drinking, and the answer he got was that the master-level magic art of Tiger Hunting Village was passed down by the family of the village master and would never be passed on to outsiders. It seems like Tiger Hunting Village's ancestors were once rich. Jiang Ming no longer considered the tiger hunting village an option. After all, he could not just carry a blade and rob the place. There's no need to rush. If he waited patiently, he would always find an opportunity. The fall of the aristocratic families, the change of the dynasty, anything is possible. On the riverbank, an extremely fat white rabbit served tea and made a few cute sounds. Jiang Ming wrung the water from his clothes and walked ashore. He took the tea and drank it all in one gulp before asking, "Master C, have you compiled all the information from the past few days? Are there any new discoveries?" The fat rabbit quickly shook its head, its ears shaking wildly. It's little fat. Paws wrote on the mud, 3 new caves. Already investigated. No abnormalities. Jiang Ming glanced at it, nodded, and wiped the words with his foot. In the past 3 years, he had continuously released his blood to refine the secret beast-taming medicine and finally controlled a large number of wild beasts in the mountains. He had several of each species. Jiang Ming did not bother to deal with the venomous snakes, however. His purpose was not to deal with enemies, but to explore the area. However, most of them were only fed the medicine 3 to 5 times and were used by Jiang Ming as tools. Only a few beasts that performed well went on to be trained by Jiang Ming. Even Master C's mount, the fat tiger, had drunk no less than a dozen bowls of medicine. Its intelligence was now no different from that of a teenager. With these beasts that he had been continuously cultivating as the leaders in charge of all the other beasts, Jiang Ming had gradually spread out an intelligence network in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. They explored the entire forest for him, and Jiang Ming had made some small headway in the past 3 years. At the very least, he managed to find quite a few copper coins, silver pieces, and other valuables. What was more valuable were the magic arts and weapons left behind by some martial artists. Most of them were incomplete. Occasionally, he had obtained a few sets of fist techniques and sword skills, but he had never found the thing he was looking for. Do we really have to explore the Forbidden Zone? Jiang Ming asked in a low voice. During the initial exploration, he divided the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest into 3 areas. The safe zone was a place where ordinary herb gatherers would appear. Even if they encountered wild beasts, they were ordinary wild beasts. The danger zone was where Guanfeng and the other martial artists from the tiger hunting village ventured deep into. The wild beasts there were already extraordinary and could even hurt second-class martial artists. They had thick skin and immense strength, just like monsters. The Forbidden Zone was the deepest part of the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. All the beasts sent to explore it were unprepared. They could not find anything and did not even come back. Jiang Ming raised his head and looked at the lofty mountain range in the depths of the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. His eyes flickered. It seemed that the ultimate secret of the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest was there. But it's impossible to go there yet. I'll just keep sending cannon fodder, to test it. Let's see if the Forbidden Zone is a match for my immortality. Jiang Ming snorted, turned his head and picked up a short blade as black as ink from the river, and continued to practice his swordsmanship. This was a weapon he picked up from the mountains. It had no other characteristics except that it was indestructible, and it was small enough to hide, which was exactly what Jiang Ming wanted. The short blade danced, and Jiang Ming used the blood-burning saber technique. However, the blood-burning saber technique that Jiang Ming was practicing now was completely different. It was like an upgraded version of the blood-burning saber technique. Even its creator would probably be dumbfounded after seeing it. This was the new technique that Jiang Ming had formed after he had studied and practiced the wave-swallowing saber technique and had spent more than a year integrating it with the blood-burning saber technique. The essence of the blood-burning saber technique was only one move. The most important thing was how to circulate the blood qi and how to burn the blood qi. The move itself was very crude. However, the wave-swallowing saber technique was an extremely exquisite blade technique that made up for this flaw, making it a complete set of blade techniques. However, this kind of swordsmanship could only be created by Jiang Ming. After all, even the original creator could not make dozens or hundreds of strikes in a row to study it. Perhaps this was the reason why the blood-burning saber technique's moves were crude. The blood wave saber technique. That's its name. Jiang Ming casually came up with a name. The blood wave saber technique is my trump card. It can both attack and defend, and its power has been increased by several times. I'll exhaust the enemy to death. Of course, if the enemy was ridiculously strong and countered his attack, then he would pretend he did not say anything. The only thing left is to find an escape technique. Even if I can't win, I need to be able to escape. That's the perfect plan. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He could now resist and fight. If he could also escape, it would be perfect. He was practicing hard, and it was already evening. Master C suddenly rushed to the river and began to cry. What's going on? Jiang Ming quickly put away his short blade and rushed to the shore. Master C had already written a line of crooked words on the ground. The danger zone. A stone tomb. Stone tomb. Weapons. Many books. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly showed interest. Corpses were common in the mountains, but there were only a few graves. Even if there were, they were shallow graves that were casually dug by the villagers. He had not seen any stone tombs in the past 3 years. There are even some books. It seems that the owner of the tomb was someone important. The books in this world were not too expensive, but to be able to hide so many books in a tomb was not something an ordinary person could do. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Ming put the short blade on his waist and walked in the direction of the danger zone. With his current strength, the danger zone was nothing to him. As long as he did not get close to the forbidden zone, there was no risk. The fat tiger let out an excited cry when it saw that they were going out for a group activity. It immediately rushed over from nearby and carried Master C into the depths of the forest. At the same time, on the treetops in the surrounding forest, some birds quietly flew away and scattered in all directions. A few gray eagles soared into the sky above the forest, taking in the scene. In the river, the fish swam in a frenzy, relaying what they had seen. Although Jiang Ming was not invincible here, he was like a fish in water. He did not have to move carefully or hide his strength as a first-class martial artist. No matter where he went, there would be beasts to explore the way for him in advance. If there was any trouble, he could avoid it in advance. He would also be able to know at once who had entered the forest. However, in the past 3 years, the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest had been unusually peaceful. Apart from the herb gatherers and explorers from various villages and towns, as well as the occasional martial artist, no one else visited. However, I heard that since the beginning of this year, the Liang family has sent more people to Great Cloud City and recruited many martial artists, with a lot of money. Jiang Ming thought about it. Although the Liang family didn't find the treasures that the Shi family had pocketed, they probably had other things in their hands and were ready to explore the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Jiang Ming did not have to go into hiding this time. The Liang family was not looking for the king of medicine. The Liang family did not care about the herb gatherers in Peace Town. As long as they did not look for trouble, there should not be any trouble. Moreover, Jiang Ming did not need to join the army. He just needed to stay in the town, remotely control the beasts in the mountains, and slowly do some research. When the opportunity presented itself, it would not be too late to make a decisive move. Aside from the Liang family, I heard that there are other unfamiliar forces that have secretly come to Great Cloud City. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He was happy to see this scene. The more chaotic the terrain was in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest, the greater the chance Jiang Ming would have to fish in troubled waters. However, he did not know what the secret of the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest was. Jiang Ming had not gotten any information about it until now. Could it be that someone is planning something big here? Such a thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, but he immediately discarded it. No matter what, as long as you enter the mountain, you'll be in my territory. After half an hour, Jiang Ming finally arrived at his destination. This was a soft slope, and after the heavy rain in the mountains, the soil and stone slid off. A collapsed corner of the stone tomb was revealed. Through the sunlight, he could see that the tomb was rather big. The one who found the tomb was a little squirrel with purple-gray fur. When it saw Jiang Ming coming, it jumped onto his shoulder in a few steps and wagged its furry tail as if it was asking for a reward. Jiang Ming smiled, took out a piece of golden ginseng, and sent it away. Then he jumped into the stone tomb. The tomb was dark, and a lot of sand and soil had poured in. However, he could still see the general layout. Did someone live here? Jiang Ming was surprised. Not only was there a row of bookshelves in the tomb, but there were also tables, chairs, and beds. There were even walls that were blackened by fire, which showed obvious traces of human life. If it was not for the crude stone coffin at the end of the tomb, Jiang Ming would have thought that this was a regular house that had gotten buried. Please excuse me. Jiang Ming walked to the stone coffin first and slowly opened the coffin lid. A skeleton lay quietly inside. Under the dim light, the bones were crystal clear and gave off a warm luster, as if they were carved out of jade. Immortal jade bones. This is the skeleton of a grandmaster. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that a grandmaster would be buried in this nameless tomb. He looked at the skeleton's crossed hands, which were holding a roll of gray white animal skin. He took out the animal skin and spread it out to read what was written on it. My name is Li Tai. I became a martial artist at the age of 14 and entered the first class at the age of 20. I became a grandmaster at the age of 35. At the age of 50, I was at the peak of the grandmaster realm, sweeping the grandmasters in the world without a single defeat. Standing at the end of the martial path, I'm full of pride and desire to go one step further. I want to open the way for the martial artists in the world to see the scenery above the grandmaster level. Jiang Ming continued to read it. I'm 80 now, and I'm still in my prime. I'm invincible, but I haven't made any progress because I can't see the way forward. His eyes scanned over the next part. When I was 130 years old, I had white hair on my temples and was in despair. Was the Grandmaster realm the end? Why are the heavens so cruel? At 150, my vitality was declining, and I was getting old. I had heard the legend of the cloudy dream mountain forest of the country of Yen and had come here in search of an immortal. Now, at 176, I can't wait any longer. Martial arts. I've been pursuing you all my life. But why are you so cruel? After a long time, Jiang Ming sighed. Zhou Jingyu and Li Tai, two peerless grandmasters, both died in search of immortality. Could it be that the end of the martial path was the grandmaster realm, and there was no way forward? However, according to what Li Tai said, he might have found the immortal fate. He has lived here for more than 20 years, but he has never been able to wait for the opportunity. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he walked toward the only table in the tomb. There were some animal skins, books, and other things scattered on the table. Even the table had a lot of scribbles on it. On the table, Jiang Ming suddenly saw something familiar. In the tomb, the items on the table were scattered and covered in dust. However, there was one item that was completely spotless. It was placed in an open wooden box, and it was emitting a faint crystalline light. It was a bright yellow pearl, the size of a thumb. It was clear and transparent, like a crystal. The yellow crystal pearl did not have an aura, but Jiang Ming could tell at a glance that this thing came from the same source as the yellow crystal shards that he had dug out from Shi Junwei's body. I thought it was a spirit stone from the immortal cultivation world or something. I didn't expect it to be this. Jiang Ming was surprised. He picked up the pearl and squeezed it hard, but it did not budge. He did not know how the crystals in Shi Junwei's body had shattered like that. Perhaps only a grandmaster would be able to destroy it. However, it seems that this unknown yellow pearl is indeed related to the secret of the cloudy dream mountain forest. Even the Shi family could find some fragments, so it's normal for an invincible grandmaster to have such an item. Jiang Ming put the yellow crystal pearl into his pocket and then looked at the animal skin and books on the table. Many books had decayed due to the passage of time. Many words on the animal skin were blurred, but fortunately, some were still vaguely legible. Jiang Ming flipped through a few pages, and his eyes finally stopped on a piece of animal skin with neat handwriting. The cloudy dream mountain forest. The slumbering immortal. An immortal's token. Becoming an immortal. It seemed like this grandmaster had summarized some topics. It turned out that there was a legend circulating in the world that an immortal was sleeping in the cloudy dream mountain forest and would wake up every few hundred years. When an immortal awakens, as long as you have the immortal token, you can step into the immortal's slumbering chamber and ask for a great opportunity. Some people obtained treasures, some sought martial arts techniques, and some even sought longevity. The yellow pearl was the token of the immortal. It was named the yellow jade pearl. They were scattered all over the world. However, one had to have this yellow jade pearl and happened to encounter the awakening of the immortal before they could enter the place where the immortal was sleeping. Almost no one could wait for such an immortal encounter, so this legend was becoming less and less credible. No wonder Zhou Jingyu couldn't find it. Li Tai also died waiting. Jiang Ming observed a moment of silence for the two grandmasters who had failed to achieve this goal. This was the tragedy of not having a long enough life. The undercurrent in Great Cloud City is surging. Is it time for the immortals to wake up again? Jiang Ming suddenly became suspicious and felt that something was wrong. First of all, even if this uncertain legend was true, according to the legend, the immortal did not wake up at regular intervals. No one could tell how many. Hundreds of years would pass before the immortal woke up again. How did the Liang family and the other forces know that it was time for the immortal to wake up? To be able to make a grandmaster family like the Liang family believe the news, without a doubt, meant that the informant was credible. It can't be that the old emperor is causing trouble, right? After all, the emperor seems to be very interested in the immortal encounter in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Jiang Ming shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The Grandmaster family has been passing down this information for hundreds of years. Maybe they really do have the immortal schedule. Just as he was about to tear the animal skin apart, he suddenly had an idea and put it in his bag. Then, Jiang Ming began to check the other objects in the tomb. Almost all the books and animal skins were related to the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Only a few were left intact. As for the martial arts techniques and battle skills that he wanted, there were none. The entire tomb seemed a little simple and poor, without any gold, silver, or jewelry to accompany the burial. An invincible grandmaster had just died so calmly and quietly in this mountain forest. According to Li Tai's diary, he did not even have a lover or children. He had been obsessed with martial arts all his life. Jiang Ming had a sense of respect for this grandmaster whom he had never met before. After covering the stone coffin again, Jiang Ming jumped out of the tomb and sealed it again. Let me, an immortal, help you find the path that you have yet to complete. Jiang Ming bowed and cupped his hands before he turned around and strode down the mountain. He had to celebrate breaking through to first class. A swallow that was slightly longer than a palm suddenly flew from a distance and landed on Jiang Ming's shoulder. It started chirping. Jiang Ming looked at Master C, who quickly took out a paper book and a pencil to translate what the bird said. A moment later, Jiang Ming took the book and read what was written. 2 humans entered the mountain. They're not even 30 years old. Their clothes had the Liang family's emblem. There are no other humans within a 10-mile radius. They said the following: thanks to the Liang family's information, we managed to ambush the Li family in the country of Jing and got another yellow jade pearl. I heard that the Li family is the descendant of the once peerless grandmaster, Li Tai. However, they've really declined now. They only sent a Dao master to find the immortal. Let's search in the mountains. Maybe we can find the yellow jade pearl and make a great contribution. That was all they said. Jiang Ming's body stiffened as he read the contents of their conversation. Didn't Grandmaster Li Tai have no descendants? Where did this Li family come from? Could it be that someone was lying? Why would they do that just to give the Liang family a yellow jade pearl and let the Liang family fight for the immortal encounter? It doesn't feel right no matter how I think about it. Jiang Ming's eyelids kept twitching. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the cloudy Dream Mountain forest was like a bottomless pit. I'd better run first. Jiang Ming rushed back to the wooden house, packed up a wave of things, and then slipped down the mountain. After all, he had Master C and the fat tiger to keep an eye on things. No matter what happened in the mountain, he would be the first to know. Jiang Ming was more and more certain that someone had deliberately leaked the news to the public. What exactly are they after? Jiang Ming could not figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. No matter who got the immortal encounter, he just had to wait behind them. At most, in 100 years, he would wait for this old crone to die and dig his grave. I'm finally back. Seeing the smoke from the straw house in the distance, Jiang Ming was also relieved and decided not to go up the mountain for the time being. Eh? You finally changed your name? Jiang Ming looked at the entrance of the town. There was a newly erected stone tablet with the words Peace County written on it. It seems like the emperor is about to make a move. Thinking of the time when he laughed and talked with Guan Feng about the immortal encounter, Jiang Ming also felt that the world was unpredictable. Who would have thought that there was really an immortal in the cloudy dream mountain forest? However, whether this is real or fake is still unknown. Jiang Ming shook his head and walked into the county with the herb basket on his back. Jiang Ming walked into Peace County. The streets were much livelier than 3 years ago. There were all kinds of shops, from cafes to clothing stores. There were also many street vendors. After the war, the country of Yen gradually became more prosperous than before, as if an illness had been cured. The emperor reduced taxes and built granaries to provide relief to the people. Even the villagers in Peace County had a much better life. Jiang Ming sighed and walked to the bar. He went straight to the second floor and asked for a bright place by the window. He ordered some food and wine and began to eat and drink. Now that old Jiang had completely retired and was a hands-off shopkeeper, Fei had somehow saved up some money and ordered people to renovate the bar. Now, the business was booming, and the atmosphere was new. The customers at the other tables were all red from drinking. As usual, they were discussing the current affairs that had happened recently. Marquis Zhou is really a god. He shocked the world with one battle, and no one dared fight back. He's just a bloodthirsty butcher. If he doesn't win the hearts of the people, he'll get his retribution sooner or later. Bullsh *T. Marquis Zhou massacred the city not for the sake of killing, but to warn those who want to cause trouble. F***CKU. Don't you dare yell at me. In an instant, wine glasses and bar stools flew everywhere. Jiang Ming quickly protected his food and wine and sat on the other side of the table to avoid being splashed with blood. After a while, the two people who were fighting were thrown out of the bar by a red-faced man, which attracted a lot of applause. The red-faced man went back to the second floor and sat opposite Jiang Ming. Long time no see, Ming. How did you become a thug in this bar? Jiang Ming laughed. The man was Wang Dong, Jiang Ming's good friend in tiger hunting village. 3 years passed, and Jiang Ming's strength had also improved to the level of an unranked martial artist, but Wang Dong still could only sense blood qi and had not crossed into the realm of a martial artist. It's just to earn some more money. Wang Dong took a big gulp of wine and smiled bitterly. Only by practicing martial arts will one know how difficult it is to walk the path of martial arts. I'm afraid I don't have the talent anymore, and I'm too lazy to be a dog in those big aristocratic families, so I inherited my father's old profession and opened a butcher shop in Peace County. I got married last year and now we have a baby on the way. We're a bit short of money, so I picked up a part-time job here. Jiang Ming did not interrupt Wang Dong's long-winded speech and listened silently. Perhaps this was the final destination of most martial arts practitioners. From our batch, it seems that only you and Feng Lai have become martial artists now. Wang Dong suddenly said. Fang Lai also became a third-class martial artist a few days ago. Is that so? I'd like to go and congratulate him when I'm free, Jiang Ming said with a smile. I'm very busy now. I've not seen Master Guan in a while, Wang Dong said in a low voice. His eyes were a little unhappy, as if he were recalling the days when they went up the mountain to hunt tigers together. Jiang Ming patted him on the shoulder and asked for 2 bottles of hard liquor and a few appetizers. The two of them drank heavily before they left. However, Jiang Ming did not go home directly. Instead, he went into a remote medicine shop. The medicine shop was called the 100 Herb Hall. It was not big and was located in a remote area. However, because it had a large stock of medicinal herbs, it was always busy. Seeing Jiang Ming come in, several customers who were buying medicine greeted him. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. What do you have this time? Just some golden ginseng. I'll clean them up. If you're interested, come and see me another day. Jiang Ming smiled and replied to them one by one. He was the one who opened the 100 Herb Hall. With his background, it was not a big deal to open a medicine shop. Most of the medicinal herbs he collected on a daily basis were brought here to be sold. He could also buy some medicinal herbs from other people who collected medicinal herbs. He could still make some income. You went drinking again. After Zhou Wenqiu sent away these customers, she walked out from behind the counter and stared at Jiang Ming with dissatisfaction. Jiang Ming quickly poured out all the herbs in the basket, turned around, and ran away. I'll go home first. ******. The next morning, Jiang Ming stood in his small courtyard, practicing a set of simple fist techniques and moving his body. Wow, Ming, you're home. Outside the fence, in the small courtyard next door, a cry of surprise suddenly came. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw a little girl who was not much taller than Master C. She was leaning on the fence between the 2 small courtyards, holding a small wooden bowl filled with fried cicadas. The little girl was looking at Jiang Ming with a face full of surprise. Her white coarse cloth clothes were covered with mud, and her red face was covered in mud as well. Tiananen, you were playing with mud again. Jiang Ming walked over, grabbed the hem of the little girl's clothes, and pointed to the mud on it. Your mother will spank you when she comes back. Ah. The little girl looked down and was shocked. I was not playing with mud. These aren't my clothes. Jiang Ming almost choked. When I went out just now, I saw a little girl splashing in a muddy puddle. Was she a ghost? Tiananen giggled. She stuffed a cicada into her mouth with her dirty little fingers and chewed it. Then, she grabbed another one and handed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was happy. He reached out to take it. Tiananen quickly retracted her hand and asked, curiously, Ming, do you think the stones on the mountain are nice? Jiang Ming laughed, turned around, and took out a few colorful cobblestones from his medicine basket. He put them in Tiananen's bowl, and then she handed the cicada to Jiang Ming. You little brat. Jiang Ming said without mercy. Tiananen played with the cobblestones happily, then turned and ran away, leaving Jiang Ming alone. Jiang Ming shook his head, too lazy to argue with this little girl. He chewed on the cicada and walked unsteadily toward the 100 Herb Hall. Zhou Wenqiu had already opened the door and was sorting out the medicinal herbs. Jiang Ming lay down on the bamboo chair in the inner hall with ease. He had some experience from working under Dr. Sunday. It was quite comfortable. I am here to buy some medicine. Suddenly, a man wearing a bamboo hat, whose face could not be seen clearly, walked into the medicine shop and said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming did not take it seriously and sent Zhou Wenxiu to sell medicine. There were too many people who hid their identities to buy things. Everyone had some secrets that could not be revealed, and he was too lazy to care. However, the next few medicinal herbs that the man mentioned made Jiang Ming unable to sit still. I need some mountain dragon's eye, snake flower grass root, cicada skin, dried leech, and some 9-fragrance worm. Jiang Ming's memory suddenly went back to the time when he had just crossed into this world. The prescription from old ghost Huang was the beginning of everything. The man in the bamboo hat listed out the herbs one by one. Zhou Wenxiu's expression remained the same as she said, "How much do you want?" "We don't have many herbs left." The man in the bamboo hat had been staring at Zhou Wenxiu's expression. Seeing that there was no change in her expression, he seemed to be secretly relieved. "I'll take as much as you have, I have plenty of money." He slammed the table in an extraordinary manner and set down 100 taels of silver. "All right, please wait a moment." Only then did Zhou Wenxiu reveal a smile and began to pick the herbs with a smile. Jiang Ming sat in the back hall. Through the aisle between the front and back hall, he inadvertently glanced at the man in the bamboo hat. Then, he continued to read the medical book in a seemingly distracted manner, and occasionally took a sip of tea. Internally, his thoughts were whirling. These ingredients are all from the beast-taming prescription. When Jiang Ming snatched the beast-taming prescription from old ghost Huang. Back then, his first bucket of gold was earned from this prescription. However, he would not take it for granted that there was only one beast-taming prescription in this world. It was just that today was the first time he had seen such a similar combination of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, it was at the ingenious time when the storm on the cloudy Dream Mountain forest was gradually rising. He could not help but overthink it. It's also thanks to me changing my appearance to go to the Wang family's medicine shop to buy medicinal herbs in large quantities, Jiang Ming muttered internally. Otherwise, if he had kept buying these herbs, he would have been exposed. Don't be in a hurry. Just observe the situation first. Jiang Ming glanced at the bird's nest under the eaves, where a family of swifts was living. Soon, the man in the bamboo hat left in a hurry with all the bags of herbs. Zhou Wenxiu also happily jumped into the back hall and showed off today's harvest to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming praised her and sent her away. Then, he reached out his hand and said, "Xiao Yu." A swift immediately flew out of its nest and landed on his palm. This was the swift that he had trained the earliest. It was quick and agile and an expert at tracking. Jiang Ming put the swift near his mouth, whispered a few words, stroked its feathers, and then let it go. The swift spun in the air and flew away. Jiang Ming recalled the actions of the man in the bamboo hat. He's from a good family, but he's a little crude in doing things. He doesn't look like an old fox from a big force, but like a young child who suddenly got rich. Bidding for 100 taels of silver without saying a word is not something a normal person would do. Even if he's good at martial arts, it's not safe. Fortunately, I'm not a bad person who will get greedy at the sight of money. Jiang Ming praised himself, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In the evening, Jiang Ming asked Zhou Wenxiu to go home first. He had to keep watch at the medicine shop. Be careful, Zhou Wenxiu started to say, but in the end, she just bit her lip and silently turned to leave. Jiang Ming glanced at her back. His whereabouts were mysterious every day. This girl probably guessed that he had a secret, but she never asked. It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. Jiang Ming sighed, shook his head, and stopped thinking. Late at night, Jiang Ming sat quietly on the bamboo chair. The faint light of the candle on the table shone on his face, flickering. A swift suddenly flew in from the window and landed on the table in front of Jiang Ming. It spat out a ball of tightly packed paper from its beak. Jiang Ming opened it and saw Master C's crooked handwriting. Someone has entered the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. They are using blood to refine medicine. Jiang Ming's eyebrows raised. It's the person who has the beast taming prescription. Is he also here to find the immortal? Another swift flew in. 2 disciples of the Liang family followed this person into the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. Jiang Ming frowned. The Liang family is really a sh*t stirrer. They are involved in everything. Investigate and report to me again. Jiang Ming waved his hand and sent the 2 swifts away. ****. The next evening, Jiang Ming threw another ball of paper into the tea stove at his feet. The flame suddenly sprang up and burned it to ashes. He had already received more than 30 messages. It seemed that the man in the bamboo hat was indeed a rookie who came out of nowhere. He did not even know that he was followed into the mountain by the Liang family's disciples, and they observed his refining process. However, it seemed that this guy had not practiced medicine much. He had already lost a lot of blood in one day. By the time the medicine is done, I'm afraid he'll be gone. Jiang Ming was speechless. He would either die from blood loss because he failed to master it, or he would be killed by the Liang family's disciples because he succeeded. Jiang Ming shook his head and did not plan to get involved in this for the time being. Although neither of them seemed to be experts, he already had the beast taming prescription. There was no need to get into trouble that had nothing to do with him. Besides, he was too lazy to run away again. Let's go home for dinner. Jiang Ming got up and asked Xiaoyu to pass on a message to Master C. He only needed to report to Master C 3 times a day. He was on vacation and did not want to deal with anything else. However, this beast-taming prescription can't possibly be from the mountains. Right? As Jiang Ming walked, his thoughts were scattered, and his imagination was running wild. It was summer, and even the foot of the mountain was a little hot and stuffy. Many people were holding large fans and sitting in front of their homes to enjoy the cool air. A group of raggedy kids were running and playing under the shade of the tree. Jiang Ming saw Tiananmen, who liked to play with mud, running around with a small wooden bucket. From time to time, she would squat on the ground. He did not know what she was doing. Jiang Ming was walking when he suddenly stepped on something. He lowered his head and saw a half-dead cicada making its final struggle before death. At the side, a dirty little hand had already reached out halfway to grab the cicada, but it stopped in midair. Jiang Ming looked at the owner of the small hand. Tiananmen's face was full of sadness, and then she looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Ming, you hurt a little life. Jiang Ming glanced at Tiananmen's small wooden bucket. In the shallow layer of water, more than a dozen fat and tender cicadas were already submerged. How did these little lives die? he asked, his face expressionless. Huh? What do you mean? Tiananmen did not know what he was talking about. I'll catch 10, to compensate you later. Jiang Ming was speechless. Tiananmen clutched his trousers and refused to let go. You hurt a little. Life. Jiang Ming surrendered. I'm going to eat rice noodles. Tiananmen immediately hugged his leg. I want 3 bowls. Jiang Ming sighed and removed her dirty hands, asking her to send the cicadas back home. Tiananmen complied happily. Soon, she came back with her little wooden bowl in her hands. At the entrance of the courtyard, a woman with her hair tied up in a bun smiled and waved her hand, asking Jiang Ming to take Tiananmen out with him. She took a small bucket and went to fry the cicadas. Jiang Ming looked at her and shouted, Miss Qingqing, do you want me to bring you a bowl? The woman shook her head and smiled. No need. You can go have fun. Jiang Ming looked at her and nodded. He carried Tiananmen on his shoulders and walked to the night market in the county. Zhou Wenxiu accompanied them. The afterglow of the evening shone on his body, making him feel a little warm. Zhou Wenxiu and Jiang Ming walked side by side. She suddenly said, Miss Qingqing has changed so much. You'll always change after experiencing life. As Jiang Ming spoke, he also remembered the winter of that year when he first met Li Qingqing. She was still a warm and cheerful carpenter's daughter. They had not seen each other for 4 or 5 years. She had already become a quiet and reserved woman. 3 years ago, the Shi family was destroyed. A few months later, Li Qingqing came back with her daughter, who was still a baby, and moved into the courtyard next door. However, the skilled and helpful elderly did not return, and Li Qingqing's husband did not return either. Only the mother and daughter were left. It was difficult to leave one's hometown, but things remained the same and people had changed. 100 years from now, how many of my good friends will be left? Jiang Ming's small courtyard was a little far from the main street. They took a few shortcuts and took a few dark paths. Tiananmen was so scared that she almost pulled Jiang Ming's hair out. Then, she saw the lights of the night market in the distance. At this time, the market had just opened, and the hot smoke was everywhere. All kinds of fragrances were in the air, making people hungry. Jiang Ming found the rice noodle stall, put down the little girl on his shoulders, and sat her on the bench. Then, he greeted the owner and said, 2 big bowls of noodles. Please add on your special toppings. Zhou Wenxiu rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Ming laughed. A moment later, when the rice noodles were served, he filled Tiananmen's small bowl, and the two began to compete to see who could eat faster. Finally, before they left, Tiananmen filled another wooden bowl and carefully covered it with her hand, preparing to give it to her mother to try. The bowl is full of your stinky saliva, it's not clean. Jiang Ming glanced at her and said, Ming, you're so stupid. How can a washed bowl not be clean? Tiananmen looked at him in surprise. Where did you wash it? Tiananmen puffed out her chest and argued, I used my tongue to lick it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiu. Jiang Ming and Zhou Wenxiu were rendered speechless. The night market gradually became livelier. The 3 of them strolled around for a while and ate some snacks. They slowly walked back home. On the way back, they still took the shortcut. It was late at night, and no one was seen on the road. Jiang Ming suddenly saw a black dog with a bald tail running along the side of the road. The black dog had a huge body, and its strong muscles could be vaguely seen. under its fur. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he handed Tiananmen to Zhou Wenxiu for her too. Hold. Jiang Ming stared at the black dog in shock. A dog that knows martial arts? For the past 3 years, he had been drinking the spirit-clearing soup non. Stop. Now, his heightened perception could be maintained for a good amount of time every day. Even if he did not use it, he had a keen sense of the surrounding qi movement and could even vaguely sense the realm of a martial artist. This was also the reason why Jiang Ming did not panic at all when he saw the man in the bamboo hat who was buying the herbs in the medicine shop. Because the other party was only around the 3rd class, Jiang Ming was not afraid at all. The black dog in front of him was also exuding exuberant blood qi. In Jiang Ming's eyes, it was as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night. That should be around the level of a 3rd-class martial artist, right? Can even dogs practice martial arts these days? While Jiang Ming was staring at the black dog was also staring at Jiang Ming, as if it had sensed the dangerous aura on this human. Woof, the black dog barked, and then, he turned around and fled. You can't escape. There was no one else nearby. Jiang Ming rushed forward and punched the black dog's head with an expressionless face. With a muffled sound, the black dog flew backward while screaming and fell to the edge of the ridge. It shook its head and actually got up again. What? Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. Although he had held back in his punch, it was definitely not a problem to hammer a 3rd-class martial artist to death. However, this black dog's skin was not even broken. This dog is quite something. Jiang Ming suddenly couldn't bear to let the dog die, so he looked at the black dog with kind eyes. When the black dog saw Jiang Ming's kind eyes, its fur stood on end. It was so scared that it turned around and ran away. However, it had only run 2 steps when Jiang Ming grabbed its neck and lifted it up. The black dog still wanted to struggle. Jiang Ming knocked it out with 1 punch and dragged it all the way home. Soon, they arrived at the door of the house. Tiananmen stood at the door of her house. She stared at the black dog with reluctance and gathered her courage to say, Ming, do you want to eat this dog? Do you want some too? Jiang Ming looked at her. No. The dog is so cute. I won't eat it. Tiananmen turned pale with fright, shook her head, and ran inside. The next moment, a small head popped out again. Ming, you can't secretly eat it, okay? Can you stop teaching her silly things? Li Qingqing stood up with her hands on her hips and glared at Jiang Ming. Then, she carried Tiananmen home like a little chick. Jiang Ming's face was dark. What the hell does this have to do with me? He shook his head and dragged the black dog all the way back to his house. Then he laid it on the ground. The black dog slowly woke up. Its lively eyes looked around, looking for a chance to escape. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly said, You're a dog that has drunk the beast-taming medicine, right? First, there was a guy who bought the ingredients for the beast-taming prescription, and then a dog who knew martial arts appeared. It could not be such a coincidence, right? The black dog's body stiffened slightly, and then its face was blank, as if it did not know what Jiang Ming was talking about. The beast-taming medicine can awaken the intelligence of beasts. You're so stupid. It's obvious that you've never drunk it before. Jiang Ming shook his head and looked at the black dog. Am I right? The black dog's eyes were filled with joy as it nodded its head. Jiang Ming was speechless. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. This was a smart dog that was also a little stupid. He could not bear to kill it, but he could not let it go either. Zhou Wenxiu, that stupid girl, probably could not keep an eye on this dog. Jiang Ming's fist hit the black dog again, and while it was still dizzy, a black pill was stuffed into its mouth. This is the marrow-devouring pill. Without the antidote, your bone marrow will corrode, and you will die within 3 days. You're the first one to enjoy it. Remember to tell me if you have any clinical reactions. The black dog stared at him. In the small house, Jiang Ming did not seem to see the black dog's resentful eyes and said lightly, as long as you take the antidote in time, you won't die. Can you write? The black dog stared at Jiang Ming for a long time as if it wanted to protest. In the end, it could only nod its head in humiliation when it thought of this human's brutal means. Jiang Ming was not surprised. If he could think of teaching Master C how to read and write, it was impossible for the person who trained this black dog to not think of it as well. He immediately threw over a paper and a pen and shouted, "I'll ask, and you'll answer. What is your name? Where are you from? Where is your master, and why? Do you want to kill me?" "I'm not here to kill you." The black dog was shocked and quickly wrote down an answer. "You still dare quibble?" Jiang Ming slapped the table. "If you lie again, I'll chop off your legs and stew them. Tell me everything you know." The black dog's eyes were filled with fear. "I'm Black Bean, from the country of you. My master has entered the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. I was just about to chase after him. We're really not here to kill you. Don't talk nonsense, it's okay. What's your master's name, appearance, and realm?" Jiang Ming did not wait for it to answer and continued to ask, "Tell me everything about you and your master. If you dare hide anything from me, I won't be this nice." Black Bean's face was so scared that it almost turned white. He picked up the charcoal pen and started to write wildly. "My master's name is Wu Rong. He's 24 years old, tall and thin. He's a third-class martial artist. My master's ancestors once obtained the beast-taming prescription in the mountains, and the Wu family once had a grandmaster. However, now that his family has fallen, and master is the only child left, he heard that the immortal encounter is coming again at the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, so we wanted to try his luck." The black dog kept writing. Jiang Ming was pleased to read all its answers, and gradually figured out the origin of the black dog. If the black dog was not lying, the man in the bamboo hat who had come to the 100 Herb Hall to buy herbs should be its master, Wu Rong. According to the black dog, the ancestor of the Wu family was a figure from nearly 1,000 years ago. He had once obtained the beast-taming prescription in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. With that as his backing, he had developed the family into a very prosperous state in less than 3 generations. However, the beast-taming prescription was only an auxiliary technique, and the Wu family's beast-taming prescription stood out, so it was targeted by some people. After hundreds of years, the Wu family gradually declined. Wu Rong was the only one left in his generation. This black dog was Wu Rong's guardian, that his father had used Wu Rong's blood to train for him. He had also left behind some money to help Wu Rong and ensure that he lived a safe and stable life. It was a pity that Wu Rong was not that skilled. However, he was quite proud. According to what Black Bean said, Wu Rong was not willing to let his family die out, and he felt that the beast-taming prescription was not strong enough. Moreover, it was only an auxiliary technique, so he wanted to come to the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest and seek a true immortal technique to restore the glory of his family. However, Wu Rong did not want Black Bean to risk following him, so he drugged it and abandoned it halfway. Fortunately, Black Bean had a sensitive nose, so it was able to find him all the way here. As for why there was still an incomplete beast-taming prescription circulating at the foot of Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest, this was not something Black Bean knew. Maybe there were people from the Wu family who wanted to go back to the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest to seek opportunities. Jiang Ming shook his head and did not bother to think about it. It seems that this Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest really has an immortal hidden somewhere. According to Black Bean, Jiang Ming had a better understanding of the immortal encounter in Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. According to the ancient books passed down by the Wu family, after the Wu family's patriarch obtained the beast-taming prescription at the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest and established the Wu family, he would collect rare natural treasures, stones, and medicines every year and personally send them to the depths of the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. It was not until the Wu family's ancestor died that he stopped. The immortal encounter is more like a transaction. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. This sleeping immortal is like a mountain god, collecting tributes and giving opportunities. However, if he was a true immortal, why would he go through so much trouble? If he needed anything, he could just get it himself. A grandmaster could easily establish a huge force to work for him. This immortal could easily create a grandmaster army, so why did he hide in the mountains and get other people to do these things for him? Is the immortal who appears once every few hundred years injured? Or is he sealed away? Jiang Ming muttered internally. However, a person who could live for 1,000 years was probably not a weak person. The Wu family's ancestor paid tributes every year. I'm afraid the immortal must have used some means to force him into servitude. Jiang Ming wondered if he could be immune to the immortal, since he was an immortal as well. By the way, do you have the complete beast-taming prescription? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. If he was Wu Rong's father, he would definitely give the black dog a copy of his family's secret technique. According to the black dog's description, the complete beast-taming prescription not only allowed humans to communicate with beasts, but it also contained the beast's martial arts technique. As long as there were enough resources, it could allow ordinary beasts to nourish their blood qi and become martial artists. This was also the reason why Black Bean could become a third-class martial artist. This is much more powerful than my beast-taming prescription. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. I don't have it, the black dog wrote quickly and shook its head firmly. Jiang Ming nodded. It seemed that his guess was right. It really had it. However, it seemed that this dog was quite loyal to the Wu family. How to win him over was a problem. Suddenly, the sound of flying birds came from outside the window. Jiang Ming's eyes moved, and with lightning speed, he knocked the black dog unconscious with a punch. A swift flew in through the window. It seemed to be a little anxious, and it quickly spat out a ball of paper. The man who refined the medicine was killed. 2 members of the Liang family were injured and are walking down the mountain. They are expected to be out in 3 days. The man who refined the medicine was interrogated before he died. And he said that he left the prescription in the 100 herb hall. Jiang Ming suddenly had a bad feeling. How did the Liang family know that Wu Rong had the beast-taming prescription? However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing was that he had to nip the trouble in the bud. He stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the black dog. His eyes moved and he burned the note. Anyway, those two people are injured and can't get out for the time being. Jiang Ming sat at the table and made a plan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, Black Bean woke up in a daze. You're tired from the long journey. I want you to sleep a little longer. Jiang Ming had a kind look on his face. It was all a misunderstanding before. I'm really sorry. I've suddenly realized that you're very honest and loyal. We have no grievances or grudges. You're definitely not here to kill me. I'm very touched by your loyalty to your master. Why don't I go into the mountain with you and help you find your master? Black Bean was a little touched and scratched his head, but he did not dare move. All right, it's decided then. Jiang Ming smiled, stuffed the black dog into the herb basket to stop it from moving, then carried the herb basket and walked into the mountain. The cloudy dream mountain forest was surrounded by clouds all year round. The depths of the forest were even more dangerous, and fierce beasts were everywhere. Almost no herb gatherers dared go in, and no one knew what the depths looked like. A young man with a black dog following him walked into the depths. He looked no different from an ordinary herb gatherer. The black dog sniffed left and right from time to time, tracking its master's scent, but it did not notice the few swifts that occasionally flew past in the sky. Jiang Ming casually raised his head and glanced in the direction that Yu Yan, one of the swifts, had left in. It was the same direction as Black Bean's search, so he did not say anything. Occasionally, Jiang Ming would open his mouth and express his concern for the safety of Black Bean's master, as well as guilt for his previous actions. It's wrong to hit a dog. If I can be of help in the future, tell me. When Black Bean heard this, it was moved to tears. It seemed that it was really a misunderstanding. How could there be such a good person in this world? The last time it met a stranger on the way, he almost cut off its tail. When I find my master, I'll definitely repay you, the black dog wrote on the ground, its face full of sincerity. I've always been kind and willing to help others, so how can I do this for the sake of repayment? You're insulting my character. Jiang Ming shook his head unhappily. Black Bean's eyes were filled with hot tears. Did I overdo it? Jiang Ming wanted to feel guilty, but he found that he could not. Who the hell asked your master to trap me? The man and the dog were both martial artists, so their speed gradually increased as they went deep into the forest. In less than half a day, they had reached the depths of the forest. At this point, the black dog's pace had already slowed down. There were more and more wild beasts here, and some of them had disturbed the black dog's sense of smell. There are traces of people passing by here. These traces are just a few days old. Jiang Ming pointed at a broken bush. I'm an herb gatherer. I have some experience in this area. The black dog was overjoyed and quickly ran in that direction. Jiang Ming followed behind. A squirrel suddenly jumped over the treetop, shaking off a pile of dead branches and leaves. It had another ball of paper. The Liang family is 3 miles away. Jiang Ming's expression did not change as he continued to move forward. A quarter of an hour later, the black dog stared at the two strangers in front of it, showing its ferocity and barking madly. It could smell its master's blood on the two of them. Jiang Ming looked at the two people from the Liang family. They were both young people in their 20s. They were all covered in bruises. One of them even had a broken leg. No wonder they walked so slowly. It seemed that they were also two third-class rookies. They did not report it to the martial artists in their family because of greed and wanted to take the credit for themselves. If they had not met him, they would have really succeeded. Herb gatherer, take care of your dog and come over to carry me down the mountain, or I'll beat you to death, the young man with the broken leg ordered with cold eyes. The black dog growled and bared its fangs. Jiang Ming quickly held it down and looked at the two people from the Liang family with a kind face. If there's anything wrong, let's talk it out. There's no need to fight. I'm here to look for my brother. Have you seen a man in black? He's tall and thin. Although he knew that these two guys were the ones who had killed Wu Rong, he still had to put on an act. As expected, the two members of the Liang family had cold expressions. You know that dead man? Who are you? What? You killed my brother? Jiang Ming's face was full of grief and indignation. You'll pay for this. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the two people. The black dog saw this and was so angry that it felt its body heat up. It roared and rushed forward. A martial artist? The expressions of the two people from the Liang family changed drastically. Jiang Ming had already punched a man and sent him flying into the dense forest. Then, he rushed in as well. The black dog pounced on the man with the broken leg and started to bite him. This isn't a dog. Ah, the man with a broken leg shrieked in fear. He had punched the black dog, but why did it not die? He was a third-class martial artist. Very quickly, the man with the broken leg had his throat bitten open, and he died. Blackbean rushed into the dense forest but did not find Jiang Ming, so he quickly followed his scent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a mountain forest more than 10 miles away, Jiang Ming stared at the Liang family man whose limbs had been broken and asked, coldly, where did you guys get this beast-taming prescription? The Liang family man's face was full of fear, and he blabbered, we were ordered to come here by the elder of the family, Liang Shenyan. Ever since he heard the rumor of a rabbit riding a tiger in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, Elder Shenyan suspected that there was an inheritor of the beast taming prescription here. However, there was soon no news of the rabbit. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Elder Shenyan ordered us not to act rashly. A few days ago, Wu Rong appeared in Great Cloud City and unintentionally revealed his ability to understand the language of beasts, which was discovered by the two of us. We chased him all the way into the mountains in an attempt to steal his beast-taming prescription. Unfortunately, he did not have the prescription on him. However, he said that he left the prescription with the owner of the 100 Herb Hall. Please spare my life, I'll take you to get it. Then why don't I go and get it myself? Jiang Ming looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He put his palm on his chest, and a strange force suddenly burst out. This is the Liang family's vitality-snatching technique. Who are you? The man from the Liang family was shocked. However, he did not get an answer. His blood chi withered, and his vital chi was exhausted. It's only equivalent to 7 or 8 days of practice. Jiang Ming shook his head. This was the first time he had used the vitality snatching technique on someone else. He was now a first-class martial artist, so the vital qi he seized from a third-class martial artist was not particularly useful, but it was better than nothing. Liang Xianyan, immediately, Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. When he received the news from Master C, he immediately warned it to keep a low profile. He did not expect that it would still be targeted. It was not good to be remembered by a Grandmaster family. Jiang Ming kicked the body into the ravine, then turned around and walked back. Soon, he met Black Bean. Don't worry, I've already killed him at the risk of damaging my origin. Jiang Ming coughed and his face suddenly turned pale. Quickly go find your master. Black Bean's face was full of grief. It nodded heavily and ran toward the mountain. In the evening, at the entrance of a cave, Black Bean was lying on top of a corpse whose blood had already dried up. Its eyes were filled with sorrow. It's all my fault for being late, Jiang Ming said reproachfully. Black Bean endured its grief and got up, writing on the ground, "Don't be sad. Master has been dead for a long time. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have been able to even find his body. Thank you." Jiang Ming sighed and stopped talking. The next day, Jiang Ming dug a grave for Black Bean's master and buried him in the mountain. You almost killed me, and I even dug a grave for you. That's good enough. Jiang Ming stared at the grave and muttered internally. A moment later, the man and the dog returned and went down the mountain. What are your plans for the future? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. Black Bean's eyes seemed to be a little hesitant. Jiang Ming smacked his forehead, as if he suddenly remembered something, and threw a white pill to Black Bean. This is the antidote. It will last for a while. Just come to me regularly to get it. Black Bean knelt on the ground with a plop and dug the ground with his paws. I've been wandering for half my life. I need a wise master. It was a hot summer. In a small bamboo-fenced courtyard, a large black dog was lazily sleeping on its stomach. From time to time it would turn over and lie down under the shade of the tree. In the courtyard next door, a little girl's head was hidden in the gap between the bamboo fences. Her big eyes stared straight at Black Bean for a moment, then looked left and right to make sure that there was no sign of kitchen utensils being prepared. She then carried the small wooden bucket back to the house in disappointment. After a while, Li Qingqing's frantic scream came from the room next door. Tiananen. Who told you to fill a bucket of mud and pour it on the bed? Jiang Ming was lying comfortably in the bamboo chair, chuckling at Tiananen's fate, and then continued to look at the thick stack of paper in his hand, which was filled with crooked handwriting. It was a complete beast-taming prescription. Jiang Ming looked satisfied. Black Bean was quite grateful. As soon as it returned home, it wrote the whole beast-taming prescription and apologized for hiding it from Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming also expressed his understanding and wanted to be honest with it in the future. Soon, Jiang Ming finished reading the stack of paper and was surprised. So, this beast-taming prescription actually has 3 medicinal formulas and a martial arts technique, huh? The beast-taming prescription he had obtained before was only the basic formula for beast-taming prescriptions. It was refined with the blood of the beast tamer, and it could help the beast gain intelligence and obey the beast tamer who provided the blood. As for the second prescription, it required the blood of 9 different birds and beasts, supplemented by dozens of medicinal herbs. It was refined into a pill for beast tamers to consume, and they could understand the language of beasts. With this medicinal formula, there's no need to trouble Master C to Translate. Jiang Ming nodded. However, the strangest thing was the third prescription. It was still a pill. Refined with the blood of a beast tamer. It could be fed to a beast that had already taken the first prescription, and the two would establish a mental link. The beast tamer had a chance to place his mind on the beast and control it, as if he had a clone. However, according to Black Bean's memory, this was just a myth. No one in the Wu family had ever successfully executed it. Jiang Ming guessed that the third prescription was so mysterious that it might really involve the scope of immortal cultivators. Ordinary martial artists could not succeed at all. However, I can try it when I have time, he mumbled. As for the last martial arts technique, only beasts could cultivate it to reach the Grandmaster realm. It seemed quite intimidating. The highest the Wu family had ever gone was a first-class martial artist. They had never been able to break through to the Tao Master realm. I wonder how far Master C and the fat tiger can go with this, Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, the storm was rising recently, so he did not plan to act rashly for the time being. I should keep a low profile in the future. Jiang Ming thought of the two people from the Liang family he met in the mountain and what they said. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The Liang family was looking for the inheritor of the beast taming prescription in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Wasn't that him? If they wanted to catch him, they had to pry open Master C's mouth first. If they wanted to do that, they had to first catch it. In order to catch it, they had to avoid the eyes in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. In order to avoid thousands of eyes, they had to kill almost all the beasts in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Our defense is good. However, we can't let our guard down either. There's still a slight chance that it might happen. We have to be on guard. Unknowingly, I've been targeted by a Grandmaster family. This is horrible. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, and he made up his mind. It seems that I have to work hard on my cultivation again. There would be trouble if he was targeted. If something happened, he would not be able to survive. No one can stop me from hiding. Jiang Ming's expression was a little cold. Not even a Grandmaster family. I said it. In a corner of the courtyard, the black dog suddenly shivered. Over the next few days, Jiang Ming doubled his cultivation. He mercilessly hit himself with the vitality snatching technique 10 times a day. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he quickly rushed to the peak of the first class. In addition, Jiang Ming also changed his appearance and sneaked into various medicine shops in the county town to purchase the medicinal herbs needed for the next 2 prescriptions and studied the refining methods of the 2 beast taming pills. As the days went by, the weather became hotter and hotter. More and more unfamiliar martial artists gathered in Great Cloud City. Great Cloud City was filled with a restless atmosphere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was the 17th of August. In the small courtyard, Zhou Wenxiu kept wiping her sweat and complained. What's wrong with the weather this year? It's getting hotter and hotter at this time. Is there no end to it? Jiang Ming and Tiananmen sat face to face on the ground, staring at each other with their eyes wide open. They gnawed on the watermelons that had just been sliced, ignoring Zhou Wenxiu's complaints. Suddenly, a swift flew out of nowhere and landed in the nest under the eaves. Chirping. Jiang Ming lowered his head and nibbled on the watermelon. In his mind, he naturally understood the chirping of the swift The Liang family's martial artists have entered the mountain. They're heading straight for the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming's eyes focused. Is this storm finally going to rise? Over the next few days, there was a constant stream of news. The 6 grandmaster families of the country of Yan have all left Great Cloud City today and entered the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. An unknown group of carriages came from the capital. The guards of the group casually waved their blades, killing more than 10 bandits. Jiang Ming was shocked. These were grandmasters. If mere guards were grandmasters, the person inside the carriage was unimaginably powerful. Time gradually passed, and it was now September. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and it was extremely unusual. On the other hand, the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest was getting livelier. For some reason, the news of the Immortal encounter spread throughout the country of Yan. Countless martial artists had traveled thousands of miles to come here, rushing into the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest from all directions and gathering outside the Forbidden Zone. Although the Immortal had not yet appeared, bloody conflicts had already broken out from time to time. According to Yu Yan, who was flying back and forth, even the grandmasters had taken action and destroyed a mountain. Some grandmasters even coughed up blood and were injured. Who the F***ck is this guy? He's causing such a big scene. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. This news definitely did not fly out on its own. It was obviously spread by someone with sinister intentions. A few days ago, the grandmasters fought because of a strange flower that suddenly bloomed. Yesterday, a purple root grass with a flowing silver light appeared, causing a bloody fight. More than 30 martial artists died. Within a radius of 10 miles from the Forbidden Zone, the growth rate of the vegetation has become faster again. A withered thunderstruck tree has sprouted new shoots. A martial artist who was resting on the thunderstruck tree suddenly broke through to the next realm. For the next few days, Jiang Ming was more and more shocked as he listened to Yu Yan's information. Unfortunately, after a few more days, the scene of the plants recovering and the cultivators breaking through was still only within a 5-mile radius of the Forbidden Zone. Almost all the martial artists had squeezed into the 5-mile radius of the Forbidden Zone, fighting and killing to obtain all kinds of mutated plants. In just a few days, hundreds of martial artists had died. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, could it be that the place where the mysterious Immortal is sleeping is a place with rich vital qi? Is the Immortal's vital qi leaking and causing the surrounding vital qi to change because he's about to wake up? Another swift flew back. A martial artist entered the Forbidden Zone with a yellow jade pearl and came out alive. He brought back a small tree that bore fruit. It seems to be more precious than the exotic flowers and plants outside the Forbidden Zone. It was snatched by the Liang family. The forces with yellow jade pearls have entered the Forbidden Zone one after another, but each yellow jade pearl seems to be able to protect only 3 to 5 people. Most of them are still fighting outside the Forbidden Zone for the mutant plants. It seems that the Immortal encounter has really arrived, Jiang Ming said in a low voice. He raised his hand, and Yu Yan flew back into the air. Then, he got up and walked towards the bar. On the way, Jiang Ming also adjusted his breathing and calmed his mood. He had only gained immortality. He had not lived for thousands of years. How could he not be tempted by such an opportunity? But at this moment, the most important thing was to stay calm. Although the Immortal encounter was important, keeping a low profile was even more Important. The immortal encounter this time was obviously unusual. Someone had deliberately created a big wave and caused a fight between martial artists. I've already confirmed that there's really an immortal encounter here, and I have the yellow jade pearl. I'll just sneak into the mountain and seek the immortal encounter a couple of 100 years later. There's no need to get involved in this mess. As he walked, a few old farmers with hoes on their backs passed by him and were also discussing current affairs. I didn't expect that there would be an old immortal living in this ravine. Maybe with a wave of the immortal's hand, gold, silver, and gems will grow out of the fields, and we'll be rich. I heard that old Yen has sneaked into the mountain. I wonder if he can come back with gold. Jiang Ming shook his head. The mess this time was many times bigger than the mess the king of medicine had caused. The bar was also in a mess. Many hot-blooded men were staying here for the time being, preparing to enter the mountain. A grandmaster is nothing. Who said that the immortal encounter will definitely be obtained by grandmasters? If I manage to catch the immortal encounter in the chaos and become an immortal on the spot, what can grandmasters do to me? They'll still have to kneel down and call me their master. F***ck, well said. Let's form a team. Count me in. I'm from Jiangnan City. Where are you from? All kinds of different accents mixed together as martial artists from all over the world gathered in groups of 3 to 5, as if they were going to a big event. In Jiang Ming's eyes, it was no different from jumping into a meat grinder. He came to the second floor and happened to see someone. Fang Lai, long time no see. Jiang Ming sat opposite him and sighed. Of the people who had applied to Tiger Hunting Village with him, only Fang Lai and he were left. In fact, he was considered to have left Tiger Hunting Village. If you want to see me every day, then come back to the village. Fang Lai laughed. There was a shallow blade mark on his face, and his eyes were much sharper. He seemed to have grown a lot in the past few years. Has Tiger Hunting Village made any moves? Jiang Ming also laughed and asked. Fang Lai nodded. The leader has brought Guan Feng and a few other second-class martial artists into the mountains. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Fang Lai could tell what he was thinking and said, "Don't worry, we're now a Grandmaster level force." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought of the Flying Cloud Castle. He was surprised. He did not expect that a low-key force like the Flying Cloud Castle would have a Grandmaster. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, without a Grandmaster, how would they dare fight for power? However, it seemed that Tiger Hunting Village had joined hands with the Flying Cloud Castle. However, the situation this time is a little unusual, Jiang Ming reminded him. Wei Yan said the same thing. Fang Lai laughed. We'll be careful. Jiang Ming was relieved. The young man who seemed to be gentle was actually very cunning. There would be no problem with his advice. After this, Tiger Hunting Village will be leaving Great Cloud City, Fang Lai suddenly said. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he realized something. Now that the world was suffering from a great drought and the people's grievances were everywhere, in addition to this storm, there would be countless casualties. Among the martial artists, and maybe even a few grandmasters would die. It was almost inevitable for the aristocratic families to feel unsafe. Taking advantage of their fear was a way to rise. It's only been a few years, Jiang Ming sighed internally. If everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment, the Green Mountain Army would not have been able to raise such a big army. They fought all the way to Jiangnan City and were only destroyed when they tried to hurt the aristocrats. After drinking, Jiang Ming returned home and continued to live his daily life. One day, Jiang Ming was eating noodles when a swift suddenly landed on the table and chirped. Something big seems to have happened in the Forbidden Zone. All the martial artists with the yellow jade pearls have entered the Forbidden Zone. The Liang family has 2 yellow jade pearls. The Grandmasters and all the Tao Masters of the Liang family have entered the Forbidden Zone and sent a few first-class martial artists to secretly escort the exotic flowers and rare herbs out of the mountain. No one has found them so far. Jiang Ming stopped eating, and his eyes revealed a strange look. He muttered to himself, "It seems that the Grandmasters and Tao Masters have entered the Forbidden Zone to fight for the immortal fate, but they were afraid that some desperados would plunder their loot, so they got first-class martial artists to guard it." The Liang family probably did not expect to obtain these exotic flowers and rare herbs from the beginning, so they did not make thorough arrangements. Now that there was a sudden change in the Forbidden Zone, they could only send a few first-class martial artists to guard their loot. If that's the case, then if I don't make a move, it won't make sense. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly. He had made up his mind to destroy the Liang family. Their loot was just a bonus. But it's always better to be careful. Jiang Ming did not act rashly and sent Yu Yan to keep an eye on the Liang family at all times. The next night, Jiang Ming held a short blade and sat quietly in his room. A swift quietly returned. "It's confirmed that they're only first-class martial artists, and they've all displayed their strength in the mountains. The route chosen is remote and difficult to walk. There is no trace of anyone within a 10-mile radius." "Very good." Jiang Ming nodded, his eyes calm. When he had to hide, he would hide. When he had to kill, he would kill. It was time for him to make a move now. He got up and jumped out of the window. In the dark forest, 7 or 8 black-clad figures flew out. They were as fast as lightning, silently and quickly heading out of the cloudy dream mountain forest. In the middle, there were 3 people who were faintly protected. On their backs, they were carrying a large bulging sack, from which a strange fragrance was occasionally emitted. "I'm afraid these herbs can help the Liang family to create 1 or 2 Grandmasters. I didn't expect to reap such a harvest before I even saw the immortal encounter." "It's amazing," a black-clad figure said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with excitement. "This is nothing," another person said longingly. "If Master finds the immortal and reaches the realm above the Grandmaster, the Liang family will rule the world. Lower your voices and be on high alert." The leader shouted in a hoarse voice, "The Immortal's cave has already opened. Master and the elders are fighting for the immortal fate with all their might, and have no time to take care of us. If we screw up this task, you can all chop off your own heads." "Master Chen, you're overthinking. No one has discovered our whereabouts, even if they did, with the joint attack of 8 first-class martial artists using the wave-swallowing saber technique, not even a Tao master can fight back." A trace of anger flashed in Master Chen's eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it. He was only an outsider, but he had fought for the Liang family his entire life and was deeply trusted. He had a lot of experience, so he was temporarily sent to be the steward of this task. However, in the face of these proud and arrogant scions of the Liang family, he did not dare really get angry. I didn't find any traces of people along the way, and no one triggered the traps I left behind. Master Chen was still looking around vigilantly, but he had also relaxed a little. As a Grandmaster family, the Liang family occupied a large area in the mountain forest. No one dared approach it. They walked quietly and chose to traverse the steepest and most well-hidden mountain road, so it was impossible to be discovered. As for the ordinary people in the villages and towns who were climbing the mountains, they could just kill them. The group of people continued to hurry on their way. In the quiet mountain forest, the cries of a few birds and beasts could be heard from time to time. I'm a little tired, suddenly, a person carrying a bag muttered. It's a knockout drug. We've encountered an enemy. Master Chen's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Get into formation." Although the Liang family martial artists looked down on Master Chen, they still acknowledged his competency. At this time, when they heard what he said, their faces all changed. The 8 of them instantly came together and drew out their steel sabers, looking around vigilantly. A saber burning with blood, she suddenly slashed down from a towering tree. It carried a tremendous force and ruthlessly smashed toward them. The blood-burning saber technique? Master Chen's eyes were slightly startled, but he did not panic. He quickly got into position. Their weapons clashed. A terrifying force exploded, and the invisible force cut through the surrounding vegetation, destroying it. A figure shot out and landed lightly on the ground. His face was ferocious, and he stared coldly at the Liang family. As expected of the Liang family, Jiang Ming was not surprised. The knockout powder was not very effective on first-class martial artists. The last time he dealt with the master of the Shi family, he only succeeded because the other party was injured. However, it was not enough to deal with these experienced martial artists of the Liang family. The other party's formation of the wave-swallowing saber technique was rather interesting. However, it was only limited to this area. Who are you? Master Chen stared at the fierce-looking man and shouted in anger. This man had obviously been hiding here for a long time. How was this possible? They did not find anyone following them, so how did this person know that they were going to pass by here? You sure have a lot to say for a dead man. Jiang Ming shouted coldly, and his body flew up at the same time. The blood-burning saber technique burst out, and he slashed down with his saber. Master Chen was so angry that he laughed. He could tell that his opponent was only a first-class martial artist. Despite this, he still had the guts to attack 8 first-class martial artists with the blood-burning saber technique. He was simply a clown. The weapons collided once again. The blood chi exploded and shot out a blinding red light in the night sky. Both parties staggered back at the same time. However, this time, many of the Liang family's martial artists' faces turned pale and their breathing became chaotic. After all, they were only first-class martial artists. Jiang Ming was a first-class martial artist who was using a forbidden technique. He was much stronger than them. Hold on, he won't be able to use this forbidden technique many times. Kill him when he's exhausted and leave this place. Master Chen shouted. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Jiang Ming smiled strangely. The blood-burning saber technique burst out again and struck the opponents' formation with a clang, making an ear-piercing sound. However, it still could not split it open. just as Master Chen and the others were about to heave a sigh of relief. Another attack followed closely behind. The youngest martial artist of the Liang family could not withstand this sudden increase in pressure. He immediately spat out blood and staggered, almost having his head cut off by Jiang Ming's blade. Master Chen's face turned red as he tried his best to maintain the formation. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. What kind of monster was this? Was the blood-burning saber technique supposed to be used in this way? Why hadn't he died from the backlash of the forbidden technique? No, this is the wave-swallowing saber technique. He's the murderer who destroyed the Shi family. Master Chen suddenly woke up and shouted angrily. You stole the Liang family's blade technique. You're courting death. Jiang Ming continued to shout as if he did not care about his life. Let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts. Let's see whose wave-swallowing saber technique is the original. Bile rose up Master Chen's throat. However, he swallowed it back down. In just a short while, everyone was on the brink of death. I'm finished. Master Chen was in despair. If they had scattered and fled in all directions, perhaps a few of them would have survived. However, it was too late to escape now. Where could he escape to with his body covered in injuries? Maintaining the formation would allow him to live a little longer, but what was the use? Suddenly, everyone's weapons started to explode. There were several flashes of metal and heads flew high into the air one after another. Blood stained the area. After a while, Master Chen was the only one left alive. It seems that your technique is weak, Jiang Ming said lightly. Master Chen's head fell to the ground, and the forest instantly fell silent. What are you still doing? Carry the goods. Jiang Ming waved to the side. In the darkness, a black dog reluctantly moved out. There were customized bamboo baskets tied to both sides of its body. Jiang Ming threw 2 big bags into them, and Black Bean suddenly became like a mini black donkey carrying goods. Jiang Ming carried the last bag, and the two quickly left the scene of the crime. In the small courtyard, the door was tightly shut, and the lights were dim. Black Bean wagged its tail and tiptoed around the window, vigilantly observing the outside world. Jiang Ming glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. Master C was in charge of the mountain, commanding the beasts, and Black Bean accompanied him. Then, Jiang Ming took a bag to the table and opened it, revealing the items inside. After spending so much effort to get this, I'd like to see what's so special about this exotic flower, Jiang Ming muttered and looked carefully. In the bundle, there were various plants that looked similar to the flowers and plants in the mountains, but they were particularly healthy and strong. In the darkness, there were threads of lustrous light flowing, and they were filled with a refreshing fragrance. Jiang Ming activated his heightened perception and felt that these flowers and plants seemed to contain a pure and strange energy, but it was very weak, as if it would dissipate at any time. Could this be spirit qi? Jiang Ming was deep in thought. He muttered to himself for a moment, then plucked a petal and threw it into his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. It seems to have condensed the blood qi a little, but it's not obvious. Eating 2 or 3 herbs is equivalent to drinking a bowl of blood strengthening soup, Jiang Ming muttered to himself a moment later. However, this was still shocking enough. He had only tasted an ordinary wildflower in the mountains, but it had a miraculous effect that surpassed that of medicinal herbs. If he studied it carefully, it might have other uses. If ordinary flowers and plants had such an effect, what kind of amazing effect would it have if they were mutated exotic flowers and plants? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming immediately opened the second bag, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the bag, there were dozens of mutated herbs. The lotus root was as dark as ink, and the golden ginseng was sparkling. He could not wait to cut off a small piece of the golden ginseng and put it in his mouth. A pure medicinal power suddenly spread out, causing the blood in his body to boil, and his skin to turn slightly red. Jiang Ming stood up and quickly circulated the flowing cloud technique, using this abundant blood qi to temper his bone marrow. After a while, the blood qi finally calmed down. The medicinal power contained in this piece of golden ginseng is almost comparable to that of a stalk of fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. The efficacy of this mutated medicinal herb was too amazing, and the medicinal power contained in it was extremely special. Not only could it increase blood qi, but it also made the blood qi purer and more condensed. If I were to use these mutated medicinal herbs, even if I don't use any forbidden techniques, I can fight against an ordinary Tao master. In the third bundle, there was only one plant. It was a small tree full of fruits. There were 9 fruits in total. Although the fruit tree was not big, it was heavy. The trunk seemed to be made of pure gold, and the 9 red fruits were only the size of cherries, flowing with a golden red luster. This should be a fruit tree that grows in the forbidden zone. Jiang Ming plucked one and threw it directly into his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Jiang Ming was prepared to face the terrifying medicinal power that would burst his body, but he found that it was not the case. A warm medicinal power poured directly into his head, making him 100 times more energetic in an instant. His 5 senses seemed to have been enhanced a lot. Everything appeared in his perception in an instant. This feeling disappeared in an instant, but Jiang Ming's perception was still much sharper than before. Jiang Ming sensed it carefully and could not help but reveal a surprised look. If he triggered the heightened perception again, he would be able to use it for much longer. Jiang Ming stared at the small tree. The value of these fruits was probably higher than any mutated medicinal herbs. If the Liang family found out about their power, they would definitely not just send a few first-class martial artists to escort them. My control of blood qi is getting more precise. Jiang Ming put his fingers together like a sword, and blood qi instantly covered his fingers. At the tip of his fingers, a trace of blood qi jumped and flashed, trying to spread out of his body. Jiang Ming's forehead was covered in sweat. He withdrew his blood qi, but his eyes flashed with surprise, but it's almost there. As his perception became more and more sensitive, Jiang Ming found that the control of his blood qi was getting stronger and stronger. He even had a faint inkling that he could release his blood qi, but he had never succeeded. However, after eating the red fruit today, he had almost succeeded. The release of blood qi was the exclusive symbol of a Tao master. Only by further condensing the blood qi with the help of a master-level skill could one achieve this. If I eat all the other fruits, I might be able to. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. If he could do this, coupled with the use of mutated herbs, to condense blood qi, it was possible to kill a Tao master in a one-on-one fight. Then, he started to think about his heightened perception. Was it a change in my soul? Did I activate the divine sense? Jiang Ming was not sure, but he felt that his guess was very likely. Whether it was the spirit-clearing soup or this strange red fruit, both could enhance his heightened perception and give him better control of his blood qi. None of this was a change in his body. The only explanation was that his soul had undergone a transformation. Don't tell me I'm going to have a divine soul soon? Jiang Ming muttered. Then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Speaking of immortal cultivation, I wonder how the search for the immortal encounter in the mountain is going? Although Jiang Ming did not intend to participate in the battle, he was also paying attention to this issue at all times. He had made a note of all the people who had entered the mountain. In particular, those forces who had entered the forbidden zone with the yellow jade pearl were the key targets. Jiang Ming muttered and hid a few bags in a big pit under the table. He instructed Black Bean to sleep on it, and he fell asleep as well. Give me 3 baskets of steamed buns and a bowl of chili tofu. Jiang Ming sat in a breakfast stall and shouted impolitely. You've already eaten 5 baskets. There's no need to take care of my business. Li Qingqing's hands were full of flour as she brought over the tofu and steamed buns. What are you talking about? Martial artists cultivate their blood qi. This little bit of food is nothing. The second-class martial artist I know, Master Guan, can even finish a cow. Li Qingqing shook her head. She could not be bothered to argue with him. She rolled her eyes at him and went back to work. Jiang Ming smiled and continued to eat the buns. A moment later, Jiang Ming's heart suddenly throbbed for no reason. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest. After a few breaths, the sound of muffled thunder seemed to come from the mountain. Is it going to rain? I think I heard thunder. Li Qingqing quickly stuck her head out of the stall and said in surprise. No, the weather is very good. Miss Qingqing, you must be mistaken. Jiang Ming's expression was normal as he smiled. He finished the last bun in one bite, left a copper coin, got up, and quickly returned home. He closed the door and sat quietly in his room, waiting. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a swift flew over like a bolt of lightning and landed on the windowsill, chirping urgently. There was a big explosion in the forbidden zone, and a red light burst out. The smoke and clouds that shrouded the forbidden zone were blown away, revealing the scene inside the forbidden zone. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A mountain was blown up, and there are countless casualties. The Grandmaster of the Jing family, one of the 6 great aristocratic families, was killed on the spot. Some powerful beasts rushed out from the depths of the forbidden zone. They seemed to be enraged and fought with the human martial artists. A huge silver-gray wolf and a golden ape could easily match the Grandmasters. The laws of the forbidden zone seemed to have lost their effectiveness. All living beings can enter the zone. Countless human martial art practitioners rushed into the depths of the forbidden zone and fought with those beasts in an attempt to fight for the immortal encounter. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed that the mastermind who had spread the news and attracted all the martial artists in the world to the cloudy dream mountain forest had finally taken action. This move made Jiang Ming's heart jump. What did the mastermind want to do? Jiang Ming was not surprised to hear about the Grandmaster-level beasts in the mountains. He had long guessed that the beast-taming prescription was passed down from the mountains. Even Black Bean could become a third-class martial artist, so it was not surprising that the Immortals had created a few Grandmasters. Black Bean suddenly raised its head. Red light? Did anyone suddenly die? Jiang Ming frowned. What do you mean by that? It's not just 1 or 2 people who died, Black Bean quickly replied. thousands or even more died in a short span. Jiang Ming was stunned, and then his expression suddenly changed. North Peace City. Marquis Zhou had led his army north and won a great battle. He had killed countless soldiers of the Green Mountain Army, and it was said that he did not leave a single prisoner alive. He had even slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians in North Peace City, causing blood to flow like a river. Marquis Zhou had yet to return to the capital. It was said that he was still chasing after Lord Songshan and the rest of the Green Mountain Army in the Red Pine Snowfield. The Wu family's ancestral records say that there was a demonic technique hundreds of years ago that could use dead blood qi to refine the 10,000 blood pearl. It had unparalleled power and could even kill a grandmaster. One of the grandmasters of the Wu family's ancestors was killed by it, so it's recorded very clearly. Blackbean quickly revealed all the information it knew. Dead blood qi can only be condensed in battlefields where countless people die in a short period of time. Jiang Ming's heart trembled, and his previous doubts vanished. There was no doubt that the person behind this storm was Marquis Zhou Pingshi. At the cost of the lives of all the people in North Peace City, the 10,000 blood pearl would be refined, and he would find the immortal encounter. And his purpose, if one thought about it carefully, was truly terrifying. Does he want to become immortal by killing the current immortal? It's not impossible. Blackbean suddenly said. According to the Wu family's records, it said that the spiritual energy of the universe has been exhausted, and the celestial path no longer exists. The strongest power in the secular world is the peak of the Grandmaster realm. It's precisely because of this that no one can break past the Grandmaster level. Even if immortals descend, they will be restricted. If they want to use the power above the Grandmaster level, they will have to pay the price of serious injury or even death. The Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest should be a rare, blessed land where spiritual energy occasionally bursts out. I don't know why the immortal is hiding here. However, if the legend is true and the world is incomplete, even if he uses the spiritual energy here, the immortal can't exert much power that is beyond the Grandmaster level. Jiang Ming listened quietly, and finally glanced at Blackbean. You're pretty smart today. Blackbean immediately barked in happiness. Jiang Ming was too lazy to pay attention to it. He closed his eyes and pondered. If this information is true, then Marquis Zhou might really succeed. With so many grandmasters gathered here. However, that immortal must have many tricks up his sleeve. It's still unknown who will win. Now that the news has spread, none of the aristocratic families will be able to keep calm. They are hell-bent on killing the immortal. I don't know whether they'll survive the immortal's wrath. I'm glad I didn't participate. Jiang Ming could not help but sigh in relief, and his expression became relaxed. He was now waiting for his team of beasts to report back to him. He opened his notebook and browsed through the names of many forces written down. Suddenly, a swift returned. In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a cave has been destroyed. Many martial artists have rushed in, and an intense battle has broken out. There are sounds of people fighting for something. Moreover, the head of the Qin family of Jiangnan City took advantage of the chaos to escape from the cave. He seems to be very smug. Everyone is fighting, but he stole something and ran away. Jiang Ming pouted and made a note next to the Qin family's name. The Qin family's head is a Dao master. It's too risky to fight him now. Let's wait a few years. Jiang Ming was calm and did not panic. Early in the morning, everyone in Peace County woke up at sunrise. Smoke rose in spirals. The hawkers set up their stalls, and the old farmers carried hoes and walked into the fields. In his small courtyard, Jiang Ming withdrew his fist and stood still. His fist clenched and loosened, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. These mutated medicinal herbs are something else. In just 2 days, Jiang Ming had taken a few pieces of mutated golden ginseng and felt that his body had changed a lot. His blood qi was more condensed and vigorous. It was as if he were evolving. However, I probably won't have the chance to attack again. In the past 2 days, the struggle for the immortal encounter in the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest had become more brutal. Blood flowed like rivers both inside and outside the forbidden zone. Even several Tao masters had fallen. On normal days, they could establish a sect and dominate a region. But now they had died a tragic death. Anything slightly valuable was taken away by the major families. Occasionally, some people would escape with 1 or 2 mutated flowers and plants. Jiang Ming was too lazy to chase after them. The medicinal herbs at home were enough, and it was not worth the risk. I'm afraid that the so-called immortal won't be able to hold on much longer. According to Yu Yan's information, the Grandmasters had killed all the Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts and fought a human who had walked out of a cave in the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone. The human was wearing ancient and unfamiliar-looking robes. He was missing an arm and his skin was cracked like porcelain. However, he was terrifyingly strong. His whole body was shining, and he was on par with 13 Grandmasters. However, maybe it was because he was seriously injured, or maybe it was because his power was restricted. He was beaten until he coughed up blood and fled. Today, he seemed to be on the verge of death. At noon, Yu Yan returned. Jiang Ming looked up and felt something. This storm caused by the immortal encounter should come to an end soon. As expected, the swift started chirping. The ancient human who walked out of the Forbidden Zone died, but before he died, he used a flying sword technique and instantly killed 3 Grandmasters. Then, he used an unknown secret technique to increase his combat strength and killed 2 more Grandmasters. However, in the blink of an eye, he died, and his physical body shattered. He really died. Jiang Ming slurped some noodles, his eyes full of surprise. Although he guessed that the person hiding in the Forbidden Zone was most likely not an immortal, but a cultivator or something, he was definitely in existence far beyond a Grandmaster. He was probably hiding in the cloudy dream mountain forest for some unknown reason to recuperate. Who would have thought that after thousands of years of recuperation, his injuries would not be fully healed? Instead, a group of Grandmasters from the mortal world would steal his lair and even kill him. How tragic. Jiang Ming shook his head. Everyone was going to start fighting for the immortal's relics, and so on now. And the fighting would probably get even more brutal. I like peace, and I can't bear seeing stuff like this. I won't join in. Jiang Ming shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and strode to Li Qingqing's stall, to eat steamed buns. Tiananmen sat on a small stool, beside the chopping board, staring at Jiang Ming, who was eating a steamed bun. After a long while, she muttered from the bottom of her heart, "Mama, Ming is exactly the same as the good-for-nothing you mentioned." Jiang Ming almost spat out the food in his mouth. He stood up angrily and ruffled Tiananmen's hair. Then, he paid 5 copper coins and left in satisfaction. The news of the situation in the Forbidden Zone exploded. The battle between grandmasters and the search for the immortal has come to an end. The immortal's cave was destroyed. Other than the Jiang family, whose grandmaster died, the Liang family, Zhao family, Su family, and other grandmaster families all gained something. They took away a mysterious iron box, some leather bags, and other items. There were also some powerful Dao masters who took advantage of the situation. After entering the cave, they escaped and fled the mountain. According to the information they exchanged earlier, they were from Qinglin village's martial arts school run by the Tong family of the country of Jing. Jiang Ming was jotting down notes in a small notebook while Yu Yan made the report. Finally, he closed the notebook with satisfaction and carefully put it away. He then mourned for the unknown immortal for a beat and then went to the bar for a drink. A month later, the weather turned cold, and many people had already put on heavier layers. The weather is interesting. During the search for the immortal, spiritual energy surged out and the weather was scalding, Jiang Ming said softly. Were they connected? Regardless, it has nothing to do with me for the time being. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. According to the legends, the immortal encounter would happen every few hundred years. Even if there was another change in this place, it would be several hundred years later. At that time, it would not be too late to investigate. Jiang Ming closed the book in his hand and walked out of the room. It had been several days since he last recorded any new information in his notebook. The land surrounding the immortal's lair had disappeared, the immortal's treasures had been plundered, and the spiritual energy that had caused the flowers and plants to mutate had also disappeared. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Some young martial artists were lucky enough to pick mutated medicinal herbs and escape. There were also unlucky grandmaster families like the Jiang family, whose masters were killed before they could see what the immortals looked like. However, I've never heard of anyone seeing Marquis Zhou during this time. Did I guess wrong? But that's not necessarily the case. Even a newbie like me could use a disguising technique. Marquis Zhou is at the peak of cultivation. In this world, hiding his identity would be a breeze for him. Maybe he's already reaped the biggest benefits. If my guess is true, he's terrifying. He's even more sinister than me. In the bar, Jiang Ming sat by the window on the second floor, drinking alone. Jiang Ming. A burly figure walked over with majestic steps and laughed. He suddenly sat opposite Jiang Ming. Master Guan. Jiang Ming smiled. As expected, Wei Yan was quite competent. He had noticed that something was wrong. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud Castle only moved outside the Forbidden Zone. Although they did not get any immortal treasures, they did get many mutated medicinal herbs, and their casualties were almost negligible. Those herbs were enough to cultivate a large number of extraordinary martial artists for the Flying Cloud Castle. Even some grandmaster families might not have gained as much as the Flying Cloud Castle. In the past month, Jiang Ming had been hanging out with his old friends from the tiger hunting village. Today is the last meal I'll have with you. I don't know when I'll be able to find you for a drink again. Guanfeng unceremoniously poured himself a big glass of wine and suddenly said. Jiang Ming had already expected this, so he raised his glass and said, then, all you the best. Have a safe journey. Countless martial artists died because of the disturbance caused by the immortal encounter. The grandmasters had fallen, the aristocratic families were in chaos, and the situation inside and outside the country was unstable. The country of Yen, which had lasted for more than 200 years, seemed to have finally come to its end. However, the immortal encounter was just a fuse. From the time the Green Mountain Army rose up, the country of Yen started to decline. The two of them drank until late at night before they returned to their respective homes. The next morning, all the members of Tiger Hunting Village were ready to go. Jiang Ming came to see them off. He found Guanfeng and handed him a package. "I've been collecting herbs in the mountains and studying pharmacology. I've written a book of prescriptions here. It's inevitable to get injured in wars. Therefore, I hope it'll be of some use," Jiang Ming said with a smile. He had learned martial arts for free in Tiger Hunting Village. Other than hunting some prey on the mountain, he had not made any contributions. Today he would repay that debt. Guanfeng had wanted to refuse, but after hearing that it was just a book of prescriptions compiled by Jiang Ming, he nodded and accepted it. However, he did not know that the value of Jiang Ming's book of prescriptions was probably more precious than ordinary first-grade martial arts techniques. Many of the prescriptions recorded in it were never recorded before. Then, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Fang Lai, Peng Lu, and his other old friends. One by one. Pharmacist Feng was also with them. His hair was a brilliant white. "Now, everyone, we'll meet again if fate allows it." Jiang Ming stood on the side of the road and watched the carriages leave. The disturbance caused by the immortal encounter had completely dissipated. Life in Peace County was as peaceful as ever, except for a few men who rushed into the mountains and never came back. Jiang Ming's life was also fulfilling. Every day, he practiced martial arts, drank wine, and then went to the city for some entertainment. He lived a relaxed and happy life. However, even if the immortal was suspected to be dead, Jiang Ming did not intend to go to the Forbidden Zone to explore anything. Who knew what other it held? At least, he had to wait until he became a grandmaster before he went to explore that zone. According to Yu Yan's report, the immortal's body had shattered completely after using a power that surpassed a grandmaster's. It seemed that there was some strange rule in this world that forbade the existence of beings above the grandmaster level. Only after becoming a grandmaster would he have the capital to explore all the secret places. "I just didn't expect that I would actually transmigrate to such a strange place." Jiang Ming shook his head and was a little baffled. However, this seemed to be a good idea. All the martial artists in the world could only train to the grandmaster level. If he reached the peak of the grandmaster level, would he be able to explore a higher realm at the mere risk of his body exploding? If that's the case, then wouldn't I be invincible? Jiang Ming muttered internally and slowly walked into the bar. As expected of a marquis, his methods are shocking. He actually used the immortal encounter to attract the 6 great aristocratic families and almost caught them all in one fell swoop. A rough-looking man was standing on a stool with one foot as he spoke loudly. "These aristocratic families have been rooted in the country of Yen for hundreds of years. They have plundered the people's wealth and done all kinds of bad things. Now, a few of them are finally going to fall. Where did you hear this rumor from? Marquis Zhou is hunting down the remnants of the Green Mountain Army in North Peace City. What does the immortal encounter have to do with him?" In the bar, a few customers were gathered together and talking loudly. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and sat down at a table. He drank his wine. Silently. The disturbance caused by the immortal encounter had dissipated, but it was still a topic of conversation for many people. Impossible. The 6 aristocratic families aren't fools. How could they be so easily deceived? One of them shook his head, not believing the rumor. That depends on how you deceive them. It's said that the emperor has been obsessed with becoming immortal long time, and he changed Peace Town into Peace County in order to seek immortality in the mountains. Before this storm, some people even saw a few grandmasters as mere guards arriving at Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest from the capital, and they all thought that the emperor had come in person. But until now, has anyone seen the emperor in the mountains? No. Everyone was tricked by the emperor in order to cooperate with Marquis Zhou. The 2 of them made a shocking plan, preparing to overthrow these high and mighty aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Without the aristocratic families, the country of Yen is finished. Don't talk nonsense. If you like making stories so much, why don't you write a book? One of them immediately glared at him. He did not believe this fellow's nonsense. The bar suddenly burst into laughter, and the rough man's face also turned red. There were several possibilities for the truth. Jiang Ming was spinning his wine glass. A moment later, he smiled. Sometimes the truth of the matter was the most ridiculous. The country of Yen had long been hopeless. Perhaps the emperor was not as lascivious and tyrannical as the rumors said, but he wanted to save the country but was unable to do so. Perhaps the emperor wanted to personally send the country of Yen to its end. At the same time, he wanted to take the aristocratic families down with him. Is that really the case? Jiang Ming shook his head. He did not know, but it did not matter. He finished the wine in his glass, got up, and left in the direction of Great Cloud City. In the Wang Manor in Great Cloud City, Jiang Ming disguised himself as an ordinary-looking, burly man and sat in the tea house opposite the manor, looking at the ancient and magnificent building leisurely. The Wang family was the oldest first-class martial artist force in Great Cloud City. Even though there were rumors in recent years that the master of the Wang family was old and weak, no one dared provoke them. No one knew what kind of trump card this family had. However, the Wang family was not having a good time these days. It was because, at some point in time, there had been rumors that the Wang family's master had died in the search for the immortal encounter. Now, there were no first-class martial artists in the Wang family, and they were unarmed. At first, no one believed it, but as time passed, the master of the Wang family never showed himself, and gradually, rumors began to spread. Even so, the master of the Wang family still did not show himself. Although the Wang family had always denied these rumors, claiming that the family head was in seclusion to become a Dao master, fewer and fewer people believed it. It seems that the Wang family's master is really gone. The news spread like a hurricane throughout Great Cloud City. In the beginning, the Wang family's shops were vandalized. Later, there was even a second-class martial artist who broke into the Wang family's residence at night. Although he was chased out, he escaped alive and was not attacked by the first-class martial artists. The Wang family's destruction will happen in the next few days. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. Although the Wang family was not as despised as the Shi family, any aristocratic family that could reach this stage would not be innocent. They definitely had several enemies. It was rumored that the master of the Wang family had once spent a lot of money to buy a Dao master-level technique, but he had been stuck at the peak of the first class for a long time and had not been able to break through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another 2 days passed. Late at night, the Wang family's gate was suddenly smashed open, and a few masked men rushed in. Whenever they encountered any Wang family's guards blocking them, they would kill them with a single punch and continue to rush in. Screams rang out from the Wang manor. One figure after another rushed into the Wang manor and began to plunder the property. Where are the soldiers? Quickly call the soldiers. Didn't they say that they would send first-class martial artists to protect us? A man with a white beard shouted in a frenzy. A long blade was plunged into his chest, coming out from the other side. The old man suddenly stopped breathing and fell into a pool of blood with an unwilling face. The murderer casually touched the corpse and found 2 taels of silver. He grinned and continued to rush in. A moment later, an ordinary-looking man stepped over the old man's body and shook his head. Soldiers, huh? They're only your friends when you don't need them. In the dark night, the smell of blood filled the air. Screams rang out from time to time in the residence, and everything was drowning in chaos. The once high and mighty Wang family had now been reduced to rubble. Jiang Ming sighed and casually killed a masked martial artist who was trying to attack him. He continued to walk into the depths of the Wang manor. If it had been a few years ago, when the country of Yin still had power and the government was at its peak, the Wang family might not have been destroyed so easily. However, things were different now. Rebel armies were cropping up, and the whole country was on the verge of collapse. The country's soldiers were all thinking about how to protect themselves, so how could they care about the Wang family? In the inner courtyard of the residence, the sounds of a fight could be heard. The courtyard walls were smashed, and a figure covered in blood flew out. He turned around and fled. Jiang Ming glanced at him and recognized that he was a steward of the Wang family. He was a famous second-class martial artist in the prefecture and held a high position in the Wang family. A burly man with 2 iron hammers in his hands was chasing after him with a murderous look on his face. He seemed to be the master of some martial arts school. Jiang Ming stepped forward and stood in front of the steward, saying, "This guy is mine. Where did you come from?" "Get lost." The burly man's eyebrows stood up. He did not bother to talk to Jiang Ming. He lifted the iron hammer and smashed it down. There was a loud noise. The iron hammer was stopped in its tracks. A palm that was surrounded by blood easily lifted the iron hammer. Then, with a flick of his finger, the iron hammer was sent flying, causing the burly man's hand to split open in a bloody mess. A first-class martial artist. When the burly man saw the palm covered with blood, he turned around and fled as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Ming casually threw a sword that he had picked up. It instantly cut through the night sky and pierced the chest of the burly man, leaving behind a bloody hole in his chest. A second-class martial artist's body was impervious to swords and spears, but under the terrifying strength of a first-class martial artist, it was defenseless. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He turned around and looked at the steward. "Thank you for saving me." "I can't thank you enough." The steward of the Wang family bowed in fear, his eyes filled with relief. "Are you an old friend of the family? Could it be?" However, before he could finish, Jiang Ming waved his hand and interrupted. Don't thank me. Tell me, where is the Wang family's master-level martial arts technique? The steward was stunned, and his face turned pale. Not you too. Jiang Ming was a little impatient and walked directly to him. A moment later, he left the mangled steward behind and rushed towards the Wang family's master's courtyard. The steward was very loyal, but unfortunately, he was not loyal enough. Under Jiang Ming's interrogation, he quickly told him the whereabouts of the technique. When Jiang Ming arrived in the deepest part of the Wang family, in a secluded courtyard, the gate of the courtyard had already been broken. There were angry shouts, screams, and crying in the courtyard, but for the past few seconds, there had been silence. It seems that someone has already arrived. Jiang Ming walked in calmly. The courtyard was also covered in blood, and a few Wang family members were lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Only a young woman with bright eyes stood in the courtyard, without fear. Around her, a few foreign martial artists with blood on their swords were staring at her with dark expressions. Miss Wang, Jiang Ming sighed internally. He remembered the big sensation that she had caused when she went to Peace County to set free the fish. At that time, he was still a small herb gatherer. He was looking for the fat fish that Miss Wang set free in the river with Fei and old Jiang. Life was happy and carefree back then. Time flew by. Although things remained the same, people had changed. What's going on? Jiang Ming returned to his senses, approached one of them, and asked like a curious passerby. Get lost, the man beside Jiang Ming shouted coldly. His head exploded with a single punch, and his headless body fell limply to the ground. Jiang Ming wiped his fist, casually. Don't make me angry. If I get angry, you guys won't survive. Speak. Jiang Ming stared at another person. The man's face turned pale. He looked at the body on the ground that was still bleeding and quickly said, Miss Wang has burned all the Wang family's magic arts, ancient books, and prescriptions. There's nothing left in this courtyard. She said that she has memorized everything and that she will give everything to whoever can save her and help her escape from Great Cloud City. Jiang Ming was stunned, and then he remembered that when he met Miss Wang in the Wang Manor, she had said that she had a photographic memory. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless, but he had to admit that Miss Wang had played her cards well. Are they telling the truth? He stared at Miss Wang. Yes. If you can take me away, I'll tell you everything. Miss Wang smiled. Jiang Ming glanced at her hands that were hidden under her sleeves, and her pale knuckles seemed to be trembling. It was obvious that Miss Wang was not as calm as she looked. Since things have come to this, you can only leave with me, Jiang Ming said indifferently. The other martial artists grew red in the face and started shouting at him. Alas, Jiang Ming flew out like a ghost. He rushed to one of them and snapped his head off before looking at the others with a smile. The ones remaining shivered and did not dare say another word. Let's go, Jiang Ming said lightly and walked out of the courtyard with Miss Wang. Along the way, many people tried to kill her, but they were all dealt with by Jiang Ming. Gradually, a bloody path was carved out, and no one dared approach them. I didn't encounter any first-class martial artists. Jiang Ming was a bit upset, but he understood. Great Cloud City was unstable, and the few first-class martial artists left either fled or were in hiding. They would not want to risk raiding the Wang Manor. Jiang Ming picked up Miss Wang by her collar as if he were picking up a kitten. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the night. The early morning sky was dark, and the air was cold and foggy. In the clear mist, a burly man pulled his coat tighter and walked from the end of the street to a small roadside stall, covered with a tarpaulin. At one end of the stall was a big pot. The thick soup in the pot was bubbling and had a layer of oil floating on it. The fresh fragrance wafted into the air, making people salivate. A big bowl of mutton soup, 2 servings of meat, and 3 pancakes. Make it extra spicy. The man rubbed his hands, sat down at a table, and shouted impatiently. You're a lucky man. You came here just in time for the first pot of soup. The stall owner brought over the food and smiled warmly. I have to have a fresh bowl of piping hot soup to start my day. The burly man grinned. Without using a spoon, he raised the bowl to his mouth and took a big gulp. A few minutes later, he had finished his meal. The burly man was naturally Jiang Ming in disguise. It had been half a month since the Wang family had fallen. Jiang Ming brought Miss Wang all the way to the north and finally settled down in the northernmost city under the jurisdiction of Great Cloud City. Miss Wang had spent the past few days writing down the Wang family's master-level martial arts techniques for him. Jiang Ming tested them out every day to ensure they were accurate. He was not afraid that Miss Wang would lie to him or try to hurt him. Even if she could practice these techniques, she was no match for him. There's no problem with the techniques. It's time to leave. Jiang Ming was not kind enough to take care of her. He had already done his best to get her here. He finished the entire bowl of soup in one go and got another free bowl of soup from the stall owner. He licked it clean and paid for his meal. The sky gradually brightened and the fog dissipated. There were more and more pedestrians on the street. Jiang Ming walked into a small alley and entered a narrow courtyard with only 2 broken houses. In the courtyard, a woman wearing coarse clothes, with a sallow face and messy hair, was clumsily chopping firewood to start a fire. Jiang Ming smiled. Miss Wang was really able to put down her pride and pretend to be poor. While he was practicing martial arts every day, she would pick up various life skills. Jiang Ming did not waste time and said directly, there's no problem with the techniques. I'll leave tomorrow. Your fate lies in your hands. Miss Wang's body stiffened, but she nodded lightly and continued to practice. Splitting firewood. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He strode back into the house and tidied up the things that Miss Wang had written. In the thick stack of books, there were not only martial arts techniques, but also medicinal formulas, martial skills, and other things. There was even information about the geography of Great Cloud City, the locations of gold and iron ore, the growth of rare medicinal herbs, and some historical records about Great Cloud City. All of these could be considered a first-class martial artist family's treasure. Miss Wang has a good heart. She might really be able to rise again. The world was chaotic and it was difficult for women to survive, but sometimes, being a woman could help one succeed. It's a pity that I only want to become an immortal and have no other life goals. Jiang Ming shook his head. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At night, the weather was gloomy, and the dark clouds were getting heavier. It seemed that a heavy storm was coming. Jiang Ming was bored, so he sat at the table and continued to study the Wang family's master-level technique, the 4-harmony scripture. This 4-harmony scripture was a fierce and domineering internal breathing technique. It combined 4 external combat techniques, the saber, spear, fist, and sword, to temper his body to enter the Tao Master realm. Jiang Ming flipped to the last few pages and looked at the description of the Dao Master realm. According to the records, Dao Masters had cultivation techniques. However, Grandmasters did not. It meant that a Dao Master could still cultivate according to the methods of their predecessors, but a Grandmaster did not have a cultivation method. It was all up to the individual to comprehend. No matter how vigorous one's blood qi was, if one's martial arts conception could not improve further, then one would never be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmasters were the ones who founded sections. They were the ones who had to create new techniques to teach to martial artists. No wonder there are hardly any Grandmasters in the world, and even fewer Grandmaster families with a long history. Jiang Ming shook his head. The wind outside gradually became stronger, whistling ferociously until lightning struck. A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and heavy rain followed. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Jiang Ming frowned, placed the book down to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, and got up to open the door. Miss Wang's hair was wet, and her face was pale. She stood at the door with only a layer of thin clothes. The roof tiles fell off. Miss Wang's voice was as soft and timid. Jiang Ming did not wait for her to finish, he pulled her into the room and closed the door with a bang. The heavy storm continued to rage outside. I'm willing to be your slave and serve you, master, Miss Wang curled up into a ball, carefully looking at the burly man beside her, and said pitifully, if an ordinary martial artist were to see such a scene, I'm afraid that his blood would rush to his head and he would not be able to help but agree. Jiang Ming said internally, and his eyes unscrupulously glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him. He laughed. However, his eyes were calm. Miss Wang was extremely intelligent and did things without hesitation. She would sacrifice when it was time to sacrifice. However, what was she thinking? If Jiang Ming were a regular man, she would live to regret this. I'm a loner, I don't need anyone to follow me, Jiang Ming said lightly. Miss Wang's eyes darkened, and she felt a little powerless. No matter how intelligent she was just an ordinary woman. She was just a figurehead in the Wang family. In the face of a first-class martial artist who could kill her with a flip of his hand, it seemed that she was useless. After a long while, Miss Wang seemed to have thought of something and gathered her courage again. Master, you need to collect all kinds of medicinal herbs and resources to cultivate. It's inconvenient to do it alone. I have a lot of experience with these things. The man beside her glanced at her expressionlessly. Miss Wang immediately fell silent and did not dare speak again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Miss Wang woke up with a body ache and found that the room was quiet and empty. The books on the table had also disappeared. Her eyes were filled with disappointment, but there was no resentment. She was already very lucky that this stranger kept his promise and did not kill her. What? She suddenly saw that there was a piece of yellow paper on the table, with some words written on it. She hurriedly lifted the blanket and ran barefoot to the table to pick up the yellow paper. She read it carefully. If you are still willing to keep your promise, then stay here and cultivate martial arts to recuperate. After half a year at the latest, you will receive a secret letter. Then, head to Qinglin village to lay low. You will help me collect all the rare herbs and treasures in the world. At the end of this page is the art of disguise. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on Miss Wang's face. She memorized the art of disguise and burned the yellow paper. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the wilderness, a teenager was riding a donkey toward the south, and there were swallows flying up and down on the treetops from time to time. The Wang family is a 100-year-old family indeed. Their foundation is even richer than the Shi families. Jiang Ming was holding a book that recorded hundreds of prescriptions and reading it calmly. Even if I don't interfere, Miss Wang should be fine. As for how high she can reach depends on her ability. His eyes were calm. The piece of paper he had left for Miss Wang was just a casual move. It was also Miss Wang's last words that made Jiang Ming want to use her. The collection of medicinal herbs was naturally a pretense. He had robbed the Liang family's mutated medicinal herbs and had the help of the vitality snatching technique. He did not lack martial arts resources. Jiang Ming's real purpose was finding the things related to immortal cultivators in this world. After the disturbance of the immortal encounter, Jiang Ming realized that there might be some immortal cultivators who had here to retire. Moreover, there could be some cultivation methods or treasures left by immortal cultivators that were scattered across the world. However, he was all alone, and there were some things that he could not do by himself. Although Jiang Ming had recorded the immortal encounter in the cloudy dream mountain forest in a small book, the immortal encounter was ethereal. Jiang Ming naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. There still could be other treasures to find. Whether Miss Wang would succeed or die on this mission was something he was not concerned about. Jiang Ming did not care at all. His life was so long. Jiang Ming thought of the beasts that he had raised after feeding them the beast-taming prescription for 3 years in the mountains, and he already had mapped out a preliminary plan. Now that the immortal encounter had passed, he only needed to leave a few smaller beasts in the area. As for the rest, he could utilize them to find what he was searching for. The donkey trotted forward. In the distance, he could already see the continuous mountain range in front of him. It was shrouded in clouds and fog all year long, and the peak could not be seen. He was finally back. It was not until the sun had set that Jiang Ming arrived at a small village. He stayed in an inn for the night and had a light dinner. The next morning, he continued to set off in the direction of Peace County. 2 days later, a few swifts flew out of the cloudy dream mountain forest and silently streaked across the night sky, heading north. Half a month later, in Qinglin village, in the inner court of the Flying Dragon sect, a young man ran in. "Master, I made a terrible mistake and killed a man from the Pei family. He scolded my lover." The young man seemed panicked as he continued, but it was in a back alley. No one would have seen it. In front of him, a gray-haired old man with muscular arms shouted angrily, "Don't spout nonsense. The Pei family is a first-class force. If they find out, not only will you die, but I will also be in big trouble. Think about it carefully. Are there any clues pointing to you?" "Definitely not. As long as Yuer keeps her mouth shut, she'll be fine." The young man shook his head. The old man was silent, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The young man quickly begged for mercy. "Yuer and I are truly in love. She will never betray me. Please, master, let her go. Keep her mouth shut and hide her in a small village outside to avoid suspicion. If there's anything strange, kill her immediately." The old man glanced at his beloved disciple, but he could not bear to kill him. Thank you, master. Thank you. The young man was overjoyed and quickly ran out. The gray-haired old man looked left and right, then left with a sullen face. On a treetop in the garden, a little swift flew up, quietly following the young man. With Jiang Ming's army of beasts, he was kept up to date at all times. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 months passed. In this world, there is no lack of evil. I can use this to my advantage. Jiang Ming glanced at the thin book in his hand. It recorded many things that would make people's faces change. He casually tore a piece of paper and wrote a few words on the back. He then rolled up the paper and hid it in a small hollow branch. He then summoned a swift. Xiao, you've been to Luo City with me before. I'll leave the first mission to you. The swift picked up the branch with its mouth and shot out like a bolt of lightning. This was the first swift that Jiang Ming had fed. It was the most intelligent and agile. Even a Dao master could not hit it down from the sky. After all, a martial artist was just a martial artist. He could not fly. In Luo City, Miss Wang skillfully started a fire to cook and then washed her clothes. She was no different from a farmer's wife who had lived in poverty for many years. She had been waiting here quietly for several months, and no one had contacted her. However, she was not in a hurry and continued to practice various farming techniques. After finishing the farm work, she turned around and went into the house, ready to rest for a while. However, her eyes suddenly focused on a branch on the table. With her photographic memory, she knew it had not been there before. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. She quickly walked over, picked up the branch, and immediately saw the paper in it. You and I are both nameless people. We're sneaking in the shadows. The handwriting on the back of the page was exactly the same as the one in the letter. When she saw the information recorded on the front page, her expression changed slightly. Her respect for the mysterious martial artist who had saved her life deepened. This information can't be collected by one person alone. Who is he? Miss Wang was shocked, but she was also happy. With this information, it will be much easier to start. Perhaps my family will rise again one day. That night, she packed up her luggage and continued to head north. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back in Peace County, Jiang Ming was playing with Yu Yan, who had already returned, while flipping through the 4 harmony scripture that he had read several times. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. Zhou Wenxiu was sweating profusely as she steamed some bread. Tiananmen giggled as she rode on Black Bean, galloping back and forth in and out of the courtyard. A graceful figure packed up her breakfast stall. Just as she reached the door of her house, she was almost knocked over by Black Bean, who was speeding. Tiananmen put her hands on her waist and said proudly, "Mama, you're back." Ming said, "I'm a dark knight. This stupid Tiananmen betrayed me again." Jiang Ming jumped into bed, covered himself with the quilt, and pretended to be asleep. The next morning, Jiang Ming put all the mutated herbs into the medicine basket. He also carried some steamed buns and dried vegetables. He walked into the mountains and returned to his abode there. The Cloudy Dream Mountain forest was thousands of miles deep, and the place where the immortal encounter occurred was far away from here, so his house was not affected. An excited roar was heard. Jiang Ming looked up and saw Master C and the fat tiger coming from a distance. "It's time to train you guys." Jiang Ming thought of the beast taming prescription which allowed beasts to practice martial arts. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time gradually passed, and Jiang Ming's life was peaceful. Most of the time, he was immersed in practicing martial arts in the mountains. He used mutated herbs to temper his body and studied the Four Harmonies scripture to condense his own blood qi, trying to break through to the Tao Master realm. In his spare time, he would train Master C and the Fat Tiger. Time flew by. 2 years later, the emperor passed away, and the country of Yen fell into chaos. 3 years later, a mysterious force emerged in Qinglin village, which was now Qinglin city. They called themselves the Nameless and walked among various forces and aristocratic families. Their main business was selling intelligence and information. They gained popularity after they caught a murderer who had killed a disciple of the Pei family 3 years ago. They were in the limelight for a while and gradually extended their claws to the other cities. In the country of Yen. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It had been 7 years since the Immortal encounter, and almost no one talked about it anymore. In just a few years, more than a dozen rebel armies had raised their flags, and the country of Yen had been plunged into chaos. The imperial court had even given up the imperial city, and the imperial family had retreated to the southern border with a group of old generals and ministers, leaving only 2 prefectures of land. Marquis Zhou, who had once shocked the world, had disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that he had been injured in the Immortal encounter and had died. Some people said that Marquis Zhou had spoken to the Immortal during the encounter, and he had broken through the Grandmaster realm and left this world in search of a higher level of martial arts. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, Jiang Ming stood on a broken cliff. In the frosty weather, he was practicing a set of extremely fierce fist techniques. His blood was hot and exuberant, and the snow at his feet showed signs of melting. He let out a soft cry and suddenly pointed his fingers like a sword, sweeping them toward a huge green rock. His blood qi was like a rainbow, and it suddenly spread out from his fingertips. It was 3 feet long, and when it cut the stone, it was like cutting a soft fruit. After 7 years, he had reached the peak of the Tao Master realm. Jiang Ming withdrew his blood qi. A few years ago, he had condensed his blood qi and entered the Tao Master realm. With the help of the vitality snatching technique, his skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now at the peak of the realm. My comprehension of martial arts can't make any progress. It's hard to break through if I just cultivate. Jiang Ming shook his head, packed his things, and went down the mountain. In the past 7 years, other than the various rebel armies fighting, there were no other special major events. Jiang Ming had kept a low profile and lived in peace. Perhaps, it's time to collect the debts that I've recorded in my small notebook. Jiang Ming's eyes were misty. Now that he had reached the peak of the Tao Master realm, coupled with the support of his immortality, the blood-burning saber technique, and his body that had been tempered by mutated herbs, his strength had long exceeded the scope of the Tao Master. Even if a Grandmaster were to come, he had the confidence to take them on. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and sighed, let's celebrate the new year first. It was snowing heavily as the new year approached. The wine that Jiang Ming had stored in the wooden house in the mountain was almost finished. He found a wooden stick and picked up the prey he had caught. He returned from the mountains and walked into Peace County. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked home. After years of development, Peace County had gradually become prosperous. It was extremely lively. Jiang Ming was a little absent-minded, and he remembered the year when Uncle Ba was killed. Every household had celebrated. However, the current situation was very different from before. Although the country of Yen was caught in the flames of war, after the Flying Cloud Castle had taken over Great Cloud City, everything was in order under its jurisdiction. The army would purchase provisions, fodder, and ironware. But they would also pay everyone fairly, which was much better than the old Green Mountain Army's way of doing things. In addition, the Flying Cloud Castle had always had a good reputation among the people. When the Green Mountain Army was being ruthless, the Flying Cloud Castle appeared out of nowhere and saved countless people's lives, so its reputation spread far and wide. Now that Great Cloud City had been taken over by the Flying Cloud Castle, many people were rejoicing and even took the initiative to send gifts to the Flying Cloud Castle to express their gratitude. However, the Flying Cloud Castle had never prided themselves on being kind and righteous. Whenever they met who dared cross them, they would kill them without any hesitation. The few aristocratic families that had just risen in the city were strictly monitored. Those who were subservient would be roped in for cooperation. After a period of strict discipline, Great Cloud City became orderly again. The Flying Cloud Castle is full of talented people. Jiang Ming chuckled internally. The Flying Cloud Castle now controlled the land of the 3 prefectures, and they were flourishing. Without talented people, it would be impossible to achieve this. He does have the bearing of a true dragon, Jiang Ming mumbled and then coughed. He did not want Fang Lai and the others to be killed by him. Chief Jiang, you're back. Chief Jiang, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. You're still in good health. Along the way, many people greeted him respectfully. Jiang Ming responded in turn. As time went by, things remained the same, but people changed. It had been more than 10 years since Jiang Ming had come to this world. The strength of a third-class martial artist at his peak was considered unparalleled in Peace County. In the past few years, Jiang Ming had dealt with many ruffians and rogues and had also cut off a few heads. The county held him in high prestige. When he arrived at a 2-story restaurant, Jiang Ming did not go in. Instead, he stopped and looked inside. He found the boss, who was dozing off behind the counter and shouted, "Ah Fei, remember to bring wine with you at night." The past few years were merciless, and they had experienced several storms and wars. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer familiar faces in the bar. Jiang Ming rarely sat in the bar with the other customers. At most, after going down the mountain, he would drink with Ah Fei in the bar at night after it was closed. Ah Fei was much calmer now. However, when he heard the shout outside, he widened his eyes and became excited. How could I forget? Just you wait, Ming, my alcohol tolerance has increased greatly this year, and I'll make sure to outdrink you. Don't become a braggart like your father. Jiang Ming patted the head of a 5 or 6-year-old child at the door and gave him a bag of snacks that he had just bought on the street. Then, he continued to walk forward. On the street, a red-faced butcher who was busy selling meat saw Jiang Ming passing by. He quickly raised his head and shouted, "Ming, I've sent some lean meat and lard to your house." Wang Dong had completely given up on his dream of becoming a martial artist. But he was a skilled butcher, and his business was booming. Jiang Ming nodded and slowly walked home. Ming, you're back. Come and eat my mother's food. In the small courtyard. Next door, a slim and elegant girl was practicing martial arts. Her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Ming. Tiananen, how many times have I told you that you have to call me uncle? Jiang Ming's temples were throbbing. No matter how powerful he was, he would always fear Tiananen. I don't care. Tiananen put her hands on her waist, and Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. Jiang Ming caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye. He went into his own house. In the house, Zhou Wenshou was cleaning the dust. Without turning her head, she said, "There's no food, go make your own." Jiang Ming was speechless. As she grew older, her temper grew worse. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was New Year's Eve, and it was snowing heavily. Jiang Ming and Zhou Wenshou prepared some hot food and walked to the other side of the county. They came to a secluded small stone courtyard. Ah Fei's family, Li Qingqing, and Tiananen were gathered there. Tiananen was playing with Ah Fei's son. Jiang Ming handed the food over and went inside. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Ming felt warm all over. The fire in the furnace was burning bright red. At the bed, a thin old man was lying under the quilt, staring at the vigorous fire in the furnace. "Mr. Jiang, do you want a sip?" Jiang Ming said with a smile as he held a shiny wine bottle. The old man looked up blankly. After seeing that it was Jiang Ming, he laughed slowly while saying, "Yes, I love your wine. It's even richer than the wine I brewed myself." "Mr. Jiang, you're too kind." Jiang Ming sat cross-legged opposite old Jiang and poured a small glass of wine for each of them at the small table. Over the years, old Jiang's age had caught up to him. He could not even walk anymore. Jiang Ming wanted to extend his life with the old yellow wine soaked in mutated medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, no matter how good the medicinal herbs were, they could only slightly slow down the process of his death, but could not reverse it. Old Jiang trembled as he took a sip of wine and let out a happy sigh. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something and slowly asked, "How's the harvest this time? How much did Uncle Ba extort again?" "It's all right, I've earned some money." Jiang Ming smiled and reassured old Jiang. That's good, that's good." Old Jiang nodded and murmured. His eyes could not help but wander to the fire in the middle of the room. Tiananen led Ah Fei's son and came in to add some firewood. Then, they ran out to play in the snow. The fire danced and became brighter, but the shadow at the corner of the bed became darker, as if it could not melt into the light of the flame no matter what. Jiang Ming was drinking with old Jiang in silence. From time to time, he would hear him talk about things that had happened years ago. Old Jiang had lived through many storms and wars, and he was already much happier than many people. Jiang Ming was immortal and had long lost the fear of death. Now, seeing old Jiang like this, he was filled with emotion. Whether or not he could live forever, life was always the most beautiful thing in the world. Unknowingly, he seemed to feel that he had improved his martial arts skills. Martial arts is also a kind of life. Only focusing on cultivation won't make me strong. Jiang Ming clinked glasses with old Jiang and drank the wine in his glass. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In spring, the flowers bloomed again, and the scene was full of vitality and prosperity. In the end, old Jiang could not survive the winter and died on the 10th day of the new year. At the foot of the mountain, in front of a grave, Jiang Ming poured 2 cups of old wine, left the wine bottle in front of the grave, and turned around to leave. The wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain road. I've been collecting herbs for more than 10 years, and I've never left Great Cloud Prefecture. It's finally time to go out and take a look. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A month later, the long storm had ceased, and the weather was bright and sunny. On the muddy road, a young man was walking with a large wooden box on his back. The city wall loomed in front of him, its sign reading Qinglin City. Jiang Ming stared at the sign and smiled. I didn't expect Miss Wang to be this competent. She developed the nameless with the help of my information. When Jiang Ming left the letter that year, he had not thought much about it. After all, information was just information, not a cheat code. Miss Wang was just an ordinary person, but she was able to use this information to develop a force and deal with all the major forces. She did have some skills. She even said I was the master, the person who founded the nameless. Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head. However, he did not object. This was a way to keep things orderly. If there was no master behind the scenes, it was impossible to keep the members in line. In the past 7 years, the nameless had fought 2 or 3 times. Every time they fought, they would kill first-class martial artists ruthlessly. Even a first-class martial artist at his peak had fallen under their sword. This allowed the nameless to grow and expand. Now, they were renowned across the country of Yin. Intelligence was wealth. With the development of a force, the nameless had also gathered an amazing amount of wealth under his command. Countless natural treasures, rare and precious objects, cultivation methods, and martial arts techniques were all hidden in the vaults of the nameless. The list of these treasures would be compiled by Miss Wang every year for Jiang Ming to have a look. He came here this time because of a secret technique listed, the meridian breaker. At the cost of breaking one's meridian, one could exponentially increase their speed. It's another usable forbidden martial arts technique, Jiang Ming exclaimed softly and walked into the city. In the past few years, he had seen a few forbidden martial arts techniques. And Jiang Ming had also practiced some. Alas, most of them were of little value to him. However, the meridian breaker was something that Jiang Ming was interested in it. At the city gate, a few guards from the Flying Cloud Castle were checking the visitors one by one. My name is Yuasheng. I've come from Great Cloud City to visit my relatives. Jiang Ming opened the wooden box and revealed his carpentry equipment inside. The guard inspected it. Kid, if you need any help, you can come to the East Camp to find me. Carpenters were hard to come by in Qinglin City. Jiang Ming quickly turned back and bowed, then turned around and disappeared into the crowd. In a bustling tea house in the prefecture city, Jiang Ming ordered a large pot of the cheapest tea and drank it by himself while listening to the guests in the tea house gossiping. I heard that the Pei family suffered a huge loss a few days ago. The family head was intercepted by 2 first-class martial artists on the way out of the city and almost died. In the end, he only managed to escape with his life after losing an arm. How is this possible? The Pei family has a close relationship with the Chen family of Jiangnan City, and the head of the Chen family, Chen Dongfeng, is a Dao master. I heard that Chen Dongfeng killed 2 Dao masters by himself last year, and everyone says that he is about to enter the Grandmaster realm. With the Chen family as a backer, who would dare touch the Pei family? Could it be the work of the Nameless? There's a rumor that the Pei family had once set up a trap to kill martial arts geniuses from other families. I don't know how, but this news was disclosed to those families by the Nameless, and they conspired to attack the Pei family's head. Is that so? No wonder. He's despicable. The Nameless is a terrifying organization. They can even get their hands on such secret information? Many people noticed the people behind this, and they could not help but be frightened. In the past, the Nameless had relied on helping the Pei family to gain power. People did not expect the Nameless to grow so powerful that they could hurt the Pei family. Maybe one of us is part of the Nameless, someone rolled their eyes, and exclaimed with a chuckle. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Although this person was joking, it still frightened people. What are you guys talking about? A young man, who seemed to have just become an unranked martial artist, asked in confusion. You're still young. You don't have to understand everything, a middle-aged man stroked his beard and said in an enigmatic manner. Although the head of the Nameless had a good reputation among martial artists, he had always maintained an air of mystery. He did not reveal himself to the outside world. No one had ever seen the true face of the head of the Nameless. If they were to say anything incriminating here, they might be heard. However, a man laughed and said, "What's there to hide? I'm not scolding them. Today, I'll tell you how powerful the Nameless are." It's said that in the Nameless, there are three great leaders, Wu Yan, Wu Hen, and Wu Dao. Wu Yan is in charge of the intelligence network. It is said that she is the one who orchestrated the Pei family's matter this time. Wu Hen is a master of assassination. He has killed more than 10 first-class martial artists, and has never left a trace. Wu Dao, on the other hand, is involved in both the underworld and the law. He travels between the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Court, smuggling weapons and rations. He's as rich as a country. Above them is the master of the Nameless, Anonymous. He once killed a first-class martial artist who was about to break through to the Dao Master realm with a single strike. No one knows how strong he is. It is rumored that he may be a Dao Master at his peak, or even a Grandmaster. Jiang Ming silently drank a big sip of tea. He was also very impressed with Miss Wang. It took some real skills for the Nameless to have such a reputation. The Nameless might not be as ridiculous as they made it out to be, but sometimes, fame was power. Chen Dongfeng, from the Chen family of Jiangnan City. Jiang Ming remembered the Dao Master who stole something from the cave and ran away during the Immortal encounter. A few years have passed, and he's about to become a Grandmaster? He probably got something good. Jiang Ming finished his tea and left with the wooden box on his back. It seemed that his next stop had been determined. However, he was not in a hurry. He would first sample all the delicacies in Qinglin City. Then, he would spend some time traveling. Finally, he would go and settle his business. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Jiang Ming carried the wooden box and walked slowly down the street. From time to time, he felt a strange gaze on him. Qinglin City is heavily guarded. No one can come in or out without the guard's knowledge. Jiang Ming's expression did not change. He could clearly sense that the circulation of blood qi in these people's bodies came from the same source. It was from some low-level martial arts cultivation method that The Wang family had collected